Hey guys, welcome to Greenbean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had powerful psychic power and was raised by Aizawa? Part 1. This story is My Hero Academia, Omniscience by bnha. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and use the hype feature as it helps to reach more bnha fans. Now let's get to the story. The rain fell in sheets across the city. Cars crawled through the crowded streets, headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside one vehicle, 4-year-old Izuku Midoriya sat in the backseat between his parents, laughing as his mother fixed his messy green hair. "Mom, look." He proudly held up a drawing of a hero. His father smiled. "That's really good, Izuku. Do you think I can be a hero someday?" Inko immediately answered. "Of course you can." The boy beamed. Then the truck appeared. Everything happened too fast. A horn screamed. Tires screeched. Metal twisted. The world exploded. The collision was catastrophic. Glass flew. Steel crumpled. The Midoriya family car spun across the road before slamming into a concrete barrier. For several seconds, there was silence. Then pain. So much pain. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry. Warm blood dripped down his forehead. "Mom." No answer. "Dad." Nothing. The smell of smoke filled the air. His tiny hands trembled. Then he looked up, and saw them. His parents. Motionless. Broken. Not moving. Not breathing. Something inside him shattered. The first symptom was hearing. Suddenly, he could hear everything, not just nearby. Everything. People screaming hundreds of meters away. Conversations inside nearby buildings. The thoughts of terrified bystanders. The radio chatter of emergency responders. Thousands, millions, billions, voices, thoughts, information, all flooding into his mind at once. What happened? Call an ambulance. Those poor people. Kids still alive. Dear God. The voices weren't spoken. They were thoughts. Every thought around him. Every fear. Every emotion. Every memory. His tiny brain couldn't handle it. Izuku grabbed his head. The pain was unbearable. Then his vision changed. He could suddenly see through everything. The wreckage, the road, the ground beneath the road, pipes, electrical wiring, buildings, people, organs, bones, blood vessels, everything. His eyes saw too much. Far too much. He couldn't stop it, couldn't control it. The entire world became transparent. The information overload intensified. Then came telepathy. He heard every thought within kilometers. Then dozens of kilometers. Then hundreds. His consciousness exploded outward. The city, the country, the planet, every human mind, every animal, every sound, every emotion, every secret, everything, all at once. The little boy's mind began breaking under the pressure. Paramedics arrived moments later. "We have a survivor. Get him out. Careful." The rescue workers rushed toward the vehicle. One of them reached for Izuku. "Kid, it's okay." The moment their hand touched him, Izuku accidentally read their entire life. Every memory, every experience, every thought, every emotion, all in an instant. The information hit him like a tidal wave. His scream became louder. "Make it stop." The air exploded. Boom. A massive sonic shockwave erupted from Izuku. Windows shattered across nearby buildings. Car alarms activated instantly. Streetlights burst. The wreckage around him was thrown backward. The paramedics were hurled away. The road cracked. People screamed. Glass rained from the sky. The shockwave spread for blocks. Then kilometers. Like a bomb had detonated in the middle of the city. Everyone stared in horror. At the center of it all, a crying little boy. Then the next ability awakened. Telekinesis. Pure, unrestricted, terrifying. The moment his emotions spiraled out of control, reality itself seemed to respond. Cars began floating. Chunks of asphalt ripped themselves from the road. Streetlights bent. Buildings trembled. The air vibrated. Thousands of tons of debris rose into the sky. The city itself appeared to be losing gravity. People watched in terror. No one understood what was happening. Not even Izuku. Mom. A floating car twisted apart. Dad. A nearby building groaned. I want Mom. Hundreds of pieces of debris hovered around him. I want my mom. The telekinetic pressure intensified. The clouds above began swirling. Lightning flashed. The atmosphere itself distorted. For a single horrifying moment, it looked like a natural disaster had gained emotions. And those emotions belonged to a grieving child. Heroes arrived shortly afterward, many of the nation's strongest. Yet none dared approach immediately. They could feel it, the power, the pressure, the psychic energy pouring from the boy. One veteran hero whispered, "What kind of quirk is that?" Nobody answered, because nobody knew. Quirks weren't supposed to do this. A child wasn't supposed to do this. Then suddenly, everything stopped. The voices vanished. The floating objects crashed back to the ground. The psychic pressure disappeared. Izuku's exhausted mind finally shut down. The little boy collapsed unconscious in the rain. Still clutching his chest. Still crying. Even in his sleep, the wreckage was secured. The survivors were evacuated. The dead were identified. Among them, Hisashi Midoriya, Inko Midoriya, both deceased. The only survivor was their son. A boy whose quirk had awakened in the worst possible moment imaginable. A boy who had accidentally demonstrated powers beyond anything modern science could explain. As emergency lights reflected across the rain-soaked streets, one exhausted hero stared at the unconscious child. And felt a chill run down his spine. Because everyone present understood one thing. The birth of the most powerful psychic in history had occurred that day. But it had not been celebrated. It had not been joyful. It had not been miraculous. It had happened amidst shattered glass, twisted steel, and unimaginable grief. On the very same day that the world's strongest psychic was born. A little boy lost everything. The days after the accident blurred together. Hospitals, doctors, psychologists, government officials, heroes, endless tests, endless questions, endless worried faces. Yet throughout it all, Izuku barely spoke. He simply sat wherever people placed him. Quiet, empty, lost. The cheerful boy who had once excitedly talked about heroes had disappeared somewhere on that rain-soaked highway. In his place sat a child who stared at walls for hours. A child who flinched whenever someone mentioned parents. A child who woke up screaming from nightmares. And perhaps most terrifying of all, a child whose quirk continued to evolve. 3 days after the accident, a nurse accidentally startled him. The spoon she was carrying suddenly flew across the room and embedded itself into a concrete wall. The next day, a television changed channels by itself whenever Izuku became upset. A doctor discovered that Izuku was unconsciously reading minds whenever someone entered his room. Nobody had taught him how. It simply happened, as naturally as breathing, and that terrified everyone, because if these were merely subconscious manifestations, what would happen when the boy actually started using his quirk intentionally? Far away, inside a heavily secured government building, an emergency meeting was underway. Several Hero Public Safety Commission officials sat around a conference table. The atmosphere was tense. A giant screen displayed Izuku's profile. Quirk, Omniscience. Status, extremely dangerous. Threat assessment, unknown. One official rubbed his forehead. We cannot place him in a normal orphanage. Another nodded immediately. If he has a nightmare and loses control, hundreds of children could be injured. Or worse. Silence followed. Nobody wanted to say it aloud. Everyone had seen the reports. The sonic scream, the telekinesis, the telepathy, the raw psychic force. A grieving 4-year-old had accidentally caused damage comparable to a major villain attack. And he wasn't even trying. So what do we do? The room fell silent. Then one name appeared on the screen. Shota Aizawa. Hero name, Eraserhead. Several officials immediately perked up. His quirk, he can erase Izuku's abilities. Temporarily, long enough to prevent accidents. Another official frowned. He's an underground hero, not a caretaker. He works nights. He lives alone. He hates attention. The room collectively looked at one another. Then someone sighed, which means convincing him is going to be a nightmare. 3 days later, Aizawa regretted answering his phone. No, the commission representative smiled nervously. No, we haven't even explained. I already know what you're going to ask. Aizawa took another sip of coffee. And the answer is no. The representative visibly wilted. An hour later, the answer was still no. 3 hours later, the answer somehow became an even stronger no. Yet somehow, the commission kept trying. Eventually one official placed a photograph on the table. Aizawa glanced down, and froze. The picture showed a small boy sitting alone in a hospital room. Green hair, freckles, red eyes from crying, staring blankly out a window. No toys, no smile, no family, nobody. The representative spoke softly. He hasn't spoken more than a few words in nearly a week. Aizawa remained silent. We've tried specialists. Nothing. We've tried counselors. Nothing. We've tried heroes. Nothing. Then came the final blow. Every time he asks for his mother, he remembers she's gone. The room became quiet. Aizawa stared at the photograph. The boy looked exhausted, broken, far too young to look like that. Damn it. The representative immediately straightened. Is that a yes? Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. Don't make me regret this. 2 days later, Aizawa visited the hospital. The doctors warned him beforehand. He doesn't talk much. Understood. He barely responds. Understood. He doesn't make eye contact. Got it. And he accidentally read a doctor's mind yesterday. Aizawa paused. That sounds annoying. Eventually he reached the room. The door slid open. Inside sat a tiny boy, curled up in a chair, looking out the window. The room was silent. For several moments neither spoke. Then Aizawa walked inside, pulled up a chair, and sat down. No introductions, no speeches, no attempts to force conversation. Just silence. The kind of silence he preferred. Minutes passed, then 20, then 30. Finally, who are you? The voice was tiny, barely audible. Aizawa glanced over. The boy still wasn't looking at him. A razor head. A pause. A hero. Unfortunately, for the first time, Izuku blinked. A tiny reaction, but a reaction nonetheless. Another few minutes passed. Then, why are you here? Aizawa thought for a moment. Then answered honestly. Because some idiots begged me. That earned the faintest twitch of amusement. Almost invisible, but it was there. The silence returned. Eventually Izuku spoke again. Everyone's scared of me. The words hung in the room. Heavy, painful. Aizawa didn't immediately answer, because he knew the kid wasn't wrong. Doctors were scared. Officials were scared. Even heroes were scared. A 4-year-old with power beyond comprehension was a terrifying thing. But Aizawa eventually shrugged. People are scared of a lot of things. Izuku looked down. They should be. The sadness in those words hurt more than any display of power. Because a child shouldn't believe that about himself. Aizawa leaned back. No. Izuku slowly looked toward him. For the first time, their eyes met. Aizawa's gaze was steady, calm, unafraid. Your quirk is dangerous. Izuku's shoulders lowered. But that's not the same thing as you being dangerous. The boy stared. Aizawa continued. You're just a kid. The words hit harder than any speech. Because for the first time since the accident, someone wasn't looking at him like a weapon, or a threat, or a disaster waiting to happen. They were looking at him like a child. Several days later, the paperwork was finalized. Izuku Midoriya officially left the hospital. Not for an orphanage, not for a government facility, not for a laboratory, but for the small apartment of an exhausted underground hero who already regretted every life decision that had brought him here. As they stood outside the building, Aizawa looked down at the nervous child beside him. This is temporary. Izuku nodded. Aizawa unlocked the door. Don't read my mind, okay? Don't levitate the furniture, Okay, don't accidentally destroy the city. Izuku looked horrified. I won't. Aizawa smirked slightly, the tiniest hint of humor. Then he opened the door. And for the first time since losing everything, Izuku stepped into a place that might one day become a home. The first few days were exactly what Aizawa expected. Quiet, very, very quiet. Izuku caused no trouble. He didn't touch things he wasn't supposed to. He cleaned up after himself. He always said, please, and, thank you. He never complained about meals. Never threw tantrums. Never argued. Honestly, from a purely behavioral standpoint, he was probably the easiest child Aizawa had ever met. And that worried him, because children weren't supposed to be this quiet. Aizawa quickly noticed a pattern. Izuku would be sitting at the table. Then suddenly, nothing. The boy would simply stop. Not fall asleep, not zone out normally, just stop. His eyes would remain open. His body would remain still. And he would stare at absolutely nothing. The first time it happened, Aizawa thought something was wrong. Kid, no response. Midoriya, nothing. Aizawa waved a hand in front of his face. Still nothing. Then he lightly flicked the boy's forehead. Ow. Izuku immediately jumped. What? Aizawa narrowed his eyes. You were gone. Gone. You spent 47 minutes staring at a wall. Izuku blinked. Oh, that wasn't a normal response. The doctors eventually explained it. Or at least tried to. Because nobody fully understood Omniscience. The quirk was unlike anything previously recorded. Telepathy alone would have been considered powerful. Telekinesis alone would have made headlines. Teleportation alone could redefine hero society. Yet Izuku possessed all of them simultaneously. And more abilities seemed to appear every week. The human brain wasn't designed for that. One specialist summarized it best. Imagine a computer. Aizawa sat across from the doctor. The specialist continued. Now imagine running thousands of programs at once. That sounds inefficient. It is. The doctor sighed. Except Midoriya's brain somehow manages it. Aizawa frowned. The specialist pulled up a brain scan. The image looked ridiculous. Large portions of Izuku's brain remained active almost constantly. Even during sleep. Even during unconsciousness. The doctor pointed toward the scan. His quirk processes information continuously. Meaning, he hears thoughts. Constantly. He detects movement. Constantly. He subconsciously tracks nearby people. Constantly. He processes visual information at absurd speeds. Constantly. The doctor paused. We don't think his mind ever truly rests. Silence followed. Then Aizawa muttered, that's awful. It explained a lot. The staring. The exhaustion. The headaches. The way Izuku occasionally looked overwhelmed despite doing absolutely nothing. His brain was never doing nothing. Even while sitting quietly on a couch, Omniscience was running thousands of processes in the background. A 4-year-old was unconsciously performing mental calculations that would break most adults. Every second, every minute, every day, a month passed, then another. Aizawa noticed the eye bags first. Not because they suddenly appeared, but because they kept getting worse. One morning he walked into the kitchen. Izuku sat at the table eating breakfast. Aizawa stopped. The resemblance was disturbing. Dark circles under his eyes. Messy hair. Tired expression. Blank stare. The kid looked like a miniature version of himself. Aizawa stared. Izuku stared back. Why are you looking at me? Aizawa pointed. You have eye bags. Izuku blinked. You have eye bags. Aizawa immediately regretted speaking. For the first time since moving in. The boy almost smiled. Almost. The expression appeared for less than a second. But it was there, a tiny crack in the grief surrounding him. And strangely, Aizawa felt relieved. As weeks turned into months, he continued observing. Izuku rarely used his powers intentionally. But the signs were everywhere. Sometimes books floated around him while he read. Sometimes kitchen utensils followed him unconsciously. Sometimes lights flickered when he became emotional. Once Aizawa discovered 6 television channels changing simultaneously because Izuku was subconsciously watching all of them at once. The explanation somehow made things worse. Why? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked confused. What? Why were 6 televisions running? The boy thought for a moment. The documentaries were interesting. Aizawa stared. You watched 6 documentaries simultaneously? Yes. The answer sounded completely genuine. Aizawa suddenly understood why the commission had looked so terrified. The most concerning thing, however, was the telepathy. Unlike his other powers, it never truly turned off. Most people had internal thoughts. Constant streams of random information. Izuku heard all of it. The neighbors, pedestrians, store employees, heroes, everyone. At first, he couldn't filter anything. Thousands of voices assaulted him daily. It had gotten better, but only slightly. One evening Aizawa found him sitting by the apartment window. The city lights glowed outside. Izuku stared into the distance. Dark circles beneath his eyes. Shoulders slightly slumped. Exhausted. The sight bothered Aizawa more than he'd admit. You should sleep. Izuku didn't look away from the window. I'm not tired. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. The kid looked like he hadn't slept in a year. After several seconds, Izuku quietly spoke. My brain doesn't stop. The words were soft, almost too soft to hear. Aizawa remained silent. I close my eyes. Izuku looked down. And people are still there. A pause. I can hear them. Another pause. I can feel them. His tiny hands tightened. I hear thoughts. His voice became smaller. Sometimes I don't know which thoughts are mine anymore. For a moment, Aizawa saw exactly what the doctors had described. Not a dangerous child. Not a living weapon. Just an exhausted little boy carrying a burden far too large for him. A child whose mind never got a moment of peace. Without a word, Aizawa activated his quirk. His eyes glowed red. Instantly, silence. Complete silence. The telepathy vanished. The sensory overload disappeared. The psychic noise stopped. For the first time in months. Nothing. Izuku froze. His eyes widened. The boy looked around. Confused. Almost frightened. Then realization hit. The voices were gone. Aizawa watched as something impossible happened. The tension left the child's shoulders. Slowly, gradually, like a weight he had forgotten existed was finally lifted. Quiet. The word came out as a whisper. Izuku's eyes began watering. Not from pain, not from grief, but relief. Pure relief. It's quiet. Aizawa felt something tighten in his chest. Because no 4-year-old should sound that grateful just to experience silence. A few minutes later, Izuku fell asleep on the couch. Not gradually, not slowly. He simply lost the battle against exhaustion. One moment awake, the next completely asleep. Aizawa sat nearby for a while, watching. The kid looked peaceful, more peaceful than he had looked since arriving. The dark circles remained. The grief remained. The nightmares would undoubtedly return. But for one evening, at least, the strongest psychic in history got to rest. And as Aizawa quietly draped a blanket over the sleeping child, he found himself making a decision. The commission had asked him to keep the boy safe, to prevent disasters, to teach him control. But somewhere along the way, that responsibility had become something else. Because when Aizawa looked at the sleeping child curled up beneath that blanket, he no longer saw a dangerous quirk. He saw Izuku, and whether he liked it or not, the kid had already become family. Aizawa hated government buildings. Too bright, too clean, too many people, too many forms, too many conversations. It was everything he disliked wrapped into one convenient location. Which was exactly why he found himself standing in front of the Hero Public Safety Commission headquarters looking irritated. More irritated than usual. 1 month. That's all it had taken. 1 month of waking up to a tiny green-haired child making breakfast. 1 month of hearing polite little, good mornings. 1 month of finding Izuku asleep in random locations because his brain never stopped working. 1 month of quietly helping him through nightmares. 1 month of seeing the kid slowly learn how to smile again. 1 month. And now Aizawa was here. For paperwork. He hated paperwork. The receptionist looked up, then immediately brightened. Oh. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. That was never a good sign. You seem happy. The woman coughed. Not at all. You are. No, you are. Maybe a little. Aizawa sighed. Within minutes he was seated across from several commission officials. Oddly enough, none of them looked surprised. In fact, they looked suspiciously pleased. Aizawa immediately became wary. What? One official blinked. What? That look. What look? The one where you're all pretending you aren't expecting something. The room collectively looked away. Aizawa's left eye twitched. You planned something. No, you absolutely planned something. No, you prepared paperwork already, didn't you? Silence. One official slowly slid a folder across the table. Aizawa stared. The folder was already labeled. Legal Guardianship Application. Applicant, Shota Aizawa. The room became very quiet. Aizawa looked up, slowly, dangerously. Explain. One official immediately pointed at another official. The second official pointed at a third official. The third official pointed at a fourth. The fourth official looked betrayed. We merely considered the possibility. The possibility that this might happen. You prepared the paperwork before I even arrived. The official coughed. In our defense, Aizawa waited. You adopted him emotionally 3 weeks ago. The room instantly regretted those words. Aizawa's stare could have killed villains. Several grown adults visibly shrank. Eventually another official nervously spoke. Look, Aizawa. The hero remained silent. We've been monitoring the situation. Aizawa hated that sentence. The official continued. Midoriya's condition has improved dramatically. He still has nightmares. Yes. He still barely sleeps. Yes. He still misses his parents. A pause. Yes. The official smiled slightly. But he's healing. Aizawa didn't answer. Because they were right. The boy still grieved. Every day. Some mornings were worse than others. Sometimes he'd go completely quiet after remembering something his mother used to do. Sometimes Aizawa would find him holding old photographs. Sometimes he'd cry himself to sleep. Those wounds weren't disappearing anytime soon. But the kid laughed occasionally now. Tiny laughs. Rare laughs. But they existed. He talked more. Asked questions. Watched hero documentaries. Read books. Started exploring the world again. Slowly. Carefully. One small step at a time. And somehow, whenever Aizawa returned home from patrols, the apartment no longer felt empty. The realization annoyed him. Anyway, the official pushed the paperwork forward. Most of this is already prepared. Of course it is. We had confidence. You had assumptions. We were correct. Unfortunately, they were. Aizawa spent the next hour signing forms. Then another hour signing more forms. Then another hour signing forms that apparently existed solely because somebody enjoyed creating forms. By the end of it, his hand hurt. Finally, the last document was placed in front of him. The official smiled. Final signature. Aizawa glanced down. His name sat neatly on the page. One signature. That was all it would take. Strangely, his hand paused, not because he was uncertain, but because the reality finally settled in. This wasn't temporary anymore. Not really. He thought about the first day. The silent child sitting alone in a hospital room. The kid who thought everyone was afraid of him. The kid who blamed himself for things beyond his control. Then he thought about yesterday. Izuku had proudly shown him a drawing. A terrible drawing. Aizawa still had it, folded inside his jacket pocket. Troublesome kid, Aizawa muttered. Then he signed. The official immediately stamped the document. Once, twice, 3 times. Far too enthusiastically. Congratulations. Aizawa already hated the tone of that voice. What? The official smiled. You're a father now. The room instantly became silent. Aizawa stared. The official realized his mistake. The official attempted to retreat. The retreat failed. Several minutes later, Aizawa left the building while multiple commission employees recovered from psychological damage caused by his glare. That evening he returned home. The apartment was quiet. Predictably, Izuku sat at the table reading a book. 3 books floated nearby. A pencil was taking notes by itself. A 4th book hovered upside down for some reason. Aizawa decided not to question it. He was learning. The boy looked up. "Welcome home." The words came naturally now. Without hesitation. Without fear, Aizawa placed his bag down. "Yeah." Then he pulled a document from his folder. Izuku tilted his head. "What is that?" Aizawa suddenly wished he fought villains instead. This was harder. Paperwork. Oh. The child immediately lost interest. Aizawa almost laughed. "Midoriya." The boy looked up again. "Yeah." Aizawa hesitated. "Just slightly." Then, "I officially became your legal guardian today." The room went silent. The floating books stopped moving. The pencil froze. Even the telekinetic notes halted. Izuku blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. Really? The question was tiny, hopeful, careful, like he was afraid the answer might disappear. Aizawa nodded. "Yeah." For several seconds, nothing happened. Then Izuku looked down. His shoulders trembled. Aizawa immediately recognized it, crying. The boy quickly rubbed his eyes, trying to hide it, failing miserably. "Okay." His voice cracked. "Okay." Aizawa looked away, pretending not to notice, giving the kid dignity. Yet as he walked toward the kitchen, he heard something. A whisper, so quiet most people wouldn't have heard it. But he did. "Thank you." Aizawa paused, just for a moment, then continued walking. "Don't mention it, kid." And for the first time since the accident that had changed both their lives forever, neither of them felt quite so alone anymore. It didn't take long. Nothing involving Shota Aizawa ever stayed private for long once Hisashi Yamada got involved. Especially not when there was a child in the picture. It started with a doorbell. A very loud doorbell. Then another. Then a third. Like whoever was pressing it had personal beef with the concept of silence. Aizawa already knew who it was before he even opened the door. He looked exhausted just thinking about it. When he finally opened it, Hisashi Yamada was standing there in full hero mode, bright grin, sunglasses, energy levels that should have been illegal at that hour. "Shota." Aizawa immediately tried to close the door. Hisashi wedged a foot in. "Nope, not happening. I brought snacks and emotional support. I didn't request either." "That's because you're emotionally constipated." A pause. "Get out." But before Aizawa could fully shut him out, a small voice came from behind him. "Aizawa-san." Both heroes froze. Hisashi leaned sideways instantly, and saw him, a small green-haired boy standing in the hallway, holding a book to his chest. Big eyes, quiet posture, careful breathing, the kind of child who looked like he had learned how to take up as little space as possible. Hisashi's entire personality shifted in real time. "Oh." His voice dropped into something softer than anyone expected from him. "Oh no." Izuku tilted his head slightly. "Who are you?" Hisashi blinked hard, then pointed at himself dramatically. "Me. I am." Aizawa grabbed his collar. "Lower your volume." "A friend of this man," Hisashi continued, now whispering aggressively. Then he immediately crouched down to Izuku's level. "Hi there, buddy. I'm Hisashi Yamada. You can call me Present Mike." Izuku stared. "Present Mike. That's right. Are you a hero?" "Yes." "A very loud one." Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. "Don't encourage him." "Too late." Izuku nodded slightly. "I've seen you on TV." Hisashi froze, then smiled, then somehow softened again. "Yeah." Izuku nodded once more. "You help people." A beat. Then Izuku added quietly, "That's good." That was it. That was the exact moment Hisashi stopped smiling so brightly. Not completely, just enough for something more real to slip through. Inside the apartment, Izuku returned to his book. Hisashi remained standing in the hallway. Aizawa closed the door. Silence settled. Then, "Shota." Aizawa didn't look at him. "No." You didn't even hear the question. Yes, I did. You adopted a kid. A pause. Yes. Hisashi slowly removed his sunglasses. You adopted a quirk disaster child. He has a name. I know he has a name Midoriya, but also Shota. Lower your voice. Hisashi immediately lowered his voice. You adopted a walking psychic event. Aizawa walked past him. He's a kid. Hisashi followed him into the kitchen. A kid who can apparently hear thoughts, move buildings, and accidentally cause sonic explosions when he gets emotional. Aizawa opened a cabinet. Yes, that's not a yes situation. It is now. Hisashi stopped, just stared at him. You're serious? Aizawa finally looked at him. Completely flat expression. Completely exhausted eyes. Do I look like I'm joking? Hisashi opened his mouth, closed it, then glanced toward the hallway where Izuku was quietly reading. He's tiny. Yes, and sad. Aizawa didn't respond to that one. Because it was accurate. Hisashi exhaled slowly. Okay. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'm not happy about this. You never are, but I get it. A pause. Then Hisashi pointed at him. But if he blows up a city, I'm saying, I told you so, on national TV. Noted. Back in the hallway, Izuku quietly flipped a page. But something else was happening. A very slow, very subtle ripple. Because heroes talk, and heroes gossip more than civilians. And present Mike. Well, present Mike didn't know how to keep anything quiet. By the next morning, Aizawa's phone started ringing. And ringing. And ringing. First was Namori Kayama at midnight. You did what? I adopted a child. No, you didn't. You collected a nuclear toddler. Same thing. That is not the same thing. Then came NG Todoroki. Short. Direct. Is the child a threat level? Aizawa stared at the ceiling. No. A long pause. Potentially. Define potentially. I'm hanging up. Then came more. Pro-heroes. Agency heads. Commission. Advisors. Even people Aizawa hadn't spoken to in years. All asking the same thing in different tones. You adopted the psychic kid. By noon, rumors had mutated. By evening, they had evolved. By night, Aizawa had apparently taken custody of a reality-warping prodigy who could rival top-tier villains. He hated all of them equally. Meanwhile, at home, Izuku sat at the table, reading, quiet, calm, unaware that the entire hero world had just collectively lost its mind over his existence. Aizawa looked at him from the kitchen doorway. The boy's eye bags was still there, but his shoulders were slightly less tense now. He wasn't staring into space as often. He was present, grounded. Here, Hisashi's voice echoed in Aizawa's memory. You adopted a walking psychic event. Aizawa sighed. Annoying loud idiot. Then, quieter, but not wrong. Izuku looked up suddenly. Aizawa-san. Yeah. Is everything okay? Aizawa paused, then nodded once. Yeah. A beat. Just the world being dramatic. Izuku blinked. Oh. Then went back to reading. And for the first time in a long time, the apocalypse-level quirk in the next room didn't feel like a catastrophe waiting to happen. Just a kid, reading quietly, while the world outside tried very hard to decide what he was supposed to become. It started as a patrol. At least, that's what Aizawa told himself. Technically speaking, he had paperwork. Technically speaking, he was not on break. Technically speaking, he was absolutely not about to get ambushed by 3 highly persistent pro-heroes with the emotional restraint of a kicked vending machine. And yet, Shota. He stopped walking, slowly, painfully. No, Midnight appeared on his left like she had spawned from the concept of judgment itself. Mount Lady was on his right, already grinning like she had won something. And Mirko was behind him. Of course she was behind him. You didn't even hear what we want, Midnight said sweetly. I don't need to. Mirko cracked her knuckles. We want to meet the kid. Aizawa resumed walking. No, they followed immediately, not even pretending to be subtle. You can't just hide him away forever, MT. Lady said, dramatically stepping in front of him. He's basically a baby genius hero asset. He's 4. Aizawa cut in flatly. That's what I said, baby genius. That is not better. Midnight sighed, placing a hand on her cheek. Shota, listen. Kids need fresh air, socialization, normal experiences. He breathes air inside the apartment. That's not what I meant. He socializes with me. Mirko leaned in. That's not normal experiences. Aizawa stared at her. That's fair. They reached his apartment building. He stopped at the entrance. They did not. They followed him inside like a hostile support group. This is not a tour, Aizawa warned. This is a character assessment, MT. Lady replied instantly. That's worse. Inside the apartment, it was quiet. Too quiet. Then, small footsteps. Izuku appeared from the hallway, holding a book, green hair slightly messy, oversized shirt hanging off one shoulder, dark eye bags under his eyes that matched Aizawa's almost perfectly. He paused, looked up. Aizawa-san. Then he noticed the 3 heroes behind him. Freeze. Mount. Lady blinked. Oh my god. Midnight immediately covered her mouth. Mirko just stared. He's tiny. Aizawa sighed. I said that already. Izuku took a small step back. Are they villains? All 3 heroes reacted at once. No. Midnight and MT. Lady said immediately. Mirko scoffed. Not yet. Don't say things like that, Aizawa muttered. Midnight softened instantly, crouching down. Oh sweetheart, no. We're heroes. Izuku blinked slowly. Heroes. Mount. Lady leaned in, smiling warmly. We heard a lot about you. Mirko crossed her arms. Mostly from a loud idiot. Izuku tilted his head. Present mic. Aizawa closed his eyes. Of course he told them. Then something shifted. Because Izuku wasn't afraid. Not really. Just cautious. Observing. Processing. And the moment he actually looked at them properly. Midnight melted. Oh no, Mount. Lady whispered. He's actually adorable. Mirko. After a long pause. Yeah, okay. That's kind of illegal. Izuku glanced down at their shoes. Then back up. You're tall. Mount. Lady gasped. He's so polite. Aizawa raised a hand. Don't hype him up. Too late. Midnight gently smiled. Would you like to go out sometime? Maybe see the city. Get some fresh air. Izuku hesitated. A small glance toward Aizawa. Aizawa sighed. Don't look at me like that. Izuku said nothing. Just waited. Patient. Quiet. Mirko suddenly pointed at Aizawa. You're overprotecting him. I am protecting him. Same thing. No it's not. Midnight chimed in softly. He needs normal kid experiences, Shota. Mount. Lady nodded enthusiastically. Like parks. Ice cream. Being a child instead of a haunted genius oracle. Aizawa rubbed his face. I hate all of you. A long silence followed. Then Izuku quietly spoke. Can I go? All 3 heroes froze. Even Aizawa paused. What? Izuku looked down. If it's okay. A small pause. I won't break anything. That sentence hit harder than it should have. Aizawa exhaled slowly. You won't break anything. Izuku nodded. Okay. Another pause. Then, softer. I want to go. That did it. Midnight looked like she might cry. Mount. Lady looked victorious. Mirko looked oddly satisfied. Like she had just won a fight without punching anyone. Aizawa pointed at them. 1 hour. Mount. Lady instantly raised her hand. Can we extend it to 1 hour? Got it. The next hour was chaos. In the least violent way possible. Which, for these heroes, was impressive. Izuku stood beside Aizawa at first. Then slowly, very slowly, he started walking slightly ahead. Looking around, observing everything. His eyes widened faintly at street vendors. At lights. At moving crowds. At the sheer normalness of it all. Midnight bent down slightly beside him. Do you like it? Izuku nodded. It's loud. Mount. Lady laughed softly. That's Tokyo for you. Mirko crossed her arms. You get used to it. Izuku thought about that. I think I like it. At one point, He reached for a small street balloon stand. The balloons floated slightly without wind. A small unconscious telekinetic flick. The vendor blinked. Aizawa immediately stared. Izuku froze. Sorry. Aizawa sighed. It's fine. Then added, just don't float the entire city. Izuku nodded seriously. I won't. Midnight leaned toward Aizawa. He really is just a kid. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, because that was the problem. Everyone kept forgetting, even him sometimes. When the hour ended, Izuku didn't want to leave immediately. He stood at the edge of the sidewalk, looking at the city, quiet, thinking. Then he turned slightly. Thank you. Three heroes melted again. Aizawa groaned internally. Don't start crying out here. Mount. Lady sniffed. I'm not crying. Mirko looked away. Shut up. Midnight smiled softly. You're welcome, sweetheart. As they headed back, Izuku walked a little closer to Aizawa again. Not clinging, just close, comfortable, safe. And as the heroes followed behind, arguing quietly about how this kid absolutely needs more outings, Aizawa looked down at the small boy beside him. Matching eye bags, matching exhaustion, matching quietness, a miniature version of himself in the worst possible way. And yet somehow, not broken, just healing, slowly. Annoying, Aizawa muttered. Izuku looked up. Aizawa glanced away. Nothing. A pause. Then, quieter. Just don't get used to them. Izuku nodded. Okay. Then after a beat, can we go again someday? Aizawa sighed. We'll see. Behind them, Midnight immediately whispered. He wants to come again. 1 hour, Aizawa snapped without turning around. And for once, even he didn't sound entirely against the idea. The adoption papers were finalized on a rainy Tuesday. Appropriately enough, important moments in Aizawa's life always seemed to happen when it was raining. The commission office looked far too cheerful. Again, Aizawa hated that. Congratulations. Aizawa immediately regretted coming. The official practically bounced in their seat. Everything has been finalized. A folder was placed on the desk. The official opened it. Legal custody transferred. Flip. Guardianship approved. Flip. Residential registration updated. Flip. Emergency contact records updated. Flip. Family records updated. Flip. Then finally, the official smiled. Name records updated. Aizawa's eyes landed on the document. For a moment he simply stared. Because there it was, written in black ink. A name. A simple name, but one that changed everything. Izuku Aizawa. The room became strangely quiet. Even the commission officials seemed to understand the significance. Because this wasn't paperwork anymore. It wasn't legal terminology. It wasn't bureaucracy. It was family. Aizawa stared at the page. Then signed the final confirmation. The official immediately stamped it. Far too enthusiastically. Several hours later, he returned home. The apartment was quiet. Predictably, he found Izuku sitting at the table, reading. 4 books floated around him. One was upside down. Aizawa had learned not to ask. The boy looked up. Welcome home. Aizawa nodded, then sat down. A folder slid across the table. Izuku blinked. What's that? Official documents. The boy immediately looked less interested. Aizawa almost smirked. The kid had somehow inherited his hatred of paperwork. Your adoption was finalized. Izuku looked back. Attention instantly restored. It was. Yeah. Aizawa opened the folder, then turned it around. Izuku looked down, read the page, and froze. His eyes slowly widened, not dramatically, just enough. Izuku Aizawa. The boy stared, and stared, and stared. Aizawa. His voice was tiny. Aizawa remained quiet. That's me. The question almost hurt to hear. So careful, so uncertain, like he was afraid somebody would take it away. Aizawa nodded. That's you. For several moments, Izuku didn't move. Then a tiny smile appeared. Small, soft, fragile, but real. Izuku Aizawa. He tested the name, like trying on a new jacket. Then again. Izuku Aizawa. A little stronger. Then once more. A little smile growing. Izuku Aizawa. Aizawa looked away, pretending not to notice. The kid spent the next hour occasionally whispering his new name to himself. And every single time, he smiled. Unfortunately, life hated peace. 3 days later, a new problem appeared. Aizawa was a teacher, a very tired teacher, a very underpaid teacher, a teacher who had taken a leave of absence because a grieving psychic child suddenly became part of his life. Unfortunately, leave wasn't forever, which meant UA wanted him back. The realization hit him while reading an email. His eye twitched. Across the room, Izuku looked up from a book. What's wrong? Work. The child nodded. Apparently that explained everything. Aizawa stared at the ceiling. Because this was a problem. A genuine problem. Izuku was 4. Exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally responsible, and honestly more capable than many adults. But he was still 4. You couldn't just leave a 4-year-old home alone. No sane adult did that. Even if that 4-year-old could probably telekinetically build a house while simultaneously reading 6 textbooks and listening to 17 conversations. Still a child, which meant supervision. And unfortunately, that brought up another problem. The heroes. Aizawa immediately rejected the idea. Every single one. Present mic. Absolutely not. The man would teach Izuku how to weaponize volume. Midnight. No. For multiple reasons. Mount. Lady. Definitely not. Mirko. Even worse. Aizawa imagined returning home to find his adopted son learning combat takedowns from the rabbit hero. Actually, that sounded exactly like something Mirko would do. No, Aizawa said aloud. Izuku blinked. What? Nothing. The boy returned to reading. Aizawa continued staring into space. Then another realization appeared, and somehow it was worse. Because UA wasn't just a school. It was a fortress, one of the safest locations in Japan. Filled with heroes, security systems, teachers, medical staff, and people capable of stopping Izuku's quirk if something happened. His eyes narrowed. No, he hated where this thought was going. The thought persisted. Aizawa hated intelligent thoughts. They always created work. The idea became unavoidable. A few hours later, he found himself standing in front of Principal Nezu's office. I hate this. He knocked. A cheerful voice answered. Come in. The moment Aizawa entered, Principal Nezu looked up. Then smiled. A dangerous smile. The kind that meant he already knew something. Shota. No. Nezu blinked. I haven't said anything yet. You were going to. I was. The principal folded his paws together. Would this happen to involve a certain green-haired child? Aizawa immediately knew he was doomed. Because somehow, Nezu already knew. Maybe. The principal's smile widened. Oh, that single word terrified him. Because Aizawa suddenly had the horrible feeling that the next chapter of his life, and Izuku Aizawa's life, was about to become significantly more complicated. And knowing Nezu, probably much louder, too. Aizawa should have left the moment Nezu smiled. Years of experience had taught him one universal truth. A smiling Nezu was dangerous. A smiling Nezu with prior knowledge was catastrophic. The principal folded his paws together. So, Aizawa sat down, already exhausted. So, Nezu's smile somehow widened. I hear young Izuku is settling in well. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Who told you? Everyone. Literally everyone. That sounded about right. Nezu pulled out a file. Then another. Then somehow a third. Aizawa stared. Why do you have files? Preparation. For what? Nezu's eyes sparkled. For this conversation. Aizawa immediately hated where this was going. Let me guess. Nezu leaned forward. You need childcare. I need supervision for a 4-year-old. Childcare. Supervision. Childcare. Aizawa gave up. Nezu opened the first file. The cover read, Possible caretakers for Izuku Aizawa. Aizawa's eye twitched. You already made a list. Several. 23. I narrowed it down. That somehow made it worse. Nezu flipped open the file. Option 1. A photograph appeared. Present mic. No. Nezu immediately crossed it out. Expected. Option 2. Midnight. No. Crossed out. Option 3. Mount. Lady. No. Crossed out. Option 4. Mirko. Aizawa physically recoiled. No. Crossed out. Option 5. All Might. Aizawa paused. Actually considered it. Then. No. Nezu tilted his head. Interesting. He'd accidentally teach the kid to jump through buildings. Fair. The principal continued down the list. Each suggestion somehow became worse. And somehow more absurd. Eventually Aizawa buried his face in his hands. Nezu. Yes. The answer is no. To which one? All of them. Nezu hummed. Then opened another folder. Aizawa immediately became suspicious. Then perhaps. The principal smiled. We should discuss the alternative. Aizawa already knew. He just didn't want to hear it. UA. Nezu nodded. UA. Silence. The principal stood, walked toward the window, looked out over the massive campus. Tell me, Shota. Aizawa hated philosophical questions. Why? Where is the safest location in the country? Aizawa didn't answer, because he already knew. Nezu continued. The strongest security systems, the highest concentration of heroes, the best medical staff, the best support equipment, the most advanced facilities. The principal turned, and perhaps most importantly, his smile softened. A place where he won't be alone. That made Aizawa pause, because that was the real issue. Not safety, not power, not supervision, loneliness. Izuku spent most days reading, learning, thinking, existing inside his own mind. And Omniscience made that dangerous. Not physically, emotionally. The boy needed people, friends. The realization annoyed Aizawa immensely. Nezu sat back down. I wasn't going to suggest enrolling him. Aizawa blinked. That was unexpected. Then what are you suggesting? Nezu smiled. A visitor's pass. What? A supervised arrangement. Nezu pulled out another document. Of course he already had one. Young Izuku accompanies you. He stays on campus. He has access to secured facilities. He can study, read, socialize, and there will always be trained professionals nearby. The principal looked entirely too pleased with himself. Aizawa considered it, and annoyingly, it made sense. A lot of sense, which meant Nezu was probably right. Aizawa hated when Nezu was right. I hate this. Nezu beamed. So that's a yes. Maybe. Nezu immediately stamped something. Aizawa didn't even ask what. He didn't want to know. Later that evening, Izuku sat at the kitchen table, reading. Again, 7 books floated around him. The number kept increasing. Aizawa placed his bag down. Kid. Izuku looked up. Yeah, how would you feel about visiting UA? The floating books stopped. The hero school. Yeah. Izuku blinked. Then blinked again. Really, there it was. That spark. The same spark that had been slowly returning over the past few months. The one grief hadn't managed to completely extinguish. Aizawa felt oddly relieved seeing it. You'd have to stay with me. Izuku nodded immediately. Follow rules. Another nod. No accidentally reading students' minds. A pause. I'll try. That's not reassuring. Izuku looked guilty. Aizawa sighed. Then, something surprising happened. The boy smiled. A genuine smile. Not small, not hesitant, not fleeting. A real one. I'd like that. For a moment, Aizawa remembered the hospital. The silent child staring out a window. The kid who barely spoke. Who thought everyone feared him. Who had lost everything. And now, the same child was excited about visiting a school. Progress. Slow, messy, painful, but progress. Aizawa reached over, ruffled his hair. Izuku froze. The gesture surprised both of them. Aizawa immediately pretended it never happened. Izuku, meanwhile, sat completely still. Processing. Then slowly, very slowly, he smiled again. And somewhere in the distance, Principal Nezu sneezed. a sure sign that one of his plans was working, which meant everyone involved should probably be concerned. A week later, the day finally arrived. The first day of Aizawa's return to UA. And, by extension, Izuku's first visit. It started early, very early, far earlier than any reasonable person should be awake. Aizawa was already dressed by sunrise. Capture weapons secured, goggles packed, coffee consumed, soul exhausted, the usual. The only unusual part was the small green-haired child still asleep under a blanket. Aizawa stood in the doorway for a moment, watching. Izuku rarely looked his age when he was awake. Omniscience made him seem older. The eye bags, the quietness, the constant thinking, but asleep, he looked just small, peaceful, a child, kid. No response. Izuku, a sleepy mumble. It's time to get up. The blanket immediately attempted to become a defensive fortification. Aizawa sighed. That won't work. The blanket remained committed to the strategy. 5 minutes later, the battle was won. Mostly because Aizawa possessed experience fighting stubborn opponents. Breakfast followed, then getting dressed, then making sure Izuku had his favorite book, then making sure he had a second book, then a third. Why do you need 3 books? Izuku looked confused. Why wouldn't I need 3 books? Aizawa regretted asking. Eventually they left. The train ride was surprisingly uneventful, mostly because Izuku spent the entire trip reading, while simultaneously floating another book beside himself, and occasionally glancing out the window. Several passengers recognized Aizawa, then noticed the child sitting beside him, then became deeply confused. One teenager spent nearly 5 minutes trying to determine if he was hallucinating, because apparently seeing a razorhead carrying around a 4-year-old was stranger than most quirks. Eventually, UA appeared. The massive campus stretched across the horizon. Towering buildings, training grounds, dormitories, security walls. Izuku stared, and stared, and stared. It's big. That's one way to describe it. The boy looked amazed. Aizawa felt oddly satisfied by the reaction. Then they entered the gates. And immediately everything went wrong. Because Nezu existed, Aizawa rounded a corner, then stopped. Nezu, the principal, stood proudly in the center of a gathering. A large gathering. A very large gathering. Teachers, staff members, support personnel, several curious students, all assembled in one location, waiting for a 4-year-old. Nezu smiled. Good morning. Aizawa looked like he wanted to walk back out the gate. What is this? A welcome party. You made a welcome party. Of course. Why? Nezu looked genuinely confused. Because he's 4. Aizawa suddenly remembered why Nezu was dangerous. Because occasionally, the principal was absurdly kind. And there was no defense against that. Meanwhile, Izuku was currently being carried in Aizawa's arms. Because despite all evidence to the contrary, he was still a child. The moment everyone saw him, the collective reaction was immediate. Oh, he's tiny. That's a baby. A literal baby. Aizawa's eye twitched. He is not a baby. He's 4. Exactly. That's baby-sized. Aizawa chose violence internally. Meanwhile Izuku blinked at the crowd. A lot of people. Many thoughts. Many emotions. Curiosity, excitement, confusion. Fortunately he had gotten much better at filtering things. Otherwise he'd probably be overwhelmed already. Then, Nezu approached. The principal stopped directly in front of him. The difference in height was almost comical. Nezu was only slightly taller, which made Izuku stare. You're small. Silence. Then several teachers immediately lost the battle against laughter. Nezu blinked, then laughed. That's fair. Aizawa actually smirked. For approximately half a second, the principal offered a paw. Hello, young Izuku. Izuku carefully shook it. Hello. Nezu immediately looked delighted. The child was polite. Nezu loved polite children. The staff quickly learned this. Within minutes, Recovery Girl had offered snacks. Several office workers had offered candy. One support course teacher had offered to build him something. And somehow present Mike appeared despite not being invited. My little buddy is here. Aizawa erased his quirk instantly. The resulting silence was beautiful. Izuku nodded. Good morning, present Mike. Hisashi immediately clutched his chest. Oh no, what? He's adorable. You're just noticing, Midnight asked. I knew it intellectually, and now, I understand it emotionally. Aizawa walked away. Meanwhile, several students passing through campus had noticed something. Specifically, their terrifying homeroom teacher, holding a child who looked suspiciously similar to him. Matching eye bags, matching tired expression, matching deadpan stare, just greener. One student whispered, "Is that Aizawa sensei's kid?" Another whispered back, "He has a kid." A third student looked horrified. How? Nobody had an answer, because the idea of Aizawa having a child felt impossible. Yet there he was, carrying Izuku effortlessly, adjusting his grip whenever the boy shifted, making sure he didn't fall. The tiny, unconscious acts of a parent. And for the students watching, it was like discovering their teacher was secretly human. A shocking revelation. Meanwhile Izuku looked around UA's campus with wide eyes. Heroes, students, training grounds, an entire world. A world he'd only seen on television before. And for the first time since losing his parents, the future felt exciting. Not scary, not overwhelming, exciting. As Aizawa carried him across campus, surrounded by heroes, teachers, and an overly enthusiastic principal. Izuku rested his head against his father's shoulder. Safe, and despite all the chaos around them, for once, his mind felt quiet enough to simply enjoy the moment. The years passed surprisingly quickly. Not for Aizawa. Nothing passed quickly for Aizawa. But somehow, despite all logic, Izuku grew up. The first major victory came when he was 7. Mind reading. Or rather, learning how to stop mind reading. For years, Omniscience had treated every nearby thought like mandatory reading material. An endless stream of information. A never-ending flood. Then one afternoon, silence. Actual silence. Izuku sat frozen on the couch. Eyes wide. No thoughts. No voices. No random conversations from 3 apartments away. No intrusive mental noise. Nothing. Aizawa entered the living room. Immediately noticed something was wrong. Or right. It was difficult to tell. Kid. Izuku slowly looked up. I did it. Aizawa blinked. Did what? I turned it off. Silence. Then for the first time since manifesting Omniscience, Izuku cried from happiness. Aizawa pretended not to notice. The next breakthrough came with telekinesis. By age 8, floating objects had become rare. By age 9, non-existent. No more accidental flying furniture. No more levitating books. No more cups deciding gravity was optional. Instead, control. Absolute control. The same telekinesis that once launched cars into the sky could now manipulate individual grains of rice. The same power that once shattered streets could thread needles. And when fully unleashed, it was terrifying. One training session with Nezu ended when Izuku casually lifted an entire training field. Just because he could. The teachers collectively decided not to mention that incident publicly. Then came teleportation. That once surprised everyone. At first it was short distances. A few feet, a few meters, then rooms, buildings, neighborhoods. By 10 years old, distance barely mattered anymore. If Izuku remembered a location, he could go there, instantly. Aizawa once found him in the kitchen. How did you get home? I teleported. You were in Kyoto. Yes. Aizawa stopped asking questions. Then there was X-ray vision. Unfortunately, the name became inaccurate after a while. Because Izuku kept expanding it, he learned to see through walls. Then buildings. Then underground. Then energy. Then biological systems. Then electrical networks. Then microscopic structures. At one point Recovery Girl discovered he could identify injuries more accurately than advanced medical equipment. That terrified several doctors. It delighted several researchers, and it annoyed Izuku, because suddenly everyone kept asking him medical questions. The cooking happened completely by accident. Aizawa returned home one evening, exhausted, hungry, ready to collapse. Then he smelled food. Good food. Very good food. Suspiciously good food. The kind of food that made people emotional. Aizawa entered the kitchen, and froze. 11-year-old Izuku stood at the counter, cooking. The meal looked like it belonged in a luxury restaurant. Why? Izuku blinked. What? Why does dinner look expensive? Oh. The boy thought for a moment. I watched cooking videos. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. How many? Kid. Several. Aizawa immediately accepted that answer. Because honestly, that tracked. Omniscience made learning unfair. Anything Izuku saw, anything he studied, anything he experienced, his brain absorbed it. Permanent. By 12 years old he could cook meals that professional chefs would cry over. Which unfortunately meant Aizawa's standards for food became ruined forever. A crime Izuku never apologized for. Eventually, 12 arrived. Middle school. A strange milestone. Because for the first time in years, Izuku wasn't spending every day at UA. He had his own school, his own classmates, his own routine, a normal life, or as normal as possible for the strongest psychic on Earth. The funny thing was, the power never changed him. Not really. He could read minds, move mountains, teleport across the country, see things nobody else could. Yet somehow, he remained Izuku, the same polite boy, the same soft-spoken child, the same kid who thanked cashiers, who helped elderly people cross streets, who cleaned up after himself, who worried about other people, and most importantly, the same son, because every achievement eventually led back to one person. Aizawa, the man who never gave up on him. The man who sat in a hospital room when everyone else saw a disaster waiting to happen. The man who became family. So Izuku worked hard, not because he needed validation, not because he wanted attention, but because he wanted Aizawa to be proud. Every perfect grade, every new skill, every accomplishment, a small part of him always thought the same thing. Maybe Dad will be proud. The funny thing, Aizawa had been proud years ago. Long before the achievements, long before the mastery, long before the impossible accomplishments. He'd been proud the moment Izuku learned to smile again. The moment he laughed. The moment he started living instead of merely surviving. Everything after that was just extra. Of course, Aizawa never actually said any of this. That would require expressing emotions. Which was ridiculous. Instead, one evening, shortly after Izuku's 12th birthday, the boy returned home holding a report card. Perfect scores. Again. How was school? Aizawa asked. It was good. Aizawa glanced at the report card. Top marks. Every subject. Naturally. Good. That was all he said. Izuku smiled anyway, because after 8 years together, he had become fluent in Aizawa. Good meant excellent work. Not bad meant I'm impressed. Meant outstanding. And silence. Silence usually meant Aizawa was secretly bragging about him to someone later. The boy laughed softly. Aizawa looked up. What? Nothing. The answer was suspicious. Aizawa chose not to investigate. Because for all his power, for all his intelligence, for all the impossible things Omniscience allowed him to accomplish, Izuku still looked happiest sitting across the dinner table from his father. And honestly, that was more than enough. The years passed. Middle school became high school. High school became a blur of exams, projects, and teachers repeatedly questioning whether Izuku was actually human. The answer remained, probably, mostly. By the time he reached his final year, there was no competition left. Not because the other students weren't talented. Many were. Some were brilliant. Some worked harder than anyone else. But they were competing against a boy whose brain could process information faster than most supercomputers. A boy who could learn entire textbooks in an afternoon. A boy who had spent over a decade mastering Omniscience. It wasn't fair. Everyone knew it wasn't fair, including Izuku, which was why he tried very hard not to show off. Unfortunately, accidentally becoming the top student in the entire school wasn't exactly subtle. Graduation arrived. First place. Again. The ceremony itself was uneventful, mostly because half the audience was busy wondering where Izuku Aizawa would go next. The answer seemed obvious, UA, but there had been one problem. Recommendations. Aizawa had tried, or rather, Aizawa had not tried, because Izuku had stopped him. Several months earlier. Absolutely not. Izuku stood in the kitchen, arms crossed. Aizawa stared back. Why? Because I want to earn it. You already earned it. That's not the point. Aizawa sighed. I don't want special treatment. You've been reading minds since you were 4. I don't do that anymore. You can teleport. Not relevant. You lifted a building. It wasn't a very big building. Aizawa closed his eyes. That sentence somehow made everything worse. Eventually, Aizawa gave up. No recommendation. Izuku smiled. Victory. Unfortunately, neither of them accounted for Nezu. A mistake. A terrible mistake. Because Principal Nezu was many things. Brilliant, kind, terrifying, and stubborn. Very stubborn. The recommendation letter arrived 2 days later. Izuku discovered it while checking mail. Dad. Aizawa looked up. What? Izuku slowly held up an envelope. UA. High school. Principal's office. Aizawa immediately knew. Oh no. Oh yes. Nezu's voice suddenly came from the television. Neither of them knew how he managed that. At this point they stopped asking. The principal smiled from the screen. You stopped one recommendation. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Principal Nezu, you neglected to stop mine. I hate how smart you are. Nezu looked delighted. The recommendation remained. No amount of arguing removed it. Nezu's official explanation was, refusing this recommendation would be academically irresponsible. Nobody had a counterargument, because he was right, annoyingly. So by the time graduation arrived, everything was already done. His acceptance was guaranteed, his place secured, his future waiting, and suddenly, after all those years, the moment arrived, the first day of UA. Officially, not as a visitor, not as Aizawa's kid, not as Nezu's unofficial mascot, not as the child everyone had watched grow up. A student, just a student, well, as close to, just a student, as the strongest psychic in history could be. The morning was strangely quiet. Aizawa sat at the kitchen table, coffee in hand. Across from him sat Izuku, now older, taller, still green-haired, still polite, still carrying those familiar eye bags. Though years of control had softened them, the resemblance between them remained alarming. Several heroes had joked they looked related even before the adoption. Neither found that funny, mostly because it was true now. Eventually Izuku stood, shouldering his bag, the same UA uniform countless students wore. Yet somehow, it looked right on him. Aizawa glanced up. Ready? A simple question. Izuku paused, then smiled. A real smile. Not the fragile smiles from years ago. Not the careful smiles of a grieving child. A confident one. Yeah. Aizawa nodded. Good. That was all. Because neither of them needed some dramatic speech. Neither of them were good at emotional speeches anyway. But as they headed toward the door, Izuku stopped. Dad. Aizawa looked back. The words still occasionally surprised him. Even after all these years. What? Izuku smiled slightly. Thanks. Aizawa blinked. For what? The answer came immediately. For everything. Silence. The kind of silence that carried years inside it. A hospital room. A scared child. A tiny apartment. Homework. Nightmares. Birthdays. School. Training. Family. An entire life. Aizawa looked away first. Izuku laughed. The response was exactly what he'd expected. And as he stepped outside, toward UA, toward his future, toward the next chapter of his life, Aizawa watched him. The boy who had once lost everything. The child who thought he was alone. The kid who had cried because silence finally existed. Gone, not erased, not forgotten, just grown. And standing there now was someone new. Still Izuku, always Izuku, but stronger, happier, whole. The trip to UA felt strangely normal. Which was ironic. There was nothing normal about Izuku Aizawa. And there was certainly nothing normal about the fact that he'd spent a large portion of his childhood wandering around this campus. Yet today felt different. Today mattered. Today he wasn't visiting. Today he belonged here. The morning air was cool as he and Aizawa walked through the front gates. A few students were already arriving. Most didn't recognize him. A few did, mostly older students who remembered the tiny green-haired child who used to follow Eraserhead around campus carrying books twice his size. Aizawa ignored them, as always. Eventually they reached the hero course building. Then the familiar classroom, Class 1A. For a moment, Izuku simply stared at the door. Years of walking these halls. Years of hearing stories. Years of imagining this moment. And now, it was real. Aizawa opened the door. The classroom was empty. Completely empty. The clock showed why. They were absurdly early. Naturally, Aizawa looked around, then immediately headed toward the teacher's desk. Izuku already knew what was coming. Sure enough, his father unzipped his sleeping bag. Dad, Aizawa glanced up. What? It's 7 in the morning. Exactly. The sleeping bag won. Within 30 seconds, Aizawa had somehow transformed into a sleeping burrito. Years later and Izuku still had no idea how he did it so quickly. The teenager smiled, then turned toward the classroom. Rows of desks, large windows, morning sunlight. His eyes drifted toward one seat. Back row, window side. Perfect. He walked over and sat down. The city stretched beyond the glass. For a few moments he simply watched. Excitement buzzed beneath his calm expression. Not anxiety, not fear, excitement. He was finally here. No more middle school, no more waiting. A real hero course, real classmates, real training, real challenges. The future, his future. Slowly, students began arriving. The first was a tall blue-haired boy. The student entered with military precision. Then immediately froze, because there was already someone sitting inside. The boy adjusted his glasses. Good morning. Izuku smiled. Good morning. The student visibly relaxed, then immediately bowed. My name is Tenya Ida. Izuku recognized him instantly, the younger brother of the famous hero Ingenium. He'd seen interviews, articles, public records, though unlike when he was younger, he consciously avoided diving into everything he knew about people. That felt rude. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Ida took his seat. Several minutes later, another student arrived, a girl with short brown hair. She noticed Izuku, then noticed sleeping Aizawa, then noticed sleeping Aizawa again. Is that our teacher? Izuku looked toward the sleeping bag. Probably. She blinked. Probably. There's a 98% chance. The girl looked confused, then laughed. That's oddly specific. Izuku smiled. I get that a lot. Well, I'm Okako Uraraka. Izuku Aizawa. Nice to meet you. The energy she radiated was infectious. Izuku immediately liked her. More students followed, one after another. The classroom gradually filled. Conversations started. Friend groups formed. People compared quirks. Introductions happened. Normal first-day chaos. Meanwhile, Aizawa remained asleep. Somehow, one student eventually pointed. Should we wake him? No. Everyone turned toward Izuku. The certainty in his voice was immediate. Definitely not. Why? Izuku thought for a moment. Survival instinct. Nobody knew what that meant. Yet somehow everyone listened. As more students arrived, several grew curious about Izuku. Partly because he seemed unusually calm. Partly because he clearly knew the teacher. And partly because, well, the resemblance was noticeable. Messy hair, tired eyes, deadpan expressions. The only major difference was the green hair. Eventually someone whispered, "Do you know Eraserhead?" The room quieted slightly. Several students suddenly became interested. Izuku paused, then glanced toward the sleeping bag. A little. Technically true. The answer somehow made everyone more curious. Unfortunately for them, the classroom door suddenly slid open. Aizawa emerged from the sleeping bag like an exhausted cryptid awakening from hibernation. The room instantly fell silent. Izuku tried not to laugh. The expressions around him were priceless. Several students looked horrified. One looked betrayed. Another looked genuinely afraid. Aizawa slowly looked around the room. Then spoke. "You're all here." His voice carried the same exhaustion Izuku had heard for years. "It's taking 8 seconds longer than expected for everyone to settle down." Several students immediately straightened. Aizawa sighed. Disappointing. The panic spread instantly. Izuku nearly smiled. Yep, definitely his father. And as Class 1A officially began, Izuku sat by the window, watching his classmates, listening to introductions, looking forward to whatever came next. Because for the first time, he wasn't watching heroes from the sidelines. He wasn't the little boy in the hospital. He wasn't the kid hiding behind Aizawa's leg. He wasn't UA's unofficial mascot. He was a student, a member of Class 1A. And his story was only just beginning. The classroom immediately quieted as Aizawa stood at the front, still wrapped halfway in his sleeping bag, still looking like he had just crawled out of a grave, still somehow employed. Several students stared. One whispered, "This is a hero." Another whispered back, "I think he's dying." Izuku had heard that one before. Many times. Aizawa ignored them all. "As usual. Take this." He reached into his sleeping bag and tossed a stack of uniforms toward the front row. "Change and meet me outside." The room froze. A pink-skinned girl raised her hand. "What about introductions?" Aizawa looked unimpressed. "Those are unnecessary." The entire class looked horrified. People reveal their true selves under pressure. A pause. "So let's skip the nonsense and get started." The mood somehow became even more nervous. Meanwhile, Uraraka slowly glanced toward Izuku, then toward Aizawa, then back toward Izuku. The same messy hair, the same tired eyes, the same surname. It was probably a coincidence. Right, across the room, Ida was having the exact same thought. His analytical mind immediately noticed the similarities. Aizawa, Izuku Aizawa, Shota Aizawa. The odds seemed suspicious, yet surely not. Because that would mean their terrifying teacher had a son. And somehow that seemed less believable than most quirks. Both students wisely kept quiet. Meanwhile Izuku knew exactly what they were thinking. Not because of telepathy, just because their faces were obvious. He'd spent years learning how people reacted after realizing he was related to Aizawa. The stages were always the same. Confusion, denial, realization, existential crisis. The process was remarkably consistent. Soon everyone changed into their gym uniforms. Then followed Aizawa outside. The training field spread before them. Several students looked excited. Others looked nervous. Bakugo looked ready to commit violence. Some things never changed. Izuku recognized him immediately. Katsuki Bakugo. Childhood acquaintance. Future headache. The blonde hadn't noticed him yet. A small blessing. For now. Aizawa stood before the class. "You're all entering the hero course." His gaze swept across them. "So I'll be expelling anyone who lacks potential." The class collectively stopped breathing. Several students looked horrified. Uraraka nearly dropped something. Aizawa continued. "Today's quirk assessment test will determine your future." The panic intensified. "Isn't there an orientation?" Someone shouted. "No." "Welcome ceremony?" "No." "Introduction activities?" "No." "That's not fair." Aizawa looked completely unimpressed. "Life isn't fair." The complaint died instantly. Beside him, Izuku was trying very hard not to smile. Because this was exactly how Aizawa always operated. Throw people into the deep end. Then see who could swim. The teacher reached into a bag, then pulled out a softball. Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde stepped forward. Aizawa tossed him the ball. You scored 50 meters in middle school. Bakugo grinned. Yeah, throw it. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And use your quirk. The class froze. What? We can use our quirks? Excitement exploded instantly. Bakugo stepped into the throwing circle, then launched the ball with a massive explosion. The ball vanished into the sky. Aizawa checked his device. 705.2 meters. Silence. Then chaos. Students shouted. Everyone started talking at once. Izuku simply watched. The number wasn't surprising. Bakugo had always been powerful, though still nowhere near his full potential. Aizawa raised a hand. The class immediately quieted. Those entering the hero course have freedom to use their quirks. His voice remained calm. This is UA's rationality. Several students looked both excited and terrified. Then came the final blow. The student with the lowest overall score will be expelled. Silence. Absolute silence. Even knowing the outcome, Izuku almost felt bad for them. Almost. Around him, panic spread. Uraraka looked ready to faint. Ida looked deeply concerned. Several students questioned reality. Bakugo looked thrilled. Again, some things never changed. As the assessment officially began, Izuku rolled his shoulders slightly. Years of training, years of control, years of mastering omniscience, and now, for the first time, he would finally be evaluated alongside everyone else. Not as Aizawa's son, not as UA's familiar face, not as the child prodigy everyone whispered about. Just another student. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for him, Class 1A was about to discover that there was absolutely nothing normal about Izuku Aizawa. The quirk assessment test began exactly as Aizawa intended, with panic, lots of panic, and one increasingly amused-looking homeroom teacher. Softball throw. The first event was already complete. Katsuki Bakugo, 705.2 meters. The class was still trying to process that number. Bakugo looked extremely pleased with himself. Then the rest followed. Okako Uraraka, using zero gravity, she launched the ball upward before releasing it at the perfect moment. Infinity, infinite. The class exploded into shocked yelling. That's cheating. It's literally her quirk. That's still cheating. Aizawa ignored them. Tenya Ida, engine-assisted throw, 612.8 meters. Shoto Todoroki, a massive ice ramp launched the ball, 734.1 meters. Bakugo immediately looked offended. Momo Yaoyorozu, created a specialized launching mechanism, 498.7 meters. Eijiro Kirishima, pure strength, 387.5 meters. Mina Ashido, acid-propelled launch, 422.1 meters. Denki Kaminari, used electromagnetic propulsion, 395.6 meters. Hanta Sero, tape slingshot technique, 403.2 meters. Fumikage Tokiyami, dark shadow assisted, 517.4 meters. Kyoka Jiro, sound wave launch, 385.0 meters. Mezzo Shoji, multiple arms increased throwing force, 456.8 meters. Toru Hagako, surprisingly athletic, 284.9 meters. Rikido Sato, sugar rush activated, 472.7 meters. Yuga Aoyama, naval laser propulsion, 449.6 meters. Mashirao Ojiro, martial arts form and tail strength, 362.3 meters. Koji Koda, pure physical throw, 278.4 meters. Minoru Mineta, a desperate bounce-assisted throw, 311.8 meters. Tsuyu Asui, tongue-assisted launch, 340.7 meters. Finally, Aizawa looked down his list. Izuku Aizawa. The field became quiet, mostly because everyone was curious. The mysterious green-haired student had barely spoken all morning. Even Bakugo finally paid attention. Then, recognition. Green hair, freckles, Deku. The word slipped out before he could stop it. Several students turned. Izuku blinked. Hello, Kaken. The entire class froze. You know Bakugo. Neither answered. Izuku stepped into the throwing circle. No dramatic pose. No flashy movement. Just calm. Aizawa watched carefully. The class watched carefully. Then, the ball floated. Several students blinked. Then it kept floating. Higher, higher, higher. The sky distorted slightly. The ball became a dot. Then vanished entirely. Complete silence. Aizawa checked his device. The device froze. The class waited. Aizawa sighed. The tracking system lost it. Everyone stared. The ball left the atmosphere. Silence. Absolute silence. What? Uraraka squeaked. The ball is currently in orbit. The entire class exploded. In orbit. What does that mean? He threw it into space. He didn't even throw it. Izuku looked embarrassed. I used telekinesis. That somehow made it worse. Aizawa updated the score manually. Aizawa. Classified measurement limit exceeded. The machine literally couldn't calculate it. Bakugo stared. Then stared harder. You're kidding. No. Aizawa answered. The assessment continued. 50-meter dash. Ida. 3.04 seconds. Bakugo. 3.12 seconds. Todoroki. 3.20 seconds. Uraraka. 7.15 seconds. Izuku. He simply teleported. Start line. Finish line. Instantly. The timer displayed. 0.04 seconds. Aizawa sighed. Technically correct. The support staff would later complain about this result. Nezu framed it. Grip strength. Shoji. 540 kilograms. Sato. 490 kilograms. Kirishima. 473 kilograms. Izuku. Telekinesis reinforced his grip. The machine exploded. Aizawa made a note to Bill Nezu. Standing long jump. Most students performed impressively. Izuku accidentally teleported halfway through the jump. Result: 31.8 meters. Several students were beginning to question whether he was actually a human being. Seated toe touch. Ironically, Izuku only scored average. Really? Jiro asked. I never stretch. The class finally found something he wasn't absurdly good at. It was comforting. Overall rankings. After every event concluded, Aizawa reviewed the data. The class stood nervously. Some looked confident. Some looked terrified. Mineta looked like he was preparing his will. Finally, Aizawa spoke. Class 1A rankings. 1. Izuku Aizawa. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Momo Yaoyorozu. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Fumikage Tokiyami. 7. Eijiro Kirishima. 8. Mezo Shoji. 9. Mina Ashido. 10. Denki Kaminari. 11. Kyoka Jiro. 12. Hanta Sero. 13. Suyu Asui. 14. Okako Uraraka. 15. Rikido Sato. 16. Mashirao Ojiro. 17. Toru Hagakure. 18. Yuga Aoyama. 19. Koji Koda. 20. Minoru Mineta. The class processed that, then processed it again. Then all eyes slowly turned toward Izuku. The quiet boy by the window. The one who barely spoke. The one who casually teleported. The one who launched a softball into orbit. The one who somehow had the same surname as their teacher. Uraraka slowly raised a hand. Okay. Everyone looked at her. She pointed toward Izuku, then toward Aizawa, then back toward Izuku. I'm just gonna ask. Aizawa immediately knew where this was going. So ask. Uraraka swallowed. Are you two related? Silence. The entire class leaned forward. Izuku looked at Aizawa. Aizawa looked exhausted. Then the teacher sighed. Unfortunately, the class exploded. He's your son. What? That explains so much. It explains nothing. Bakugo looked like someone had dropped a building on him. Deku is a Razorhead's kid. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Adopted. The room became quiet for a moment. Then Ida adjusted his glasses. That somehow makes this even more impressive. Aizawa groaned. The year had barely started, and already his class was becoming a headache. Some things never changed. After the quirk assessment test ended, the exhausted class dragged themselves back toward the classroom. Well, most of them. Izuku looked completely fine. That wasn't helping his classmates' opinions. Neither was the fact that he'd casually revealed he was a Razorhead's adopted son. The revelation had spread through the class like a bomb. Bakugo still looked personally offended. I still can't believe it. Kirishima nodded. Seriously, how does a Razorhead have a kid? I was adopted. Izuku corrected politely. That's not the part I'm confused about. Several students agreed immediately. Aizawa ignored all of them. The class eventually returned to 1A. Students collapsed into chairs. Some groaned. Some complained. Some questioned their life choices. Mineta was dramatically mourning his future. Then, the classroom door opened. Aizawa entered. Coffee, sleeping bag, exhaustion, the Holy Trinity. He dropped into his chair. Silence followed. Then Uraraka cautiously raised a hand. Aizawa-sensei. What? We never got introductions. Several students immediately nodded. Yeah, we still don't know anyone. We almost got expelled before learning names. That's weird. Aizawa looked completely unbothered, then sighed. Fine. The class immediately brightened. Aizawa regretted agreeing already. Make it quick. Everyone practically launched themselves toward the front. Mina Ashido volunteered first. Naturally, the pink-haired girl stood proudly. I'm Mina Ashido. She grinned. My quirk is acid. I like dancing, spicy food, and having fun. I dislike boring people. Then she pointed at everyone. Let's be friends. Several students immediately laughed. A strong start. Next came Tenya Ida. The blue-haired boy marched to the front like he was addressing Parliament. My name is Tenya Ida. My quirk is engine. My goal is to become a hero worthy of my family's legacy. Polite applause followed. Then Okako Uraraka. She nervously rubbed the back of her neck. I'm Okako Uraraka. My quirk is zero gravity. I want to become a hero so I can support my family. Several students smiled. Simple. Honest. Then Eijiro Kirishima. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. My quirk is hardening. I wanna be a manly hero people can rely on. Mina immediately cheered. Manly. Kirishima pointed. Exactly. Then Denki Kaminari. I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I'm hoping UA has cute girls. Jiro immediately looked disappointed. Then Kyoka Jiro. My quirk is earphone jack. A pause. I like music. Another pause. That's it. She sat down. Everyone respected the efficiency. Then Hanta Sero. My quirk is tape. I don't really know what else to say. Fair enough. Then Fumikage Tokiyami. The bird-headed student stepped forward dramatically. I am Fumikage Tokiyami. My quirk is dark shadow. I walk the path between darkness and light. Silence. Then Kaminari whispered. He's so cool. Then Suyu Asui. My name is Suyu Asui. You can call me Su. My quirk lets me do frog things. Nobody questioned it, because honestly, that covered most of it. Then Momo Yaoyorozu. Elegant. Confident. My quirk is creation. I hope we can all support one another. Several students immediately thought she sounded like a class president. Then Mezzo Shoji. My quirk is Dupley arms. I look forward to working with everyone. Then Toru Hagako. Or rather, her gloves. Hello everyone. My quirk is invisibility. The class collectively forgot where to look. Then Rikido Sato. My quirk is sugar rush. I like baking. Izuku immediately looked interested. A fellow cook. Excellent. Then Koji Koda. The class waited. Animal voice. He sat down. Everyone nodded respectfully. Then Yuga Aoyama. Naturally. He sparkled. Actually sparkled. I am Yuga Aoyama. My quirk is naval laser. I am magnificent. Nobody argued. then Mashirao Ojiro. My quirk is tail. I'm good at martial arts. Short, simple, effective. Then Minoru Mineta. The class immediately braced themselves. My quirk is pop off. A pause. I like girls. The girls immediately looked unimpressed. Aizawa looked exhausted. Business as usual. Then Shoto Todoroki. He stepped forward. My name is Shoto Todoroki. My quirk is half cold half hot. I intend to become a hero. Then he sat down. Several students blinked. That was somehow colder than his ice. Finally, all eyes turned toward two remaining students, Bakugo and Izuku. The tension immediately rose. Bakugo clicked his tongue, then stood. I'm Katsuki Bakugo. His red eyes swept across the room. I'm gonna be the #1 hero. A pause. And if any of you get in my way, I'll beat you. Silence. Then Mina whispered, wow. Kaminari nodded. He's intense. Bakugo sat back down. Then, all eyes shifted toward Izuku. The quiet student stood. The room immediately paid attention. After all, this was the guy who teleported. The guy who launched the ball into orbit. The guy who somehow survived living with a razor head. Izuku smiled softly. My name is Izuku Aizawa. The surname still sounded strange to some. Natural to him. My quirk is Omniscience. That got attention immediately. Several students remembered the impossible test results. Izuku continued. It allows me to use various psychic abilities. A massive understatement. I like cooking. Sato looked delighted. I like reading. Nobody was surprised. And, he paused, then smiled. I want to become a hero people can trust. The room became quiet, not because it was dramatic, because it sounded sincere, completely sincere, and somehow, that made it memorable. He sat down. Aizawa looked over the class. 20 students, different backgrounds, different goals, different dreams, and somehow, this disaster waiting to happen was now his responsibility. A horrifying thought. He sighed. Congratulations. The class straightened. You've officially introduced yourselves. A pause. Then, don't make me regret accepting you. The class collectively groaned. Meanwhile, Izuku sat by the window, listening to the conversations starting around him. For the first time, not as a visitor, not as a child, but as part of Class 1A. Exactly where he belonged. The rest of the afternoon passed without any major incidents. Thankfully, after the quirk assessment test and introductions, everyone was too mentally exhausted to cause much trouble. Even Bakugo had settled into an irritated silence. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom. His sleeping bag was already back around him. As you've probably guessed, today's agenda is over. Several students visibly relaxed. You'll begin your normal schedule tomorrow. He looked around the room. Don't be late. A pause. And don't give me reasons to expel you. The class wasn't sure if he was joking. Izuku knew he wasn't. Dismissed. Almost instantly, the classroom came alive. Students gathered in small groups. Phone numbers were exchanged. Plans were made. Okako waved enthusiastically. See you tomorrow, Izuku. He smiled. See you tomorrow, Uraraka. Ida adjusted his glasses. Have a safe trip home. You too. Kirishima threw him a thumbs up. See you tomorrow, man. You too. One by one, the classroom emptied. I'll meet you at home, Aizawa said while organizing some paperwork. I have faculty meetings. Izuku nodded. I'll make dinner. Don't overdo it. I won't. Aizawa gave him a look. Reasonably, Izuku corrected. Better. Before leaving, Izuku stopped by the restroom. He washed his hands, looked in the mirror, adjusted his tie, then reached for the door. The moment he stepped outside, a hand slammed against the wall beside his head. Bang! Izuku looked up. Red eyes, ash blonde hair, a familiar scowl. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo had him pinned against the hallway wall. Not violently, but firmly enough that walking away wasn't an option. Kaken. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Don't, Kaken, me. The hallway was empty. Everyone else had already gone home. For several long seconds, neither spoke. Finally, Bakugo broke first. Where the hell did you go? His voice wasn't angry, not really. It sounded frustrated, confused. I came looking for you. I went to your house. You were gone. His fist tightened against the wall. My old hag just told me. His voice lowered. Your parents died. Silence. Then she said you got sent to an orphanage. Bakugo looked directly into Izuku's eyes. And then you just disappeared. I looked for years. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Bakugo scoffed. Don't look so surprised. I kept asking. I checked schools. I even asked teachers. Nobody knew where you went. I figured. He clicked his tongue. I figured maybe you got adopted somewhere far away. And then today, Bakugo let out a humorless laugh. You just show up, as a Razorhead's kid. What the hell, Deku? For the first time since they'd met again, Izuku understood. This wasn't about anger. It was about being left behind. I couldn't tell anyone. Bakugo frowned. What? The commission kept my location confidential. Because of my quirk, they were worried. I didn't even know where I was going. I just. He looked down. Lost everything. Bakugo's grip loosened. Yeah, I know. I was at the funeral. Izuku froze. You were. Bakugo looked away. You weren't really. He struggled for words. There. You just kept holding your head. I couldn't even get close. Silence settled between them. Finally, Bakugo stepped back. TCH. I was pissed. But, he shoved his hands into his pockets. Guess it wasn't your fault. Izuku smiled faintly. I'm sorry. Bakugo looked annoyed. Don't apologize. You didn't kill them. Another silence. Then, Bakugo scratched the back of his head. We're still rivals. Izuku laughed. A genuine laugh. I'd be disappointed if we weren't. Bakugo smirked. There you are. Ha, the nerd I remember. For the first time in 8 years. The distance between them felt just a little smaller. They walked out of UA together. Then reached the station where their routes split. Bakugo looked away awkwardly. See you tomorrow. Izuku smiled. See you tomorrow, Kaken. Don't call me that in front of extras. I'll think about it. TCH. Then they went their separate ways. On the way home, Izuku stopped by a nearby supermarket. He grabbed a basket. Chicken thighs, fresh onions, garlic, carrots, potatoes, mushrooms, fresh herbs, butter, cream, a loaf of crusty bread. Nothing expensive, nothing fancy, just ordinary ingredients. The cashier smiled politely as she rang them up. Cooking for your family? Izuku nodded. My dad's working late. That's very thoughtful. He smiled. I like cooking for him. Back home, the apartment was quiet. Izuku washed his hands, tied on an apron, and got to work. His knife moved with impossible precision. Every slice identical, every vegetable perfectly even. Butter melted gently in the pan. Garlic and onions sizzled until fragrant. Chicken developed a crisp golden crust. A rich cream sauce slowly came together. Fresh herbs were added at exactly the right moment. Vegetables were cooked until perfectly tender. Bread was toasted with herb butter. The aroma slowly filled the apartment. Rich, warm, comforting. 2 hours later, dinner was complete. A beautifully plated herb roasted chicken with a creamy mushroom sauce. Perfectly glazed vegetables. Fresh bread. A homemade soup using the vegetable trimmings to avoid waste. And for dessert, a simple apple tart. Anyone walking into the apartment would have assumed a professional chef had spent all afternoon cooking. Instead, it had been a 16-year-old. Izuku looked at the clock. Dad should be home soon. He covered the dishes to keep them warm. Set the table for 2. Then quietly sat down with a book while he waited. For all the incredible abilities Omniscience had granted him. For all the impossible things he could do. One of his favorite moments of the day remained the simplest. Waiting for his father to come home. So they could have dinner together. The next morning, Class 1A discovered that UA was still, at its core, a high school. Izuku arrived a few minutes before the bell, as usual. He slid into his usual seat by the window. A lunchbox rested neatly in his bag. His homework had already been completed the night before. Naturally, Uraraka waved happily. "Morning, Izuku." "Good morning." Ida adjusted his glasses. "Good morning, Aizawa." Bakugo clicked his tongue. "Morning." It was the closest thing to friendliness Bakugo willingly displayed. Izuku simply smiled. "Morning, Kaken." "Don't call me that." The morning lessons began. Mathematics, Japanese literature, modern history, science, just normal classes. Several students slowly began realizing something. Kaminari finally groaned. "I thought hero school meant we'd be punching robots every day." Jiro smirked. "You still have to graduate." Ashido sighed dramatically. "I came mentally prepared for explosions." Bakugo muttered. "I did too." Then came English. The classroom doors burst open. "Ladies and gentlemen," Present Mike practically danced into the room. "I'm your English teacher." The volume nearly shook the windows. Several students jumped. Izuku didn't even flinch. Years of living around Present Mike had prepared him. Present Mike spotted him immediately. "Izuku." The green-haired boy smiled. "Morning, Uncle Hisashi." The class froze. "Uncle." Present Mike grinned proudly. "I'm an honorary uncle." Aizawa, who happened to be walking past the classroom door, sighed without stopping. "You gave yourself that title." "I regret nothing." The lesson somehow managed to be educational despite the constant shouting. By lunchtime, everyone was exhausted. Again, the afternoon bell rang. The classroom door suddenly slammed open. "I am here." All Might burst through the entrance in his silver and gold hero costume. The room exploded. "All Might, it's really him. He's teaching us." Even Bakugo looked excited. Todoroki simply blinked. Izuku smiled politely. He had met All Might several times through Aizawa and Nezu over the years. Still, seeing the number one hero like this was impressive. All Might laughed loudly. "I shall be teaching your foundational heroics studies." He dramatically pointed toward everyone. "And today," his grin widened, "you'll finally wear your hero costumes." Excitement instantly filled the classroom. Even the calmer students looked interested. All Might gestured dramatically. "Proceed to the changing rooms." A few minutes later, ground beater, one by one, Class 1A emerged wearing the costumes they had designed months ago. Bakugo wore his grenade-like gauntlets. Kirishima looked rugged and battle-ready. Yaoyorozu's costume reflected mobility for her creation quirk. Todoroki's was practical and balanced. Uraraka looked excitedly at her gloves. Everyone admired one another's designs. Then, the doors opened again. Silence. Izuku stepped outside. His costume was unlike anyone else's. Long black outer robes flowed over tactical clothing. A fitted black turtleneck sat beneath reinforced combat harnesses. Belts and straps secured utility equipment around his waist and legs. Heavy combat boots completed the outfit. Long sleeves concealed his arms beneath elegant, loose fabric that resembled a modern cloak. Black gloves covered his hands. The entire costume was monochrome. Simple, elegant, practical, almost intimidating, yet strangely graceful. His green hair contrasted sharply against the black clothing. The outfit gave him the appearance of a silent psychic guardian rather than a flashy superhero. The fabric barely moved despite the breeze. Telekinesis subtly kept every loose piece exactly where he wanted it. The class stared. Ashido's jaw dropped. "Whoa." Kaminari blinked. "That's cool." Kirishima nodded enthusiastically. "So manly." Jiro looked impressed. "It looks like something from a spy movie." Yaoyorozu smiled. "The design is very refined." Tokiyami quietly nodded. "An attire worthy of the abyss." "Thanks," Izuku answered politely. Bakugo folded his arms. "Tch." But even he couldn't deny it. The costume looked incredible. All Might looked delighted. "A splendid design, young Aizawa." Izuku bowed his head slightly. "I wanted something practical." "It suits your quirk perfectly," All Might declared. Then the symbol of peace addressed the class. Now then, he gestured toward the massive training facility surrounding them. This is ground beta. Towering concrete buildings stretched in every direction. Streets, alleys, office buildings, everything designed to resemble a real city. In real hero work, All Might continued, villains rarely attack in open fields. He raised one finger dramatically. They hide indoors. They use hostages. They exploit terrain. All Might stood before the class with his arms crossed, his smile as bright as ever. Now then, let's decide the teams. He reached into a small box. These cards will determine your partners and whether you'll be heroes or villains. The class gathered around excitedly. Within moments, everyone had drawn. All Might looked over the results. Excellent. The first match shall be. He raised a finger dramatically. Heroes, Izuku Aizawa and Okako Uraraka. Uraraka beamed. Yay, we're partners. Izuku smiled. I look forward to working with you. And the villains. All Might grinned. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Bakugo immediately smirked. Ha! Ida straightened his posture. I shall fulfill my role as a villain with honor. The rest of the class headed into the observation room. Large monitors flickered to life. Everyone watched eagerly. Hero team. Ground beta. Izuku and Uraraka stood outside the mock office building. All Might explained the mission through their communicators. The villains have hidden a mock nuclear weapon somewhere inside the building. The heroes must locate and secure it before time runs out. The villains must stop them. Begin. A buzzer echoed. The exercise had officially begun. Instead of rushing in, Izuku closed his eyes. Uraraka blinked. Izuku. Give me a second. His mind expanded. Telepathy, life signs, heartbeats, tiny movements, air displacement, footsteps. He deliberately ignored their thoughts out of respect, focusing only on physical awareness. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes. They split up. Kaken is moving. He wants to intercept us immediately. And Ida is staying with the objective. Uraraka stared. You already know. Izuku nodded. My quirk lets me gather information very quickly. Inside the building, Bakugo grinned. They're taking too long. Without waiting for Ida, he blasted through a hallway. I'm ending this now. Outside, Izuku looked toward the entrance. He's coming. Already. He always charges first. Boom. The wall exploded outward. Smoke filled the corridor. Bakugo launched himself straight at Izuku. I found you, Deku. Instead of panicking, Izuku simply vanished. Pop. Bakugo's explosion struck empty air. What? Izuku reappeared several meters behind him. Still too predictable. Bakugo spun instantly. Quit running. Another explosion. Another charge. Again. Pop. Izuku teleported onto a staircase railing. Bakugo's blast missed. Concrete shattered instead. In the observation room, Kaminari's jaw dropped. He teleported again. Jiro blinked. He's not even trying to fight. Aizawa quietly watched. He is. Everyone looked toward him. Aizawa continued. He's controlling the battlefield. Back inside, Bakugo launched another barrage. Explosions erupted throughout the hallway. Izuku never counterattacked directly. Instead, every piece of debris suddenly stopped midair. Bakugo froze. What? With a flick of Izuku's fingers, chunks of broken concrete floated around Bakugo from every direction. Not touching him, simply surrounding him, blocking escape routes, restricting movement, crowd control, exactly as he'd trained. Kaken. Izuku's voice remained calm. You always attack from your dominant side after your third explosion. Bakugo's eyes widened. How'd you? You lower your right shoulder before every large blast. Bakugo growled. TCH. He changed directions. Instantly, Izuku smiled faintly. You'd adapt. He teleported again. The explosion struck another wall. Meanwhile, Uraraka quietly slipped deeper into the building. Exactly according to plan. Back in the observation room, Tokiyami crossed his arms. He isn't overpowering Bakugo. Yaoyorozu nodded. He's exhausting him. Aizawa spoke. Izuku isn't a close-range fighter. He never has been. He specializes in battlefield control, creating openings, forcing opponents into unfavorable positions, and avoiding unnecessary risks. All Might smiled. Splendid strategy. Bakugo finally stopped, breathing slightly heavier. Stand still. No, Izuku answered honestly. You'll hit me. That's the point. Suddenly, Izuku's expression changed. His eyes shifted toward another floor. Uraraka reached the objective. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? He immediately tried to rush past. The floating debris instantly blocked the hallway again. Not attacking, simply delaying, just enough. Inside the villain room, Ida stood beside the mock nuclear weapon. He heard footsteps, turned. Uraraka smiled nervously. Sorry. She tapped the weapon. I got it. The buzzer sounded. Heroes win. Silence. Then cheering erupted inside the observation room. They did it. They actually pulled it off. Kirishima laughed. That was awesome. Yaoyorozu smiled. They divided the villains exactly as intended. Jiro nodded. Izuku basically spent the whole match distracting Bakugo. Aizawa quietly added, and he never needed to overpower him. Bakugo walked out of the building covered in dust. He glared at Izuku. You didn't even throw one punch. Izuku smiled apologetically. I'm not very good at punching. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. After a long pause, a tiny grin appeared. Still annoying. Izuku laughed softly. I'll take that as a compliment. All Might looked over the class proudly. The purpose of this exercise wasn't to determine who was strongest. He pointed toward Izuku and Uraraka. It was to teach teamwork, strategy, and adapting your quirks to different situations. Then he smiled widely, and these two demonstrated that brilliantly. As Class 1A applauded the first match, several students quietly revised their opinion of Izuku Aizawa. He wasn't the type to charge headfirst into battle. He wasn't a martial artist. He wasn't a powerhouse who won with overwhelming force alone. He was something much harder to fight. A tactician, a psychic who could control the flow of an entire battlefield, keep enemies exactly where he wanted them, and disappear the instant they thought they had him cornered. The following morning, Class 1A was noticeably louder than usual. The previous day's trial of battle had given everyone something to talk about. Some boasted, some complained, some replayed every mistake they had made. Izuku quietly took his usual seat by the window. Bakugo walked in a few moments later. TCH. He sat behind Izuku. Morning. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Morning, Kaken. Still hate that nickname. I know. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa entered with his usual sleeping bag draped over one shoulder. Without a word, he placed a thick stack of papers on the desk. The room fell silent. I reviewed yesterday's combat training. Several students straightened immediately. I have feedback. Everyone looked relieved. Then Aizawa continued. For every single one of you. The relief vanished. Aizawa picked up the first sheet. Bakugo. Bakugo crossed his arms confidently. You possess excellent combat instincts. A pause. You also abandoned your teammate almost immediately. The class looked toward Bakugo. You were emotionally compromised. You focused entirely on defeating Izuku instead of completing the mission. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. If this had been a real mission, your objective would have been stolen while you chased your pride. Bakugo looked away. Got it. Ida. The blue-haired student stood. You stayed with the objective. Aizawa nodded once. Good. Ida smiled slightly. Then, you also blindly obeyed Bakugo despite recognizing his strategy was flawed. Ida froze. A good leader questions bad decisions. Yes, sensei. Uraraka. She nervously stood. You trusted your partner. She brightened. That trust won the exercise. She smiled proudly. Then, you also hesitated before committing to the objective. Her shoulders slumped. In an actual disaster, hesitation costs lives. I'll improve. Todoroki. You possess overwhelming power. A pause. You relied on it too much. Todoroki remained expressionless. There will eventually be opponents who cannot simply be frozen. Understood. Yaoyorozu, you analyzed before acting. Excellent. She smiled politely. You also overanalyzed. You spent valuable time searching for the perfect solution. The battlefield rarely gives you that luxury. I understand. Kirishima, you protected your teammates. Good. You also ran straight into obvious attacks. Yeah. Ashido, excellent mobility. You became distracted halfway through the exercise. She laughed awkwardly. Oops. Kaminari, you have potential. You also nearly incapacitated yourself. Fair. Sero, adaptable. You underestimate your own quirk. Ha. Tokiyami, Dark Shadow is powerful. You rely on it too heavily. Tokiyami nodded. Jiro, excellent awareness. Be more decisive. Shoji, strong teamwork. Take initiative more often. Hagako, you disappeared too often. She raised a hand. Isn't that my quirk? No. The class laughed. Sato, reliable. Improve your adaptability. Aoyama, you enjoy dramatic entrances. Stop. Ui. Ojiro, solid fundamentals. Develop unpredictability. Koda, you stayed calm. Speak louder. Yes. Mineta, you survived. Mineta brightened. Barely. Fair. Asui, excellent judgment. You could have taken greater risks when appropriate. Tsuyu nodded. Ribbit. Finally. Izuku, the room instinctively looked toward him. You demonstrated excellent battlefield awareness. You controlled the pace of the battle. You coordinated effectively. Several students nodded. Then, you also revealed too much. Izuku blinked. Sir, you repeatedly explained your observations to Bakugo. The room became quiet. In combat, Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Never tell your opponent what you've figured out. Izuku thought back. I suppose I did. You gave him opportunities to adapt. Against stronger opponents, that could get me killed. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. Izuku smiled slightly. I'll remember that. Aizawa gave a small nod. Good. The feedback session ended. No one escaped criticism. No one escaped praise. Exactly as Aizawa intended. Next, he wrote 2 words on the board. Class representative. I need one. Immediately. I'll do it. No. Me. I'd be great. Half the classroom erupted into self-promotion. Kaminari stood on his desk. I'm charismatic. Ashido laughed. No. You're loud. Bakugo scoffed. I don't need to lead extras. I'll do it. Aoyama sparkled. I am naturally magnificent. Mineta somehow also volunteered. Nobody acknowledged him. Meanwhile, Izuku quietly opened his notebook. Not participating. Ida raised his hand. If I may. The room gradually quieted. I believe we should settle this democratically. He adjusted his glasses. A vote would be the fairest method. The class paused. Then, yeah, that works. I like that. Aizawa shrugged. Fine. He passed out slips of paper. Write one name. No voting for yourself. Immediately, everyone began writing. A few minutes later, Aizawa counted the votes. The room waited anxiously. He looked down at the results. Then looked up. Interesting. What is it? Uraraka asked. Aizawa read the paper. Class representative. A pause. Izuku Aizawa. The classroom blinked. Then several students looked surprised. Izuku himself looked the most surprised. Me. Aizawa continued. Vice representative. Tenya Ida. Ida looked genuinely shocked. Several students immediately nodded. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. Kirishima laughed. I voted for Izuku. He stays calm. Yaoyorozu smiled. So did I. He's thoughtful. Jiro nodded. He doesn't panic. Even Todoroki quietly added, I voted for him. Izuku looked completely caught off guard. Thank you. Aizawa watched silently. He wasn't surprised. Not at all. After the applause settled, Aizawa erased the board. One more announcement. The class paid attention immediately. Our next foundational heroics class will take place off campus. Excited murmurs spread. We'll be traveling to the USJ. Several students looked confused. The unforeseen simulation joint, a facility designed for disaster rescue training. All Might had already taught combat. Now, it was time to learn how to save lives. Aizawa looked around the room. Heroes don't just fight villains. They rescue civilians. They make decisions under pressure. They enter dangerous environments. He picked up his sleeping bag. So get some rest. Tomorrow. His expression remained unreadable. You'll begin learning what being a hero is actually about. None of them realized it then. None of them could have. That their trip to the USJ would become far more than a rescue exercise. It would be the day Class 1A faced real villains for the very first time. The next day arrived with bright skies. It was supposed to be a rescue lesson. Nothing more, nothing less. No one in Class 1A knew they were walking into a battlefield. The buses stopped outside an enormous dome-shaped facility. Across the entrance were large steel letters. USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The students looked around in amazement. So cool. So this is where heroes train. This place is huge. A woman in a white space-themed hero suit approached them with a gentle smile. Welcome. I am the space hero, 13. The class applauded enthusiastically. Even Bakugo gave a respectful nod. 13 bowed politely before beginning a lecture. My quirk, black hole, can disintegrate almost anything. The students immediately became attentive. It is a rescue quirk, but if used recklessly, it can also kill. The cheerful atmosphere faded. There are many quirks capable of taking lives. She smiled sadly. Never forget that your power exists to save people. Izuku listened carefully. He had learned that lesson years ago. Power meant responsibility, not dominance. Beside him, Aizawa stood with his hands in his pockets. Watching, always watching. Suddenly, the lights flickered. A strange ripple appeared in the center of the facility. Like space itself had begun melting. A swirling purple mist expanded into a massive warp gate. The students froze. Is this part of the exercise? Kaminari asked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. No. His voice immediately became deadly serious. Everyone, stay back. From the portal stepped a man covered in hands. His pale fingers scratched endlessly at his neck. His crimson eyes lazily scanned the room. Tomura Shigaraki. Beside him floated a figure made entirely of black mist. Kurogiri. Behind them, dozens, hundreds, of villains poured from the portal. The plaza filled with criminals. The atmosphere changed instantly. The air itself felt heavy. Shigaraki tilted his head. Where's All Might? Silence. Aizawa stepped forward. His capture weapon unraveled behind him. You kids. He didn't look away from the villains. Those are real villains. This isn't a drill. The class froze. Protect yourselves. Then, he lunged. Kurogiri spread his arms. So troublesome. The mist expanded like an ocean. Before anyone could react, dark portals swallowed the students whole. Flood zone. Izuku landed atop a large ship. Water surrounded them in every direction. Beside him, Tsuyu Asui, and Mineta, Ribbit. Tsuyu looked around calmly. We've been separated. Mineta screamed. We're gonna die. Dozens of aquatic villains climbed from the water. Izuku stepped forward. I'll handle crowd control. The air trembled. Every villain suddenly stopped moving. Invisible pressure slammed onto them. The ship groaned beneath the weight. Gravity, not natural gravity. His gravity. Villains collapsed onto the deck. Some couldn't even lift a finger. Others were pressed face first into the metal floor. Tsuyu blinked. That's amazing. Izuku simply raised one hand. Water erupted upward. His telekinesis lifted entire waves before hurling them back down. Within minutes, every villain in the flood zone was unconscious. Mineta stared. You're terrifying. I've heard that before. Without another word, Izuku placed a hand on Tsuyu's shoulder. Then another on Mineta. Let's go. Space folded. The three vanished. Landslide zone. Shoto Todoroki calmly placed one hand on the ground. Ice exploded outward. The entire disaster zone disappeared beneath a frozen landscape. Every villain became a living statue. One remained conscious. Todoroki grabbed him by the collar. "Why are you here? Talk." The villain broke immediately. "We're here to kill All Might." Todoroki's expression darkened. Ruins zone. Bakugo blasted through concrete walls. Explosions echoed endlessly. Beside him, Kirishima bulldozed through villains like a human tank. "They're weak," Kirishima shouted. Bakugo blasted another villain through a wall. "They're just extras." Within minutes, their entire area had been cleared. Mountain zone. Yaoyorozu quickly organized her team. Kaminari, wait until the grouped. Jiro, keep track of their positions. Everything happened perfectly. When enough villains surrounded them, Kaminari grinned nervously. "Sorry." 1,000,000 volts. Lightning exploded across the mountainside. The entire area lit up. Dozens of villains collapsed simultaneously. Entrance plaza. Meanwhile, things had become far worse. 13 attempted to stop Kurogiri, but the mist villain warped the suction from black hole back toward its owner. The resulting backlash devastated 13. They collapsed heavily. "Ah!" Several students screamed. 13. Aizawa looked back. "Damn it." Shigaraki smiled. So much for another hero. Communication systems were dead. No one could contact UA. Ida immediately understood. "I'll go." Okako nodded. "I'll help." She floated Kurogiri's mist body just enough to create an opening. Ida activated engine. "I'll bring help." He sprinted out of the facility faster than anyone could follow. Below, Aizawa stood alone. Against dozens. No, hundreds. His capture weapon danced through the battlefield. Villains fell one after another. Broken noses. Dislocated shoulders. Knockout after knockout. A one-man army. Watching from above, Shigaraki frowned. "He's annoying." Kurogiri nodded. "Then perhaps." Nomu. The ground shook. A massive figure emerged. Purple skin. Exposed brain. Monstrous muscles. Its eyes were empty. Its presence alone was horrifying. The Nomu moved. Faster than anyone expected. Crash. Its fist collided with Aizawa. His goggles shattered instantly. Another strike. His elbow bent the wrong way. A sickening crack echoed. Another. His other arm broke. The Nomu grabbed him by the face. Then, slam. His head smashed into the pavement. Again, again, again. Blood stained the concrete. At that exact moment, a green flash appeared. Izuku, Tsuyu, Mineta, they had returned. The first thing Izuku saw was Aizawa, broken, bleeding, motionless. Everything stopped. For him, for one terrifying second, silence. Then, something snapped. Green lightning erupted around his body. His emerald eyes glowed with overwhelming psychic energy. Veins spread around both eyes like glowing branches, pulsing with power. The air screamed. Windows shattered. Concrete cracked beneath his feet. His cloak floated violently despite the lack of wind. Every loose object throughout USJ began levitating. Villains looked around in terror. "What?" Izuku slowly raised his head. His expression held no anger. Only absolute fury. The psychic pressure became unbearable. Some villains collapsed unconscious without being touched. Others clutched their heads in agony. Shigaraki took an involuntary step backward. "Monster!" Izuku raised one hand. The entire battlefield froze. Literally. Not from ice. From telekinesis. Every villain found themselves suspended helplessly in midair. Unable to breathe. Unable to move. Unable to scream. The pressure increased. Metal beams bent. Concrete shattered. The plaza itself caved inward. The Nomu roared. It tried to charge. It never reached him. Gravity multiplied. 10 times. 20. 50. The creature crashed into the ground. The pavement beneath it cratered. Crack. Bones snapped. The Nomu struggled. Gravity doubled again. Its limbs flattened against the earth. Its regeneration desperately repaired crushed muscle, only for the pressure to crush it again. Again, again, again. The monster couldn't even stand. Izuku's voice echoed coldly. "You hurt my father." The pressure became even heavier. The Nomu's body began sinking into the concrete itself. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Kill him. No villain moved. None of them could. They were all pinned beneath invisible force. Then, boom, the facility doors exploded inward. I am here, All Might. He wasn't smiling, not even slightly. His eyes immediately found Aizawa. Then Izuku. Then the Nomu. His expression hardened. You. He looked directly at Shigaraki. You hurt my students. The air itself seemed to tremble. The Nomu finally broke free from Izuku's gravity through sheer regenerative strength. It lunged. All Might met it head-on. Their first collision shattered every nearby window. Shockwaves ripped through USJ. Punch after punch echoed like artillery. The Nomu absorbed every impact. But All Might refused to stop. He pushed beyond his limits. Detroit smash. Carolina smash. Texas smash. The monster answered every blow. The facility shook as if caught in an earthquake. Finally, All Might roared. You can absorb shock, but there's a limit to what you can absorb. He unleashed a blinding barrage. One punch. 10, 50, 100, 200. Over 300 devastating blows hammered into the Nomu. The final punch launched the bioengineered monster through the dome ceiling. It disappeared into the sky. Then into the stratosphere. Silence followed. All Might stood there, breathing heavily. Steam poured from his body. His time limit had nearly expired. Shigaraki smiled. Now, Kurogiri drifted forward. All Might couldn't move. His body had reached its limit. Shigaraki extended his hand. Goodbye. Before he could reach him, a black-cloaked figure appeared. Izuku, standing between the symbol of peace and death. Green lightning danced around him once more. You will not touch him. Shigaraki lunged. Izuku answered with a psychic blast that hurled him backward across the plaza. Kurogiri immediately moved to assist. The two sides prepared to clash. Bang! A gunshot echoed. Then another. Then another. Shigaraki cried out as bullets pierced his arms and legs with pinpoint precision. Snipe stood atop the entrance. Target neutralized. Behind him poured dozens of pro-heroes. Present Mike, Smentos, Ectoplasm, Midnight, Power Loader, Principal Nezu, and at the very front, Tenya Ida, breathing heavily after sprinting all the way back to UA. I brought everyone. Kurogiri immediately grabbed the wounded Shigaraki. This operation has failed. The portal opened. Shigaraki glared hatefully at Izuku. At All Might. At every hero. This isn't over. The League of Villains vanished into the warp gate. Silence settled over the devastated USJ. Only the sound of emergency sirens remained. Izuku's glowing eyes slowly returned to normal. The green lightning faded. The veins around his eyes disappeared. The first thing he did wasn't celebrate. He ran straight to Aizawa's side, dropping to his knees beside his adoptive father. Dad, his voice, which moments before had shaken the battlefield with fury, was now barely above a whisper. He carefully took Aizawa's uninjured hand. Please wake up, for the strongest psychic in history. In that moment, he wasn't a terrifying force of nature. He was simply a son, terrified of losing his father the same way he had lost his parents years before. Sirens echoed across UA. High school. Teachers and medical staff rushed through the halls as the emergency transport arrived. The moment the doors opened, several medics carefully lifted Shota Aizawa onto a stretcher. His capture weapon hung in tatters. Blood-stained, the bandages wrapped around his head and arms. His breathing was steady, but only barely. Move. Get him to recovery, girl. He has multiple fractures. The medical team hurried through the corridors. Several steps behind them, a pair of green eyes silently followed. Izuku didn't walk. He floated. His boots hovered a few inches above the floor. His cloak drifted weightlessly around him. Around him, loose papers, discarded pens, and even a nearby trash bin slowly rose into the air. No one dared comment. Every hero present had seen what happened at USJ. They knew this wasn't intentional. His quirk was responding to his emotions. Present Mike walked beside him. Kid, no response. Izuku, The teenager never looked away from the stretcher. His eyes remained fixed on Aizawa. "He'll be okay." Still, nothing. Present Mike sighed quietly. He recognized that look. It was the same one Izuku had worn 12 years ago. The day he lost his parents. Recovery Girl was already waiting when the stretcher burst through the infirmary doors. "There you are." Her normally gentle expression became all business. "Everyone out." The doctors immediately stepped aside. She glanced over Aizawa's injuries. Broken arms, concussion, severe bruising. She clicked her tongue. He really doesn't know when to quit. Without wasting another second, she placed a hand against Aizawa's forehead. Her healing quirk activated. The infirmary doors closed, leaving one person outside. Izuku slowly drifted toward the small window set into the door. He rested one hand against the glass, peeking inside, watching, waiting. He didn't move, not even an inch. His breathing remained perfectly quiet. Yet around him, the hallway slowly began changing. Ceiling lights trembled. Benches lifted a few centimeters from the floor. A potted plant floated gently through the air. Clipboards drifted past unsuspecting nurses. Someone's coffee mug lazily orbited around Izuku's head. A nearby mop bucket tipped over, only to stop halfway before the water spilled. The water itself remained suspended in shimmering spheres. Every object within several meters obeyed the restless fluctuations of his psychic power. Teachers passing through the hallway stopped. None interrupted him. Smentos quietly repaired cracks that had appeared in the walls. Power loader carefully caught floating medical equipment before it drifted away. Even Nezu, arriving moments later, chose to simply watch from a respectful distance. Present Mike leaned against the opposite wall. "He hasn't moved." Nezu nodded. "He's frightened." Present Mike looked through the little window. "He always acts older than he is. But right now," Nezu finished softly, "he's just a child worried about his father." Inside the infirmary, Recovery Girl continued healing Aizawa's injuries. The broken bones slowly mended. Bruising faded. The bleeding finally stopped. She let out a tired sigh. "He'll recover." She looked at the unconscious hero. "But he'll need plenty of rest." Outside, 5 minutes became 10. 10 became 30. Izuku never once left the door. He continued peeking through the tiny window, waiting for any sign, any movement, anything. Eventually, Recovery Girl opened the door. She nearly bumped into him. "Oh." Izuku immediately straightened. "Is he okay?" Recovery Girl smiled kindly. "He's going to be fine." The words barely left her mouth before the invisible pressure throughout the hallway vanished. Every floating object gently settled back onto the floor. The water returned to the bucket. The lights stopped flickering. The benches landed with soft thumps. The psychic storm disappeared almost instantly. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "Can I see him?" Recovery Girl studied him for a moment. His eyes still carried exhaustion, fear, and the lingering strain of pushing Omniscience far beyond what he normally allowed. She smiled softly. "For a few minutes. But don't wake him." Izuku nodded immediately. "I won't." He stepped inside quietly. The room was peaceful. Aizawa lay asleep in the hospital bed, both arms secured in casts and fresh bandages wrapped around his head. He looked pale, exhausted, but alive. Izuku slowly pulled a chair beside the bed. He reached out carefully, making sure not to disturb the bandages, and gently held Aizawa's hand. "You told me." His voice was barely above a whisper. "That heroes protect people." A small, bittersweet smile appeared on his face. "This time, I got to protect you." He leaned back in the chair, never letting go of Aizawa's hand. Within minutes, the adrenaline finally caught up with him. His eyes slowly closed, still sitting beside the bed, still holding onto his father. For the first time since the attack began, the strongest psychic in history finally allowed himself to rest. Recovery Girl's office had finally grown quiet. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor was the only sound in the room. Aizawa remained asleep, his arms wrapped in casts and bandages covering much of his face, making him look like a rather grumpy mummy. Curled up in the chair beside the bed was Izuku. At some point, he'd fallen asleep while holding onto Aizawa's uninjured hand. His head rested against the mattress. His breathing was slow and even. Recovery Girl smiled to herself. Stubborn. She wasn't sure which one she meant. She quietly pulled a blanket over Izuku's shoulders before leaving the room. Elsewhere, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The faculty conference room was tense. Every teacher who had been involved in the USJ incident was present. Principal Nezu sat at the head of the table. All Might, Present Mike, Midnight, Smentos, Snipe, Power Loader, Ectoplasm. Recovery Girl joined a few moments later after confirming Aizawa was stable. Nezu folded his paws together. First, he looked around the room. Shota will recover. A collective sigh of relief spread through the room. Recovery Girl nodded. He'll need several weeks before he's fully recovered. She smiled faintly. But he'll live. Present Mike leaned back in his chair. Good. The room relaxed slightly. Only slightly. Because another problem remained. A much larger one. Nezu's expression became serious. Now, the USJ. The room fell silent. The League of Villains knew exactly where we would be. Power Loader frowned. The schedule wasn't public. It was stored on UA's internal system. Smentos crossed his arms. So someone leaked it. Nezu shook his head. Perhaps. Or it was stolen. All Might spoke quietly. They specifically mentioned knowing my teaching schedule. His expression darkened. They came to kill me. No one disagreed. Snipe added. They also knew the USJ layout. Midnight frowned. That means this wasn't random. It was planned. Nezu nodded. I've already ordered a complete investigation into our security. He looked toward Power Loader. I want every digital record checked. Power Loader nodded immediately. Already started. Present Mike sighed. So we have a mole. Nezu calmly replied. We don't know that. And until we have evidence, we will assume nothing. The room agreed. Jumping to conclusions wouldn't help. Nezu pressed a button on the remote. A large screen descended from the ceiling. There's one more matter. Several teachers exchanged glances. The screen flickered to life. Security footage. The entrance plaza. The moment after Aizawa fell. Recovery Girl looked away. She didn't particularly enjoy watching heroes get hurt. The footage continued. A green flash appeared. Izuku. The room became silent. They all watched. His eyes. The glowing emerald irises. The veins spreading around them. The green lightning dancing across his body. The security camera itself began shaking from the psychic pressure. Loose debris rose into the air. Then, every villain stopped. Mid-stride. Suspended. Frozen. Unable to move. The footage showed concrete collapsing beneath invisible force. Steel support beams bending. The Nomu being slammed into the ground repeatedly. Even through a recording, the display was unsettling. Present Mike whispered. I've never seen him like that. No one answered. The footage continued. Villains were crushed into the ground not fatally, but completely subdued. The Nomu strained against the overwhelming gravity, its regeneration constantly fighting the crushing force. Even Shigaraki, who had appeared so confident earlier, had instinctively stepped backward. Finally, All Might arrived. The recording ended. Silence. Long silence. Midnight was the first to speak. That wasn't just telekinesis. Recovery Girl nodded. No, it was his emotions. Nezu looked thoughtful. He completely lost control. Present Mike frowned. Not exactly. Everyone looked at him. Hisashi folded his arms. I've known Izuku since he was 4. He wasn't attacking randomly. He only targeted the villains. He avoided the students. He avoided the teachers. He avoided Aizawa. He even made sure All Might wasn't caught in it. Another silence followed. All Might slowly nodded. Young Izuku retained enough awareness to distinguish friend from foe. Nezu agreed, which makes this even more remarkable. He replayed one section. The camera zoomed in on Izuku's face. There, the veins around his eyes. Think of it like the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. It's the sign where Izuku finally stopped holding back. Nezu tilted his head. We've never documented this physiological change before. Recovery girl adjusted her glasses. It resembles a stress-induced overclocking response. The human brain shouldn't be capable of processing what Omniscience forces his mind to process. She looked around the room. His quirk likely removed whatever mental limiters normally protect the brain. Present Mike quietly muttered. He looked exactly like he did the day his parents died. The room fell quiet again. All Might lowered his gaze. So seeing Aizawa injured triggered the same trauma. No one argued. Nezu sighed softly. The good news. He changed the screen. Every villain Izuku had subdued was listed. Not one fatality. Several teachers blinked. Despite the destruction, despite the overwhelming power, not a single villain had been killed by Izuku. Even the Nomu, before All Might's arrival, had simply been immobilized under crushing telekinetic pressure rather than executed. Nezu smiled faintly. Even in that emotional state, he still exercised restraint. Recovery girl nodded approvingly. That's Shota's influence. Present Might couldn't help smiling. Yeah, he raised him well. All Might looked toward the infirmary wing through the window. Young Izuku protected everyone. A pause. He protected me. His voice carried unmistakable gratitude. He stood between me and Tomura Shigaraki without hesitation. The symbol of peace smiled proudly. That is what a true hero does. Nezu closed the folder in front of him. Our immediate priorities are clear. He raised one finger. Strengthen UA's security. A second. Investigate how the League obtained confidential information. A third. And he glanced once more at the frozen image of Izuku surrounded by green lightning. Help Izuku understand what happened today. He demonstrated extraordinary control under extraordinary circumstances. But if trauma can push Omniscience this far, Nezu's normally cheerful expression became solemn. We need to ensure he never has to face that burden alone again. Around the table, every teacher silently agreed. Outside the conference room, in the quiet infirmary, neither Aizawa nor Izuku knew about the discussion. One slept in a hospital bed. The other slept with his hand still wrapped around his father's. For a little while, at least, both of them were finally safe. The days following the USJ attack were unlike anything UA High School had ever experienced. The campus was eerily quiet. Police vehicles lined the entrance. Detectives came and went around the clock. News helicopters circled overhead. The nation had learned a terrifying truth. Villains had successfully attacked the country's most prestigious hero school. UA temporarily suspended classes. Officially, it was for security upgrades. Unofficially, everyone needed time to recover. Steel security doors were reinforced. Additional surveillance systems were installed. New emergency barriers surrounded the campus. Even the faculty noticed how much more heavily guarded the school had become. Principal Nezu personally oversaw every improvement. If someone managed to enter once, he calmly stated, they won't manage it twice. Elsewhere, far from the eyes of heroes, the League of Villains regrouped. The atmosphere inside their hideout was grim. Shigaraki's arms and legs were wrapped in fresh bandages from Snipe's bullets. His fingers constantly scratched at his neck. We failed. Kurogiri silently poured him a drink. The Nomu was lost. The lesser villains were captured. And All Might survived. Shigaraki crushed the glass in his hand. That kid. Green lightning flashed through his memory. The impossible psychic pressure. The feeling of being completely powerless. Izuku Aizawa. His red eyes narrowed. He's a problem. Meanwhile, the police investigation continued. The captured villains were interrogated one after another. Unfortunately, most were ordinary criminals recruited with promises of money. None knew much about the League itself. The remains of the Nomu were also examined. Scientists stared in disbelief. Multiple quirks. Artificially engineered. This shouldn't be possible. The investigation raised far more questions than answers. Recovery continued at UA. Most of Class 1A had escaped with bruises, cuts, and exhaustion. Kaminari had overused his electricity. Bakugo had minor burns. Kirishima had cracked ribs. Jiro's ears needed rest. 13 remained hospitalized but was expected to recover. Aizawa would take longer, though everyday recovery girl declared him more stubborn than injured. Izuku had escaped the battle without a single physical wound. At least, on the outside. The first morning after the incident, he woke with a sharp pain behind his eyes. He winced. The room spun briefly, then settled. Recovery girl, who happened to be checking on Aizawa, noticed immediately. Headache. Izuku nodded. Just a little. She smiled knowingly. I expected as much. He looked up. My quirk. She nodded. You forced Omniscience far beyond its normal operating state. She gently tapped his forehead. Even your brain needs rest. It isn't anything serious, but don't overdo it for a while. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I'll try. Recovery girl gave him a look. Actually try. Yes, ma'am. Aizawa, now awake but still heavily bandaged, watched the exchange from his hospital bed. You're one to talk. Izuku looked embarrassed. You got your arms broken. You overclocked your brain. Fair. Present Mike burst into laughter. Recovery girl pinched both of them. Neither of you gets to criticize the other. The following days settled into a quieter routine. Izuku stayed close to Aizawa whenever visiting hours allowed. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they simply read books in silence. Neither minded. Words weren't always necessary. Exactly 2 weeks after the attack, the students returned to UA, only to discover enormous banners hanging across campus. UA Sports Festival. The excitement was immediate. Ashido practically bounced through the halls. We're really doing it. Kaminari looked shocked. After everything, the answer came during the morning assembly. Principal Nezu stood before the hero course students. The UA Sports Festival will proceed as scheduled. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Nezu continued calmly. Some of you may question this decision. After the attack, many people are afraid. They wonder whether heroes can still protect society. He smiled. The sports festival is our answer. Images appeared on the large screen. Packed stadiums, television cameras, professional heroes. The entire country watches this event. Every year, it is an opportunity for aspiring heroes to demonstrate their potential. He looked directly at Class 1A. This year, it is also an opportunity to show the public that UA still stands. The room became quiet. Nezu's expression remained warm. But remember, this is not merely a competition. He gestured toward the screen, where dozens of pro heroes could be seen observing previous festivals. Professional heroes attend specifically to scout promising students. Strong performances often led to internship offers, future mentors, career opportunities. Everything could begin here. All Might, still looking thinner than usual beneath his hero form, stepped forward with a broad smile. Young heroes. The students looked toward him. I know the events at USJ were frightening. His smile softened. But fear does not define a hero. Standing back up, moving forward, continuing to inspire others. He clenched a fist. That is what makes a true hero. The room erupted with determination. Bakugo grinned fiercely. I'm winning. Todoroki quietly looked toward the stadium visible through the window. I'll prove myself. Uraraka clenched her fists. I need those internship offers. Kirishima smiled. Let's give it everything we've got. Izuku remained quietly seated by the window. His headache had finally faded. His quirk had returned to its usual, controlled state. Outside, workers made the final preparations for the enormous stadium. Thousands of spectators would soon fill those seats. Millions more would watch from home. For most of Class 1A, the sports festival was a chance to impress pro heroes. For Izuku, it was also a promise to himself. The 4-year-old boy who had once lost everything, the son Aizawa had raised with patience, discipline, and unconditional care, would step into that stadium not to show off his overwhelming power, but to show the world the kind of hero he wanted to become. A week passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. The wounds from the USJ attack had begun to heal. The nightmares hadn't completely disappeared. But Class 1A had returned to training. Aizawa had also returned to teaching. Still covered in bandages. Still looking exhausted. Still refusing to take more time off. Recovery Girl had scolded him every single day. It hadn't worked. The morning of the UA Sports Festival finally arrived. Students from every department flooded onto campus. The Hero Course, General Studies, Support Course, Business Course. Thousands of students filled the enormous stadium. Outside, television crews prepared their broadcasts. Inside, nearly every professional hero in Japan watched from the stands. The sports festival was more than a school event. It was the first stage for future heroes. Class 1A gathered in the waiting room. The atmosphere was tense. Some students stretched. Others remained silent. Bakugo sat in a corner, eyes closed. Todoroki stared at the floor. Uraraka nervously bounced on her heels. Kaminari looked like he might throw up. Present Mike's voice boomed throughout the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. The giant entrance doors slowly opened. Bright sunlight poured inside. Present Mike continued enthusiastically. Please welcome the first-year hero course. Class 1A stepped forward together. The roar of nearly 50,000 spectators washed over them. Izuku glanced around the massive stadium. His enhanced senses picked up everything. The heartbeat of the crowd. Camera shutters. Conversations. The distant humming of broadcasting equipment. He immediately reduced the sensitivity of his telepathy. Otherwise, the noise would have been unbearable. One by one, the classes entered the arena. Class 1B, General Studies, Support, Business. Soon every student stood assembled on the field. In the VIP section, professional heroes watched carefully. Some held notebooks. Others quietly discussed promising students. One hero pointed toward Izuku. That's Eraserhead's adopted son. Another nodded. The psychic. I heard about USJ. So did I. They say he pinned an entire army without killing anyone. I want to see if the rumors are true. Back on the field, Midnight stepped onto the stage. Wearing her referee outfit, she smiled toward the crowd. Now then, it is time for our opening ceremony. Thunderous applause followed. The student chosen to deliver this year's opening declaration. She paused dramatically, based on the entrance exam rankings. Several students glanced toward Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked toward the podium. Hands in his pockets, completely unconcerned by the thousands watching him. He grabbed the microphone. The stadium became silent. I'm gonna win. The silence lasted exactly 1 second. Then, if you're aiming for first. He looked across every competitor. Try and stop me. The crowd exploded. Some booed. Others laughed. Many cheered. Midnight sighed dramatically. Well, that was certainly spirited. Back in the waiting line, Ashido whispered, he's unbelievable. Kirishima laughed. That's just Bakugo. Midnight quickly recovered. Now then, the first event will determine who advances. A giant screen descended from above. The students looked upward. The words slowly appeared. First event. Everyone held their breath. Then, obstacle race. The crowd erupted again. Present Mike shouted. A 4-kilometer race around UA. Anything goes. As long as you don't kill anybody. Several students smiled confidently. Others immediately began planning strategies. All Might watched from the faculty section. Beside him sat the still bandaged Aizawa. Young Aizawa. All Might glanced toward Izuku. What do you think he'll do? Aizawa answered without hesitation. He won't rush. He'll analyze first. He always does. Below, Izuku quietly adjusted one of the straps on his black hero costume. His expression remained calm. His eyes briefly scanned the course stretching ahead. In less than a second, Omniscience had already mapped every obstacle, every possible route, every likely decision his classmates would make. He immediately dismissed most of those possibilities. Victory wasn't simply about reaching the finish line fastest. It was about adapting when the unexpected happened. And UA loved the unexpected. Midnight raised her whip dramatically. Take your positions. Students crowded behind the massive starting gate. Bakugo stood near the front. Todoroki beside him. Ida adjusted his stance. Uraraka took a deep breath. Izuku stood several rows back, unconcerned about his starting position. Bakugo noticed him and smirked. Don't fall behind, Deku. Izuku smiled. I'll try to keep up. TCH. The enormous gate slowly began to rise. The crowd counted down together. 3, 2, 1, start. The gates burst open, and hundreds of students surged forward into the first event of the UA Sports Festival. The instant the gates opened, a tidal wave of students surged forward. Move out of the way. The entrance bottleneck became complete chaos. Bakugo didn't hesitate. Get lost. Boom. An explosion launched him over the crowd. Beside him, Todoroki calmly placed a hand on the ground. Crack. A glacier erupted across the entrance, instantly freezing dozens of competitors in place. What? My legs. So cold. The ice carried Todoroki effortlessly toward the front. Bakugo blasted through chunks of ice with a snarl. TCH. Half and half. The race had truly begun. Further back, Izuku simply watched. That's one way to do it. He smiled faintly. Instead of fighting through the crowd. Pop. He disappeared, appearing atop a broken support beam. Before gravity could even take hold. Pop. A nearby wall. Pop. The arm of one of the giant zero-pointer robots. Pop. The top of a collapsed archway. Every teleport covered only a short distance. Precise. Calculated. Never wasting energy. He could have teleported directly to the finish line. Of course he could, but that wouldn't be very fun. His eyes sparkled with quiet amusement. The gigantic robots activated. The glowing eyes lit up. Mechanical roars echoed across the course. Students screamed as enormous metal arms swung downward. Kaminari dove out of the way. Ashido slid beneath a robot's legs. Ida accelerated around another with engine. Meanwhile, Izuku calmly stood atop one of the massive robot's heads. The machine continued lumbering forward. Apparently, it had absolutely no idea someone was standing on it. Convenient. In the VIP seats, several pro heroes blinked. Is he riding it? Another hero laughed. I don't think the robot realizes he's there. The robot continued walking. Each massive step carried Izuku farther along the course. Hands in his pockets, perfectly balanced, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Below, Bakugo blasted another robot apart. He looked up, and froze. There, standing on top of a giant robot, was Izuku, completely relaxed, looking down at him. Their eyes met, for exactly 1 second. Then, Izuku slowly raised one finger, placed it against his cheek, winked, stuck out his tongue, and made the exact teasing expression he'd seen in the picture. Cheeky smiley face. A completely childish face. Bakugo stared. The silence lasted exactly half a second. Then, oi, boom, explosions erupted behind him. Get back here, you nerd. The crowd turned toward the shouting. Kirishima burst out laughing. He actually teased Bakugo. Ashido nearly doubled over. Oh no, he did the face. Kaminari pointed. He's mocking him. Even Jiro covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Tokiyami quietly commented, a psychological attack. Izuku smiled innocently. What? Another teleport. Pop. He appeared on the shoulder of another robot. Bakugo's explosion blasted through empty air. TCH. In the commentary booth, Present Mike laughed so hard he nearly dropped his microphone. Ha. Young Aizawa just emotionally critical hit Bakugo. The entire stadium burst into laughter. In the faculty section, Aizawa sighed into his bandages. All Might looked over. Should you stop him? Aizawa closed one eye. No, Bakugo probably deserves it. Recovery Girl chuckled. I never thought I'd see Izuku tease someone. Nezu smiled into his teacup. It seems Shota's son has developed quite the sense of humor. Back on the course, Bakugo's face twitched. I'm gonna blow that smug look off your face. Izuku tilted his head. You'll have to catch me first. Pop. He vanished again, leaving Bakugo shouting at empty air while the rest of the stadium erupted with laughter at the unexpected exchange between the usually calm psychic and his explosive childhood friend. The obstacle course stretched toward its final straightaway. Only a handful of students had made it this far. The crowd was roaring. Look, they're almost there. The giant screen showed the leaders. First, Izuku Aizawa. Second, Katsuki Bakugo. Third, Shoto Todoroki. The gap between first and second wasn't large. Bakugo was rapidly closing it with explosive bursts. Boom. Bakugo rocketed across the final stretch. I'm right here, ahead of him. Pop. Izuku teleported onto a concrete barrier. Then another. Then another. His movements were smooth, conserving energy while maintaining his lead. Finally, he landed just a few meters from the finish line. The sensors were directly in front of him. One step, that's all it would take. Instead, he stopped. The entire stadium blinked. He stopped. Why? Even Midnight looked confused. Bakugo noticed immediately. Oi! He pushed even harder. Explosions blasted behind him. Keep running. Izuku slowly turned around, looking directly at his childhood friend. Bakugo was only a few meters away now. The stadium collectively held its breath. Then, Izuku smiled. It wasn't arrogant. It wasn't malicious. It was the playful smile of someone teasing an old friend. He slowly raised one hand, wiggled his fingers. Hi. Bakugo's eye twitched. You little. The audience burst into laughter. Present Mike practically screamed into his microphone. He stopped just to say hello. Recovery Girl laughed so hard she had to wipe away a tear. Nezu quietly chuckled into his teacup. Even several pro heroes couldn't help smiling. Faculty section. All Might looked at Aizawa. Young Aizawa certainly has confidence. Aizawa sighed. He's enjoying himself. Present Mike grinned. I didn't know the kid had this much sass. Back on the course, Bakugo was almost within arm's reach. I got you. Izuku tilted his head. Almost. Pop. He teleported exactly one step forward. His foot crossed the finish line. Beep. The stadium erupted. Ladies and gentlemen, first place, Izuku Aizawa. Fireworks exploded overhead. The crowd cheered thunderously. 1 second later, boom, Bakugo crossed second place. Bakugo didn't even acknowledge his placement. His entire focus was elsewhere. Namely, the green-haired psychic trying and failing to suppress a grin. Get back here. Bakugo exploded forward. Izuku blinked. Oh. He immediately turned and ran. What? He's chasing him. The race is over. Students scattered as Bakugo blasted across the finish area. I'm gonna wipe that smug grin off your face. I'm sorry. Izuku laughed, sounding anything but sorry. It was funny. It wasn't funny. It was a little funny. Come back here. Pop. Izuku teleported behind a stack of equipment. Bakugo blasted straight through it. There you are. Pop. Izuku appeared on top of a nearby light pole. Too slow. Boom. Bakugo launched himself upward. Izuku teleported again. The entire stadium had stopped watching the official race. Instead, everyone watched the number 1 and number 2 finishers playing what looked suspiciously like an extremely high-speed game of tag. Ashido laughed so hard she nearly fell over. I've never seen Bakugo this mad. Kaminari was crying with laughter. He's actually chasing him. Kirishima clutched his stomach. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. Jiro smiled. I thought Izuku was the quiet type. So did I. Yaoyorozu admitted with a small laugh. Todoroki crossed the finish line in third place. He looked at the chase. Is this normal? Uraraka, arriving shortly afterward, smiled. I think that's just how they communicate. Up in the stands, Present Mike had completely lost his composure. Ha. A razor. Your kid's a menace. Aizawa, despite his bandages and tired eyes, watched Izuku teleport away just before another explosion reached him. For a brief moment, the corner of his mouth lifted into the faintest smile. He's acting like a teenager. All Might noticed. You're smiling. Am not. You are. Don't tell him. All Might chuckled. My lips are sealed. Below them, Bakugo continued his relentless pursuit while Izuku laughed and teleported just out of reach, the two childhood friends forgetting, if only for a few minutes, the weight of villains, expectations, and the recent tragedy. For the first time since the USJ attack, Class 1A saw something they hadn't realized they needed to see. Not the strongest psychic in history. Not the adopted son of a Razorhead. Just Izuku having fun. The laughter from Bakugo's chase eventually died down after Aizawa ordered him to stop. Kaken. The explosive blonde froze. What? The race is over. TCH. Bakugo glared at Izuku one last time. I'm getting even. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I'll buy you lunch. Not enough. Class 1A laughed as the two returned to the rest of the competitors. After every student crossed the finish line, the giant scoreboard displayed the rankings. Only the top 42 students would advance. One by one, names appeared. First, Izuku Aizawa. Second, Katsuki Bakugo. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Tenya Ida. Fifth, Fumikage Tokiyami. Sixth, Mezo Shoji. Seventh, Momo Yaoyorozu. Eighth, Eiichiro Kirishima. Class 1A celebrated as nearly everyone qualified. Only Mineta barely squeaked through. When his name finally appeared, I'm alive, he collapsed dramatically. Midnight stepped onto the stage. Congratulations, you've survived the first event. The audience applauded loudly, but, she smiled mischievously, the second event is. A massive screen descended from the ceiling. The words slowly appeared. Second event. Everyone held their breath. Then, cavalry battle. The stadium erupted. Ha, a team event. What? Present Mike laughed. That's right, you'll form teams of 4. Each rider will wear point headbands. But here's the twist. The screen changed again. Everyone's eyes widened. The higher your placement in the obstacle race, the more points you'll be worth. The list appeared. 40th place 5 points. Second place 10 million points. Then, first place. The entire stadium fell silent. Izuku Aizawa. 10 million points. 10 million. The entire stadium exploded into chaos. Are you kidding? He's worth more than everyone else combined. Ashido stared. That's evil. Kaminari nodded frantically. Everyone's gonna target Izuku. Bakugo grinned. Serves him right. Izuku blinked. Oh, he looked at the enormous 10 million displayed beside his name. That's unfortunate. Midnight giggled. The rider who possesses the highest total score when time runs out advances. So, she pointed dramatically at Izuku. Whoever steals his headband instantly becomes the favorite to win. Immediately, every pair of eyes in the stadium turned toward him. Class 1B. Support course. General Studies. Even several members of Class 1A. The atmosphere changed. Izuku smiled awkwardly. Hello. Everyone took one step toward him. Izuku slowly took one step backward. I suddenly understand why Dad says fame is troublesome. Bakugo burst into laughter. Ha ha. Good luck, psychic. You painted a target on your own back. I didn't do anything. You got first. That was the objective. Present Mike shouted excitedly. You have 15 minutes to form teams. The stadium instantly became chaotic. Students rushed everywhere. Partner with me. We need stronger quirks. Don't let Izuku get away. Within seconds, Izuku found himself surrounded. Izuku. Uraraka ran over first. Want to team up? Before he could answer, I request your assistance. Ida adjusted his glasses. Your quirk would greatly strengthen our chances. Yaoyorozu approached calmly. I believe combining strategy with your battlefield control would be effective. Tokiyami folded his arms. The darkness wishes for an alliance. Even Kirishima scratched the back of his head. You're kinda the jackpot. Meanwhile, across the room, Bakugo crossed his arms. TCH. He wasn't interested in chasing points. He wanted first place, on his own, no matter what. He glanced toward Izuku, who was now surrounded by almost half the competitors. A smirk slowly spread across his face. Good, let's see how you get out of this one, nerd. And for the first time in the sports festival, Izuku realized that winning the obstacle race had earned him something far more dangerous than first place. It had made him the single biggest target in the entire stadium. The arena buzzed with excitement as students scattered in every direction, desperately searching for teammates. Only 15 minutes. That was all they had. Izuku was immediately surrounded. Partner with us. Izuku, please join our team. The green-haired boy blinked as students from every course tried to recruit him. This is overwhelming. Then, Izuku. Okako Uraraka squeezed through the crowd. She smiled brightly. You promised we'd work together again, remember? Izuku smiled back. Of course. Let's do our best. She pumped a fist. Yeah, a voice suddenly shouted from above. Found You. Everyone looked up. A pink-haired girl riding a strange jet-powered backpack landed directly in front of them. The support course genius, Mei Hatsume. She pointed dramatically at Izuku. I choose you. Izuku tilted his head. Me. My babies need publicity. She hugged a massive mechanical backpack proudly. If the whole country watches me use them with the strongest guy here. Her eyes sparkled. Every company will want to buy my inventions. Okako laughed awkwardly. So we're basically an advertisement. Exactly. She's honest. Izuku admitted. A calm voice interrupted them. If there remains one vacancy. Tokiyami stepped forward. I request to join. Dark Shadow waved happily. Let's do it. Izuku nodded. You'd be an excellent defender. Tokiyami inclined his head. Then our alliance is formed. Moments later, their team was complete. Team Aizawa. Rider, Izuku Aizawa 10 million points. Horse, Okako Uraraka. Horse, Fumikage Tokiyami. Horse, Mei Hatsume. Present Mike's voice thundered across the stadium. All right, everybody. The teams have been decided. He pointed toward the massive arena. Let's review the rules. Large holographic displays appeared above the battlefield. Present Mike explained enthusiastically. This event isn't about individual strength. It's about teamwork. Each team consists of 2 to 4 members. One student serves as the rider. The remaining teammates form the horse. He continued dramatically. The rider wears every point the team possesses on their headband. If someone steals your headband, those points become theirs. The objective: steal as many points as possible before time runs out. You may use your quirks, but intentional serious injury is forbidden. The top 4 teams advance. The audience erupted with applause. Students climbed into formation. Tokiyami and Uraraka took the front. Mei happily climbed into position while adjusting her inventions. Izuku climbed onto their shoulders. The enormous 10 million point headband rested around his forehead. He could practically feel everyone staring at it. This feels like a bad idea. Across the battlefield, Bakugo grinned. There he is. His own team stood ready behind him. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Sero spun tape between his fingers. Mina Ashido bounced excitedly. We're stealing those points. Bakugo smirked. No. He looked directly at Izuku. I'm stealing them. Elsewhere, Todoroki quietly watched. 10 million. His teammates exchanged nervous glances. Everyone's going after him. Todoroki nodded once. Which means, everyone will ignore everyone else. Midnight raised her whip. Ready. The stadium counted together. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The instant the whistle blew, nearly every single team changed direction. Straight toward Izuku. The sight was almost comical. Dozens of teams, hundreds of students, charging the exact same target. Okako's eyes widened. Everyone's coming. Mei squealed with excitement. My babies are getting maximum exposure. Tokiyami calmly said. As expected. Izuku slowly looked at the incoming crowd. Then, his expression changed. The usually gentle smile disappeared. His emerald eyes narrowed. A faint green glow spread through them. The air suddenly became heavy. He gave the charging students a single cold look. An unmistakable warning. Several students instinctively slowed. Why do I suddenly feel scared? I don't know. Even Dark Shadow whispered. Intimidating. Bakugo barked a laugh. Quit flinching. He's bluffing. Izuku sighed. I did warn you. Green lightning briefly danced across his fingertips. The battlefield erupted into motion. Left. Okako shouted. Team Aizawa swerved just before a charging team reached them. Tokiyami immediately countered. Dark Shadow. The living shadow burst outward. Begone. Dark Shadow swept 3 opposing teams backward without injuring them. Another team attacked from above. Mei grinned. Time for baby number 38. Mechanical grappling hooks shot into nearby pillars. Whoosh. The entire team swung away like pendulums. The attacking students grabbed nothing but air. Waah. They're flying. Izuku calmly looked over the battlefield. Thousands of calculations raced through Omniscience. Wind direction, foot placement, predicted attacks, trajectories, possible routes. Every outcome appeared almost instantly. Right. The team moved right. A second later, an explosion erupted exactly where they would have been. Bakugo growled. He predicted it. Again. Jump. Okako didn't hesitate. The team leaped. Moments later, Todoroki's ice spread beneath them. Mei laughed. He's like a walking GPS. Everywhere they moved, another team intercepted them. The battlefield became one giant pursuit. Dark Shadow blocked attacks. Okako kept the horse balanced through impossible turns. Mei's gadgets launched smoke bombs, wires, spring-loaded boosters, and tiny flash devices. And through it all, Izuku never stopped thinking, never stopped calculating, never stopped predicting. In the commentary booth, Present Mike could barely keep up. Team Aizawa has become the entire arena's target. They're surviving through incredible teamwork. Aizawa watched quietly from the faculty section. Despite the bandages wrapped around half his face, the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Recovery girl noticed. Proud. They're working together. That's enough. Nezu smiled knowingly. As expected of your son. Below, Bakugo ignited another explosion. His grin widened. Run all you want, nerd. Izuku looked back over his shoulder. Then smiled. Still trying to catch me. Bakugo's eye twitched. Why are you always smiling? And the chase across the battlefield continued, with Team Aizawa dancing through a storm of opponents, every escape brought by teamwork, careful planning, and one psychic mind constantly staying 3 steps ahead of everyone else. The battlefield had become complete chaos. Explosions, ice, tape, dark shadow, support gadgets. Dozens upon dozens of teams continued swarming toward the enormous 10 million point headband. It was exactly what Present Mike had expected. Everyone's after Team Aizawa. They can't keep running forever. Team Aizawa narrowly avoided another collision. Incoming from the left, Okako shouted, "I see them." Izuku answered calmly. Dark Shadow knocked one team away. Mei fired another grappling hook. The team swung away, only to find 3 more teams waiting. Were surrounded. Mei laughed excitedly. This is fantastic. Your definition of fantastic is strange. Izuku replied. Across the arena, Bakugo blasted through another team. They're cornered. Todoroki approached from another direction. They have nowhere left to retreat. Several other teams slowly closed in. The trap was complete. The audience leaned forward. They're finished. Too many opponents. No one can defend against all of them. Izuku quietly closed his eyes. He took one slow breath. Then another. His teammates immediately noticed. Okako looked back. Izuku. He opened his eyes. The emerald glow intensified. Thin veins spread from the corners of his eyes toward his temples, branching beneath his skin. Just like years ago. Not fueled by rage this time. Controlled. Focused. Omniscience. Fully engaged. The noise around him disappeared. His mind accelerated. Every heartbeat. Every footstep. every breath, every muscle movement, every intention. Thousands of possibilities unfolded before him at once. His teammates watched silently. Even Dark Shadow stared. His presence changed. A faint green aura shimmered around Izuku. He slowly raised one hand. Sorry. He looked toward the dozens of charging students. This may slow you down a little. He gently closed his fingers. Nothing happened. For exactly 1 second. Then, one student stumbled. My legs. Another blinked. Why do my feet feel so heavy? More voices followed. What? I can't run. My legs. It's like carrying weights. All across the battlefield, students suddenly felt an invisible force pulling downward. Not enough to pin them. Not enough to injure them. Just enough to make every step feel as though 50-pound weights had been strapped to each foot. Running became trudging. Jumping became difficult. Quick turns became sluggish. The stadium gasped. Present Mike nearly shouted himself hoarse. What's this? Everyone's movements just slowed down. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. He forced another explosion. The blast still propelled him forward. But every landing felt heavier than before. So, he grinned despite himself. You're finally getting serious. Todoroki glanced at his own feet. A wide-area telekinetic field. His expression remained calm, but inwardly he was impressed. He's affecting nearly the entire battlefield. Only Team Aizawa moved normally, because Izuku had deliberately excluded his teammates from the effect. Now, Okako understood immediately. Move. Their team darted between the slowed competitors. Dark Shadow swatted away grasping hands before they could reach the headband. Mei activated a booster. Woohoo! The team shot across the arena. Students reached desperately toward them, only to find their own movements just a fraction too slow. Headbands slipped through their fingers. Tape missed. Ice walls formed too late. Explosions landed just behind them. In the faculty section, Recovery Girl adjusted her glasses. He's using astonishing precision. Nezu nodded. He's applying different levels of telekinetic force to hundreds of individuals simultaneously. Present Mike blinked, and only to their feet. All Might smiled proudly. Incredible control. Beside them, Aizawa watched silently. He recognized the veins around Izuku's eyes immediately. He hadn't seen them since USJ. But this time, there was no panic, no grief, only calm concentration. Good, he quietly murmured. He's mastered it. Back on the field, Bakugo finally burst free of the slowing effect with another explosion. I found you. He lunged toward Team Aizawa. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Their eyes met. A small smile appeared on Izuku's face. You're still the fastest. Bakugo smirked. Damn right I am. The chase resumed once more, but now the battlefield itself had changed. Every student had to fight not only each other, but the invisible psychic pressure weighing down every step, while Team Aizawa used the opening to stay just out of reach, showing exactly why the cavalry battle rewarded strategy and teamwork just as much as raw power. The cavalry battle had reached a standstill. Dozens of teams remained scattered across the arena. Most had stopped trying to fight each other. Instead, every pair of eyes remained fixed on one target. Team Aizawa. Izuku exhaled quietly. Another team rushed them. Dark Shadow knocked them back. Then another. Okako swerved around them. Then another. Mei fired another grappling hook. Again. The attacks never stopped. A dull ache began pulsing behind Izuku's eyes. He recognized it immediately. I'm overusing Omniscience. Thousands of calculations. Hundreds of telekinetic fields. Constant teleportation predictions. His brain was running at a pace no ordinary human mind could survive. He already knew what would happen afterward. A headache probably for the rest of the day. He sighed. Persistent. Another team lunged. Now, they're slowing down. Grab the headband. Another. Then another. Then another. Izuku slowly looked across the battlefield. Perhaps I've been too gentle. His teammates glanced upward. Okako blinked. Izuku. Mei's grin somehow widened. Ooh, that smile. Tokiyami remained calm. Our opponents should reconsider. Dark Shadow nodded. Indeed. A small, almost unsettling, smile spread across Izuku's face. It wasn't angry. It wasn't cruel. It was the confident smile of someone who had finally decided to stop holding back quite so much. Across the battlefield, several students instinctively froze. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Bakugo saw it. Hey, there it is. The green glow around Izuku's eyes intensified. The veins around his temples became more pronounced. The psychic pressure thickened. His hair gently lifted despite the lack of wind. He slowly raised 2 fingers. Let's increase it. His fingers closed. The invisible force multiplied, not doubled, quadrupled. Thud. Students across the arena suddenly stumbled. What? My legs. I can't move. It just got heavier. One after another, competitors found their boots pressed firmly against the ground. It felt as though massive concrete blocks had been chained to each foot. Running became impossible. Many dropped to one knee simply trying to stay upright. Others strained with all their strength just to lift a single foot. Bakugo landed from an explosion, only for his feet to slam heavily against the ground. Even with his explosive propulsion, every landing now fought against the invisible weight. He grinned through the strain. Now that's more like it. Todoroki attempted to advance. His pace slowed considerably. He's increased the telekinetic pressure. Even he had to push harder with each step. The audience stared in stunned silence. Then, an enormous wave of murmurs swept through the stadium. Is everyone stuck? He's affecting almost the whole battlefield. That's insane. Present Mike nearly shouted himself hoarse. Unbelievable. Aizawa just turned the entire arena into a gravity trap. In the faculty seating, several pro-heroes leaned forward. Recovery Girl frowned slightly. He's pushing himself. All Might nodded. He knows it, too. Aizawa's sharp eyes never left Izuku. He's still measuring the output. Nezu tilted his head. He could make it stronger. Aizawa answered quietly. Yes, but he won't. He knows where to stop. Back on the battlefield, while nearly every opposing team struggled just to move, Team Aizawa continued advancing unhindered. Okako looked around in amazement. They're barely moving. Izuku gave a small nod, though a hand briefly drifted toward his temple as another pulse of pain shot through his head. Let's finish this before the headache gets worse. Mei laughed. I like the way you think. Tokiyami calmly directed Dark Shadow forward. The path is open. The 4 surged ahead while most of the battlefield remained bogged down by the invisible weight. Even so, Izuku kept the pressure below the point of causing injury. The effect was overwhelming, but temporary, a powerful demonstration of battlefield control rather than a reckless display of force. Watching from across the arena, Bakugo planted his feet, ignited his palms, and grinned fiercely despite the challenge. So that's your game. He exploded forward once more, determined to break through even Izuku's overwhelming psychic field. The battlefield had completely changed. What had started as a frantic free-for-all had become a slow-moving struggle against invisible force. Students strained. Heroes in the audience stared. Commentators could barely keep up. And in the center of it all, Team Aizawa continued moving with almost eerie calm. Bakugo forced himself forward with explosion after explosion. Every blast sent him flying, only for the immense telekinetic weight to drag him back down the instant he landed. This is so annoying. Kirishima laughed despite himself. Quit complaining and keep moving. Elsewhere, Todoroki created long sheets of ice, letting his team glide across them to reduce friction against the ground. Even then, they weren't catching Team Aizawa. He's making us waste energy, Todoroki quietly observed. In the commentary booth, Present Mike pointed dramatically. 30 seconds remain. The crowd immediately erupted. Can anyone catch Team Aizawa? Izuku heard the announcement. 30 seconds. Good. The pounding behind his eyes had become impossible to ignore. Every heartbeat sent another pulse of pain through his skull. His vision briefly blurred. Almost done. he quietly told himself. Okuko looked back. Izuku, I'm alright. You don't look alright. I'll survive. Mei glanced up. Ooh, you're getting that 1,000-yard stare again. Tokiyami looked over his shoulder. Your quirk is reaching its limit. Izuku smiled weakly. Something like that. 10 seconds. Present Mike shouted. The audience stood. Teams made one desperate push. Bakugo exploded forward. Todoroki launched another ice path. Monoma reached desperately. Tape flew through the air. Dark Shadow swatted it away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beep. The buzzer echoed across the stadium. The cavalry battle was over. For one brief moment, nothing happened. Then Izuku slowly exhaled. Done. He lowered his hand. The emerald glow around his eyes faded. The veins around his temples slowly disappeared. The invisible psychic pressure vanished. Across the battlefield, students suddenly lurched forward as the crushing weight disappeared. Several stumbled onto their faces. Others nearly fell over because they'd been pushing so hard against the force. My legs, they're light again. I almost forgot what normal gravity felt like. Bakugo stumbled a single step. Immediately caught himself, then glared across the arena. TCH. The headache hit. Immediately, Izuku closed one eye. A sharp throb pulsed through his head. Then another. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Ow. Okuko immediately noticed. You okay? Headache. A bad one. Very. Mei tilted her head. Side effect. Izuku nodded. My brain doesn't appreciate me using omniscience like that. Dark Shadow floated closer. Your complexion has paled. I'm fine. Tokiyami looked unconvinced. You are enduring. That's probably more accurate. Present Mike's voice echoed once more. Time's up. Let's see WHO advances to the final round. The giant scoreboard flickered to life. The entire stadium watched. One by one, the 4 advancing teams appeared. First, Team Aizawa, Izuku Aizawa, Okuko Uraraka, Fumikage Tokiyami, Mei Hatsum. The crowd erupted into applause. Second, Team Todoroki. Another wave of cheers. Third, Team Bakugo. Bakugo folded his arms. Next time, his red eyes briefly met Izuku's. I'm winning. Despite the pounding in his head, Izuku smiled. I'll be looking forward to it. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Don't smile. Can't help it. TCH. Fourth, Team Shinso. The final qualifying team was announced, drawing surprised murmurs from the audience. The 4 qualifying teams gathered near the center of the arena. Midnight congratulated them while Present Mike hyped up the crowd for the next event. Izuku, however, barely heard either of them. The headache was now in full force. His enhanced hearing picked up every cheer in the stadium, every camera shutter, every conversation. He quietly turned down the sensitivity of his senses through omniscience, easing the overload. Even so, he looked noticeably more tired than before. In the faculty section, Recovery Girl sighed knowingly. He overdid it. Aizawa nodded. He knows. Present Mike chuckled. So, grumpy Izuku for the rest of the day. Aizawa gave the faintest hint of a smile. Probably. Nezu laughed softly. Even the strongest psychic is still a teenager. As the applause continued, Izuku stood with his teammates, gently rubbing his temple. He had won the cavalry battle, but judging by the headache building behind his eyes, he silently decided that after the sports festival, he was going straight home, making himself a large cup of tea, and sleeping for the rest of the evening. Even omniscience had its limits. The stadium roared as the final event of the UA Sports Festival was announced. Midnight stepped into the center of the arena. And now, the final event. A massive holographic tournament bracket rose from the center of the stadium. The one-on-one elimination tournament. The crowd erupted. Every student who had advanced looked toward the bracket. Unlike the previous events, there would be no teammates, no strategies involving groups, no one to rely on. Only themselves, only their quirks, only their determination. Professional heroes leaned forward in anticipation. This was the part they came to see. Back in the waiting room, Izuku quietly sat on a bench. One hand rested against his temple. The headache hadn't gone away. If anything, it had become worse. Recovery girl walked over. "You've been pushing your quirk all morning." She handed him a pain reliever. "It won't completely remove the headache, but it'll help." Izuku smiled thankfully. "Thank you." She narrowed her eyes. "And don't be reckless." "I'll try." She sighed. "That answer worries me." First round. Izuku Aizawa vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Midnight raised her hand. "Begin." Unlike everyone else, Shinso didn't attack. Instead, he smiled. "So, I heard you're a Razorhead's kid." Izuku remained silent. Shinso continued. "Must be hard living in his shadow." "Still, nothing." Shinso frowned. "Tch. Then, so are you mute or something?" Izuku instinctively answered, "No," the instant the word left his mouth. Shinso smiled. "Got you." Izuku's eyes lost focus. His body went still. The audience gasped. He got brainwashed. Present Mike shouted. "This is Shinso's quirk." Shinso calmly walked toward him. "Step out of bounds." Izuku obeyed. One step, then another. Inside his own mind, everything was silent, until thousands of green lights ignited. Endless streams of information flowed around him. Omniscience. The quirk reacted instinctively. Its vast awareness recognized the foreign interference. The psychic network rejected it. The illusion shattered. Izuku's emerald eyes snapped open. Shinso's eyes widened. "What?" Izuku vanished. Pop. He appeared behind Shinso. A controlled burst of telekinesis gently but decisively pushed Shinso out of bounds. Midnight raised her arm. "Winner, Izuku Aizawa." The crowd applauded, though many heroes quietly wrote another name in their notebooks. Hitoshi Shinso. Despite losing, his quirk had impressed everyone. Other first-round matches. Todoroki defeated Zero almost instantly. An enormous glacier swallowed the battlefield. Zero surrendered before he was completely frozen. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu engaged in a brutal clash of hardened fists. Neither refused to back down. Eventually, Kirishima landed the decisive blow. Bakugo faced Uraraka. The battle appeared one-sided, until pieces of rubble began floating overhead. The audience gasped. Bakugo realized too late. She hadn't been retreating, she'd been preparing. A meteor shower of floating debris descended. Bakugo answered with explosion after explosion. The sky lit up. Smoke filled the arena. When it cleared, Bakugo stood victorious. Uraraka collapsed from exhaustion. The stadium erupted into applause. Even in defeat, she had earned everyone's respect. Bakugo quietly walked past her. "Nice plan." She smiled weakly. "Thanks." Quarterfinal. Izuku Aizawa vs. Shoto Todoroki. The crowd became noticeably louder. Everyone wanted this match. Midnight signaled. "Begin." Ice exploded forward. A frozen tsunami swallowed the arena. Izuku didn't dodge. He raised one hand. The glacier stopped. Cracks spread across it. Then, the entire wall of ice shattered into countless glittering fragments under overwhelming telekinetic force. The audience gasped. Again, Todoroki attacked. Again, the ice broke. Again, and again. Each attack met the same fate. The headache pulsed behind Izuku's eyes. Each burst of telekinesis made it worse. His movements became sharper, less playful, more direct. The audience immediately noticed. He looks different. He's fighting aggressively. Even Bakugo frowned. His headache. He remembered Recovery Girl's warning. Todoroki unleashed another massive glacier. Izuku tore straight through it. Chunks of ice floated around him before being hurled harmlessly aside. "Todoroki," Izuku called. "When are you going to stop pretending half of you doesn't exist?" Silence. "I know why you hate Endeavor." Another ice attack. Shattered. "But your fire is yours, not his." Todoroki froze. The stadium became silent. Izuku's voice remained steady despite the pain. "You aren't honoring your mother. By rejecting part of yourself, you're only hurting yourself." A memory surfaced. His mother's smile, her tears, her apology. Shoto, become the hero you want to be. The words struck home. For the first time in years, flames ignited from Todoroki's left side. The audience exploded into cheers. Even Endeavor stood. Fire and ice. Together, Todoroki charged. Izuku answered with overwhelming telekinesis. The collision shook the arena. When the dust settled, Todoroki stood outside the ring. Midnight raised her hand. Winner, Izuku Aizawa. The audience erupted into a standing ovation. Semi-finals. Bakugo faced Tokiyami. Dark Shadow initially dominated, until Bakugo deliberately filled the arena with blinding explosions. Bright flashes weakened Dark Shadow. Tokiyami gradually lost control of the battle. One final explosion ended it. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. The other semi-final. Izuku faced Tenya Ida. Ida activated Recipro Burst immediately. He became a blur. Most students couldn't even follow him. Izuku could. Omniscience predicted every angle, every kick, every feint, but unlike earlier matches, he didn't simply evade. The pounding in his head had made him impatient. When Ida lunged, Izuku teleported directly into his path. His telekinesis caught Ida mid-charge, halting him instantly. The force spun Ida around before gently but firmly sending him sliding out of the arena. The entire exchange lasted only seconds. Ida adjusted his glasses after standing, then smiled. I couldn't even reach you. Izuku offered a respectful nod. You pushed me more than you think. Ida smiled. Congratulations. Midnight stepped into the arena once more. The giant screen updated one final time. Championship match. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Izuku Aizawa. The stadium erupted into deafening cheers. Bakugo grinned from ear to ear. There you are. I've been waiting all day. Across the arena, Izuku rolled his shoulders and briefly rubbed his temple as another wave of pain pulsed through his head. He lowered his hand and met Bakugo's determined stare. Despite the headache, a small smile appeared. I know. I wouldn't have wanted anyone else in the finals. The two childhood friends walked toward the center of the arena. One carried explosive determination. The other carried the weight of an overworked mind. And all of Japan watched, waiting to see which of them would become the champion of the UA Sports Festival. The entire stadium was on its feet. The final match. The championship. Two students. Two childhood friends. The explosive prodigy. The strongest psychic in history. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Aizawa. Midnight stepped between them. Final match. Begin. Boom. Bakugo exploded forward without hesitation. A massive blast echoed across the stadium. There you are. I've been waiting for this. Normally, Izuku would have smiled. Normally, he'd laugh, trade jokes, enjoy every second of fighting his oldest friend. Today, there was no smile, only tired eyes. His headache had become almost unbearable. His vision pulsed every few seconds. Every heartbeat felt like a hammer striking the inside of his skull. Let's finish this. Bakugo frowned. What's with that face? No answer. Bakugo attacked first. Explosion after explosion tore across the arena. Izuku answered immediately. Chunks of concrete ripped free from the arena floor. Entire slabs of stone floated into the air. With a flick of his wrist, they shot toward Bakugo like cannonballs. Boom! Bakugo blasted straight through them. More debris rose. Steel support beams bent free. Broken pieces of the arena hovered around Izuku like satellites. The audience gasped. He pulled up the arena. Present Mike shouted excitedly. Izuku Aizawa is using the entire stadium as his arsenal. Bakugo laughed. Now that's more like it. He launched himself through the storm of flying rubble. Explosions shattered concrete into dust. Izuku didn't retreat. Instead, the shattered fragments reversed direction. Thousands of stone shards swarmed Bakugo from every angle. Bakugo spun through them, explosions erupting from both hands. The battlefield became a storm of smoke, dust, and flying debris. From the faculty section, All Might frowned. He's forcing himself. Recovery girl nodded. He shouldn't still be using that much telekinesis. Aizawa never looked away. I know. His hand slowly tightened inside his sleeping bag. The headache worsened. Izuku's breathing became uneven. The green glow around his eyes flickered. His vision blurred. For a split second, he saw two Bakugos. He blinked. One disappeared. Another explosion narrowly missed him. His reaction was slower. Bakugo noticed immediately. You're slowing down. Izuku teleported, but instead of appearing instantly, there was a slight delay. Just enough for Bakugo to notice. Your quirk's hitting its limit. Another pulse of pain. Izuku nearly stumbled upon landing. His hearing rang. The crowd became muffled. His thoughts, usually so impossibly fast, were beginning to slow. I can't keep this up. He already knew the outcome. Omniscience had calculated it. If he kept fighting, he would collapse inside the arena. Possibly lose consciousness while still using his quirk. That was dangerous, not just for him, for everyone nearby. Bakugo charged again. I don't need you holding back. Izuku looked up. Their eyes met. For the first time all match. A faint smile appeared. Weak, tired, playful. The same teasing smile he'd given Bakugo since the obstacle race. Sorry, guess I can't keep you waiting. Bakugo blinked. What? Instead of attacking, Izuku simply stepped backward. One step, over the white boundary line. Beep. Midnight's eyes widened. Out of bounds. A second later, Izuku's knees gave out. His body collapsed forward. Before he hit the ground, Aizawa was already moving. Recovery girl wasn't far behind. The stadium fell silent. Bakugo stared. Oi! There was no answer. Izuku remained unconscious. Recovery girl immediately began examining him. He exhausted himself. He'll be alright. He just pushed his quirk far beyond what his body could comfortably handle. Only then did the crowd begin applauding. Not because of the ending, but because both finalists had given everything they could. Midnight slowly raised Bakugo's arm. Winner, Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd cheered. Bakugo didn't. His eyes never left the medical team carrying Izuku away on a stretcher. That's not how I wanted to win. Closing ceremony. Later that afternoon, the awards podium had been prepared. Third place, Shoto Todoroki. Second place, empty. A small sign simply read, Izuku Aizawa, medical ward. Recovery girl had refused to let him leave the infirmary. He was still asleep. Midnight sighed. Receiving first place, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo stomped onto the podium. Looking thoroughly irritated, Midnight placed the gold medal around his neck. Take it off. No, I said take it off. He struggled angrily. I didn't beat him. I won because he collapsed. He stepped out. I'm fighting him again. Within seconds, several staff members restrained him. Metal chains wrapped around his arms. A sturdy restraint was fastened around his mouth to stop him from shouting. MMPH. The audience burst into laughter. Present Mike nearly fell over. He's still angry. Nezu chuckled behind a paw. Even Aizawa sighed. That's Bakugo. Although the ceremony ended with the bizarre image of the champion standing on the podium restrained in chains, every professional hero in attendance had already made the decisions. The sports festival had accomplished its purpose. Students had demonstrated courage, skill, creativity, determination, and potential. By the end of the day, internship offers began arriving from hero agencies across Japan. Even while unconscious in the infirmary, Izuku received one of the largest stacks of offers. Heroes had been captivated not only by the overwhelming versatility of Omniscience, but by his restraint, tactical thinking, and unwavering concern for others even when it meant sacrificing his own chance at victory. As the sun set over UA High School, the sports festival came to a close. Bakugo stood as the official champion. But everyone who had watched knew that the tournament had introduced Japan to two extraordinary first-year students whose rivalry was only just beginning. The morning after the UA Sports Festival, Class 1A was noticeably quieter than usual. Even Bakugo wasn't yelling. He simply sat at his desk, arms crossed, staring out the window. The empty seat near the window caught everyone's attention. Izuku's seat, still empty. Uraraka looked toward it with concern. I hope he's okay. Tokiyami nodded. He exhausted both mind and body. Ida adjusted his glasses. Recovery girl assured us yesterday that his condition was stable. Still, he deserves proper rest. Kirishima scratched his head. He really pushed himself. Ashido sighed. I've never seen someone literally think themselves unconscious. The classroom door slid open. Aizawa entered inside his yellow sleeping bag as usual. He looked around the room. His tired eyes immediately landed on the empty desk. He already knew it would be. Without another word, he walked to the front. Morning, sensei. The greetings were quieter than usual. Aizawa placed several thick envelopes onto the teacher's desk. Since the sports festival is over, it's time for internship selections. Immediately, everyone's attention snapped toward the envelopes. Present Mike had said the sports festival was where heroes chose promising students. Now, they would finally see the results. Aizawa picked up the first envelope. These are the internship offers each of you received from pro-hero agencies. They aren't mandatory, but they are opportunities. You'll spend a week learning directly under a professional hero. He looked around the room. Choose carefully. One by one, he began calling names. Ojiro. 5. Ojiro blinked. 5. Congratulations. Sato. 3. Sato smiled. Thank you. Koda. 7. Koda quietly bowed. Hagako. 9. Woohoo. Jiro. 12. Not bad. Sero. 15. Awesome. Ashido. 18. Yes. Kaminari. 21. I got 21. Kirishima. 53. Manly. Yaoyorozu. 108. She accepted the envelope gracefully. Tokiyami. 132. Dark Shadow cheered. Ida. 301. Several students gasped. Todoroki. Aizawa lifted an unusually thick stack. 4123. Silence. Kaminari's jaw dropped. 4000. Todoroki simply accepted them. Thank you. Finally, Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa placed an enormous stack onto Bakugo's desk. 3556. Bakugo barely looked at them. TCH. Kirishima laughed. Only you would say, TCH, to 3000 offers. Ashido looked around the classroom. Sensei, what about Izuku? The room became quiet again. Everyone unconsciously looked toward the empty desk. Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, he bent down behind the teacher's desk. Then, with both hands, he lifted an absolutely ridiculous mountain of envelopes. The stack was so tall it nearly hid his face. Students stared in complete disbelief. Aizawa calmly carried it over and placed it onto Izuku's empty desk. Thud. The desk creaked under the weight. Silence filled the room. Kaminari slowly raised a shaking finger. Sensei, how many? Aizawa glanced at a sheet of paper. 9872. Nobody spoke. For several long seconds, nobody even breathed. Then, what? The entire classroom exploded. Almost 10,000. That's more than Bakugo and Todoroki. I can't even see his desk. Ashido's eyes sparkled. That's basically every hero agency in Japan. Tokiyami quietly nodded. It was inevitable. Bakugo looked at the mountain of envelopes. Then clicked his tongue. Of course. He wasn't surprised. Annoyed, maybe, but not surprised. Idiot. He passed out and still stole the spotlight. Despite the insult, there wasn't any real malice behind it. Aizawa finally addressed the class. I spoke with Recovery Girl this morning. He'll recover, but she's keeping him out of class for at least another day. Several students visibly relaxed. Good. Uraraka smiled. I'm glad. At that exact moment, in UA's infirmary, Izuku slowly opened one eye. Ow. His head still throbbed. Recovery Girl, without even looking up from her paperwork, spoke. Good, you're awake. You've slept almost 18 hours. Izuku blinked. 18. Yes, and before you ask, she pointed a finger at him. You're staying in bed today. Izuku opened his mouth. But, no, yes, ma'am. Recovery girl smiled triumphantly. Good answer. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the mountain of internship offers waiting on his desk, Izuku closed his eyes again, deciding that perhaps another hour of sleep sounded like a very good idea. 2 more days passed. The desk by the window remained empty. For the first time since the school year had begun, Class 1A had grown used to seeing an empty chair. Day 1. Uraraka peeked toward the seat again. Still not here. Ida adjusted his glasses. Recovery girl must believe additional rest is necessary. Kaminari rested his chin on his desk. I didn't know headaches could knock someone out for 3 days. Aizawa, grading papers, answered without looking up. Ordinary headaches don't. The backlash from his quirk isn't ordinary. The class immediately understood. That afternoon, Bakugo stopped outside the infirmary. He stood there for a few seconds, then clicked his tongue. TCH. He walked away before opening the door. Recovery girl, who had seen him through the window, smiled knowingly. Stubborn. Inside, Izuku was sitting upright in bed, reading a hero analysis book. Recovery girl looked over her glasses. Your friend was here. Izuku blinked. Dad, the loud one. Oh. A small smile appeared. Kaken. Day 2. The empty seat remained. Aizawa walked into the classroom. Morning. Morning. He immediately noticed several students looking toward the empty desk. He'll be back tomorrow. The atmosphere noticeably brightened. Ashido smiled. Finally. Kirishima laughed. Class hasn't been the same. Even Tokiyami quietly admitted, the room has felt quieter. Meanwhile, Recovery girl performed one final examination. She shined a light into Izuku's eyes. Any dizziness? No. Blurred vision? No. Headache? Very tiny. She smiled. That's normal. She handed him a small bottle of medicine. If you ever overuse your quirk like that again. She sighed dramatically. Take these. Izuku accepted them sheepishly. Thank you. And don't make this a habit. I'll try not to. You'd better. The 3rd day. The classroom buzzed with conversation before homeroom. Kaminari laughed. I bet he slept for like hours. Ashido nodded. He probably woke up yesterday. The classroom door slid open. Everyone instinctively looked over. Standing there was Izuku. His UA uniform was perfectly neat. His green hair was slightly messier than usual. The dark circles beneath his eyes had faded considerably. Most importantly, he was smiling again. Morning. Silence. Then, Izuku. Uraraka was the first to reach him. You're okay. Izuku laughed softly. I'm okay. Kirishima grinned. Welcome back, man. Ashido pointed dramatically. You made us worry. Kaminari sighed dramatically. I thought your brain exploded. It didn't. Good. Tokiyami gave a respectful nod. It is good to see your light has returned. Dark Shadow waved enthusiastically. We missed you. Izuku smiled. Thank you. Even Ida walked over. We are relieved to see you've recovered. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. From the back of the room, Bakugo looked over. Their eyes met. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Finally, Izuku smiled. Morning, Kaken. You look less dead. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't. Sure. A tiny smirk tugged at the corner of Bakugo's mouth before he looked away. The classroom door opened once more. Aizawa entered. He glanced toward the now occupied desk. You're back. Yes, Dad. Several students still weren't used to hearing Izuku casually call their terrifying homeroom teacher, Dad. Aizawa nodded once. No headaches. None. Good. He tossed a thick stack of envelopes onto Izuku's desk. Thud. Izuku blinked. What's this? The internship offers. He looked at the mountain of envelopes. Dad. Why is there a small mountain on my desk? Aizawa answered in the same monotone voice as always. 9872. Excuse me. The classroom burst into laughter. Ashido pointed at the stack. We've been waiting to see your reaction for 3 days. Kaminari leaned over. You basically got recruited by half the country. Izuku stared at the seemingly endless pile of envelopes before letting out a long sigh. I have to read all of these. Nezu's voice suddenly came over the classroom intercom. Not necessarily, young Izuku. You only have to choose one. The class laughed again. Izuku rested his forehead lightly on the stack of envelopes. Somehow, I think this might give me another headache. Izuku stared at the mountain of internship offers on his desk one last time before letting out another defeated sigh. Thank goodness tomorrow's Saturday. Kaminari laughed. You sound traumatized. I am. Ashido giggled. I've never seen someone scared of mail. There are almost 10,000 letters. That's fair. Even Aizawa looked up from his sleeping bag. You don't have to answer them today. Izuku nodded gratefully. I know. I'm still pretending they don't exist. The class laughed. Thankfully, the rest of the school day was surprisingly normal. Present Mike's English lesson was as loud as ever. Midnight covered hero ethics. Lunch was filled with conversations about internship offers. Everyone was excitedly discussing which pro-heroes they hoped to work under. Even Bakugo and Todoroki had become the center of several conversations. By the time the final bell rang, Izuku felt mentally exhausted, not from his quirk this time. Just from school. He stretched. I'm going home. Uraraka smiled. Have a good weekend. You too. Outside, the afternoon sun painted the streets gold. Izuku walked home at a relaxed pace. Unlike most afternoons, his mind was quiet. He deliberately kept Omniscience running at the lowest level possible. Recovery Girl's warnings still echoed in his ears. Your brain needs rest too. For once, he listened. The front door clicked open. I'm home. Silence. Of course, Aizawa was still at UA. Probably buried under paperwork. Izuku smiled softly. Dad's probably skipped lunch again. Knowing his father, there was a very real possibility he had survived the entire day on nothing but canned coffee. Not happening. He rolled up his sleeves. If he won't eat properly, I'll make sure he does. Cooking had become Izuku's favorite hobby over the years. There was something comforting about it. Unlike his quirk, the kitchen was predictable. Measurements, temperatures, timing, every step had a rhythm. It quieted his mind. Rice began steaming in the cooker. Meanwhile, he prepared pork cutlets. Each slice was seasoned carefully before being coated in flour, egg, and crisp panko breadcrumbs. The oil gently crackled as the tonkatsu turned a beautiful golden brown. Next came the tempura, shrimp, sweet potato, pumpkin, eggplant. Each piece received a delicate batter before being lowered into hot oil, emerging light, crisp, and perfectly cooked. Finally, he began preparing okonomiyaki, cabbage, green onions, eggs, batter, everything mixed together before hitting the hot griddle. The savory aroma quickly filled the house. He flipped each pancake with practiced ease before brushing on the rich sauce, adding Japanese mayonnaise in neat lines, then finishing with bonito flakes and aonori. By the time he finished, the dining table looked like something from a high-end Japanese restaurant. A bowl of perfectly cooked rice accompanied each dish. Izuku looked over the meal. Dad's going to say it's too much. He smiled to himself. He's going to eat it anyway. Nearly an hour later, the front door opened. I'm home. Aizawa sounded exhausted. His capture weapon hung loosely around his shoulders. His hair was messier than usual. He smelled faintly of city dust from patrol. Then, he paused. The aroma reached him. Freshly fried tonkatsu, tempura, savory okonomiyaki, warm rice. His stomach betrayed him with a quiet growl. Izuku peeked around the kitchen doorway. Welcome home. Aizawa looked at the table. You cooked. Izuku nodded. I figured you probably forgot to eat. Aizawa didn't deny it. Maybe. Izuku crossed his arms. You skipped lunch. Maybe. And breakfast. Maybe. Izuku sighed, though there was affection in it. I knew it. Aizawa quietly sat down. He picked up his chopsticks, took one bite of the tonkatsu. The crispy coating shattered perfectly. The meat remained tender and juicy. Then he tried the tempura. Light, crunchy, not greasy in the slightest. Finally, the okonomiyaki. He chewed silently, then looked at Izuku. It's good. For anyone else, those two words would have sounded ordinary. For Shota Aizawa, they were exceptionally high praise. Izuku's face lit up. I'm glad. The two ate together in comfortable silence. No television, no phones, no discussion about villains, internships, or sports festivals. Just a father and his son sharing a homemade meal. After several minutes, Aizawa quietly set his chopsticks down. I'm proud of you. Izuku looked up, surprised. For the sports festival, Aizawa shook his head. For everything, you've grown into someone your parents would be proud of. Izuku fell silent. A small smile formed on his face, warmer than any he'd worn during the sports festival. Thanks, Dad. The room returned to its peaceful silence as they finished dinner together, the weight of the past few weeks finally beginning to lift, if only for one quiet evening at home. The weekend arrived. Izuku had one goal: choose an internship. It sounded simple. It wasn't. Saturday morning, the dining table had completely disappeared beneath mountains of envelopes. Hero agencies, sidekick offices, rescue specialists, underground heroes, even agencies from the opposite end of Japan. There were letters everywhere. The living room looked less like a house and more like a post office after an explosion. Izuku carefully opened the first letter. Dear Izuku Aizawa. He finished reading it, placed it in the maybe pile, opened another, maybe, then another, then another. 3 hours later, the maybe pile had somehow become taller than he was sitting down. Dad, Aizawa looked up from his book. Do you think anyone would notice if these letters mysteriously caught fire? Aizawa lowered his book just enough to look at him. Probably. What if they all accidentally fell into a fireplace? We don't have a fireplace. That's unfortunate. A few more hours passed. Izuku now had papers scattered across the floor. Maps, agency profiles, hero specialties, recommendations. He slowly leaned back until he was lying flat on the floor. I'm going insane. Aizawa calmly sipped his coffee. I noticed. I've read over 1,000. They all say the same thing. We'd be honored if you'd intern with us. Your display at the sports festival was impressive. Please choose us. Izuku slowly covered his face with both hands. I can still hear envelopes. Aizawa watched his son dramatically flop onto the wooden floor. You're being dramatic. I've read over 6,000 letters. Fair enough. A tiny smile tugged at Aizawa's lips. Watching the normally composed Izuku slowly lose his sanity over paperwork was strangely entertaining. Present Mike would have been recording this. Thankfully, he wasn't here. By Sunday afternoon, the number of unread letters had become much smaller. Izuku had narrowed thousands of agencies down to only a handful. He quietly read each one again. Rescue agencies, combat specialists, investigation heroes, underground heroes. Then, one folder caught his attention. The agency belonged to Japan's number 2 hero, Hawks. Izuku read the file carefully. Fast response operations, high-speed rescues, intelligence gathering, adaptability. Unlike many agencies, Hawks didn't focus only on combat. He emphasized judgment, quick thinking, reading situations, using the minimum force necessary. Izuku smiled. This one. Aizawa looked over. Hawks. Izuku nodded. He seems different. He values making the right decision quickly. And he balances rescue, investigation, and combat. He closed the folder. I think I'd learn the most there. Aizawa nodded once. Good choice. He wasn't surprised. Hawk's agency suited Izuku's personality far better than agencies built purely around overwhelming strength. That evening, the paperwork was finally complete. Izuku sealed the acceptance form. He stretched so hard his back cracked. It's over, He looked at the mountain of rejected letters. I never want to see another envelope again. Aizawa smirked faintly. You'll survive. Barely. Neither of them knew. Across the city, another first-year student had reached the very same conclusion. Tokiyami quietly placed his own acceptance letter into an envelope addressed to Hawk's agency. Dark shadow floated beside him. So we're going with Bird Guy. Tokiyami gave a solemn nod. A hero who soars freely through the skies. His experience will benefit us greatly. Neither of them realized that, come Monday, they would discover they had independently chosen the same internship, setting the stage for an unexpected reunion under the watchful eye of Japan's winged hero. Monday morning arrived. For once, Class 1A wasn't talking about the sports festival. Today's topic was something far more exciting. Internships. The students eagerly chatted about where they would be spending the following week. Aizawa walked into the classroom, coffee in one hand and his yellow sleeping bag dragging behind him. Morning, morning. He looked around the room before speaking. Today, you'll be announcing which hero agencies you've chosen. These internships aren't sightseeing trips. They're your first experience working with pro heroes. So don't waste the opportunity. The class nodded. Yes, sir. One by one, the students announced their choices. I'll be interning under Manual. Suyu said. I chose Gunhead. Uraraka smiled. I'll be training under Ingenium's agency. Ida declared proudly. Mount Lady. Mineta grinned. Several classmates immediately looked at him. Figures. Mineta laughed nervously. What? Todoroki spoke next. I'll be training at my father's agency. The room fell briefly silent. No one commented. Everyone knew there was complicated history there. Kirishima grinned. I'm going with Fat Gum. Manly choice. Kaminari laughed. Bakugo crossed his arms. Best genist. Kaminari blinked. Really? TCH. What? Nothing. No one had expected Bakugo to choose someone so meticulous. Tokiyami calmly stood. I have selected Hawks. Dark Shadow spread its arms dramatically. The Bird King. Several students chuckled. Before Tokiyami sat down, Izuku raised his hand. I also chose Hawks. Tokiyami looked over. I was unaware. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Looks like we'll be working together. Dark Shadow floated excitedly. Two birds with one hawk. That joke was terrible. Tokiyami quietly admitted. Aizawa simply nodded. Hawks requested both of you after reviewing your sports festival performances. Neither Izuku nor Tokiyami looked surprised. Once every student had announced their internship, Aizawa glanced toward the clock. That's all for this morning. Almost immediately, the classroom door burst open. HELLOOOOOOO, my little heroes. Midnight strode dramatically into the classroom. Her entrance was as theatrical as always. Several students immediately straightened. Mineta nearly cried tears of joy. Miss Midnight. Aizawa rubbed his forehead. You're loud. Midnight smiled. And you're grumpy. She turned toward the class. Today, we'll be choosing your hero names. The room immediately erupted with excitement. Midnight explained. A hero name isn't just a nickname. It becomes your public identity. It's what civilians will remember, what villains will fear, and what children will look up to. So choose carefully. One by one, students began presenting their choices. Tenya stepped forward. My hero name shall be Ingenium. Midnight smiled warmly. A wonderful way to honor your brother. Okako smiled brightly. I'll be Uravati. Adorable. Midnight approved immediately. Suyu bowed politely. My hero name is Froppy. The class unanimously approved. Eiichiro proudly shouted. Red Riot. Kyoka chose Earphone Jack. Momo became Kriti. Denki grinned. Chargebolt. Hunter became Cellophane. Fumikage calmly announced Tsukuyomi. Dark Shadow dramatically spread its wings. Worthy. Finally, Midnight looked toward the last remaining student. Izuku. He stood. Unlike many others, he had already decided. He held up the small card. Written neatly upon it, Kanari, Wan Shang, Ki Shang. The classroom quietly read the name. Midnight tilted her head. Interesting. What does it mean? Izuku answered calmly. It carries two ideas. Kanari can mean quite, or fairly, a reminder that no matter how much I know or can do, there's always more to learn. He paused before continuing, and the can also represent complete intuition. My quirk constantly gathers information. But being a hero isn't about knowing everything. It's about using what you know to help people. The classroom fell silent. Even Bakugo looked over. Midnight smiled softly. I like it. It's simple, but meaningful. She stamped the card with approval. From this day forward, your hero name is Kanari. The class applauded. Aizawa watched quietly from the back of the room. A small, almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face. Kanari. It fit perfectly, not because it sounded powerful, but because it reflected the boy who had chosen it, a quiet, thoughtful young hero whose greatest strength wasn't simply his incredible psychic abilities, but the wisdom to use them with restraint. The week after hero name presentations passed surprisingly peacefully. Class 1A settled back into its normal rhythm. Lessons, training, homework. The excitement surrounding the sports festival slowly faded, replaced by anticipation for something new. Their very first internships. Friday afternoon. Aizawa stood before the class. Don't embarrass UA. Silence. Then he added, and don't die. The class collectively nodded. Yes, sir. Good. He zipped himself back into his sleeping bag. Class dismissed. Before leaving, Bakugo glanced toward Izuku. Hawks. Izuku nodded. Looks like it. Bakugo smirked. Don't get rusty. I could say the same. TCH. Saturday and Sunday passed quickly. Then, Monday arrived. The first day of internships. Before sunrise, the Aizawa household was already awake. Or rather, one Aizawa was. Izuku quietly tied on an apron before the sky had even begun to brighten. Soft music played from his phone as he moved effortlessly around the kitchen. Cooking always relaxed him, especially before something important. Rice steamed quietly, miso soup simmered gently. He prepared fluffy tamagoyaki with perfect golden layers. Fresh grilled salmon rested beside crisp vegetables. He brewed green tea while simultaneously slicing fruit. Every movement was smooth, efficient, natural, as though he'd spent decades in professional kitchens. Omniscience made learning recipes easy. Perfecting them had become his passion. The aroma slowly drifted upstairs. Aizawa opened one tired eye. Food. He sat up. Izuku's awake. By the time Aizawa reached the kitchen, breakfast was already waiting. Morning. Izuku smiled. Morning, Dad. Aizawa sat down. You didn't have to wake up this early. I know. You did anyway. I know. Aizawa sighed. You're stubborn. I learned from someone. Fair. They ate together in comfortable silence. The grilled salmon was perfectly cooked. The tamagoyaki was light and slightly sweet. Even something as simple as miso soup somehow tasted restaurant quality. Aizawa quietly finished his meal. Good. Izuku laughed softly. You always say that. It's always true. After breakfast, Izuku began preparing lunches. One lunchbox, then another. He carefully packed rice, karage chicken, rolled omelets, broccoli, cherry tomatoes, and neatly cut fruit. Everything was arranged with almost artistic precision. He closed the first lunchbox, then started another. Aizawa blinked. 2. Izuku looked up. One's yours. I'll just buy something. No, you won't. You'll drink canned coffee and call it lunch. I feel attacked. You should. Aizawa looked away. Maybe. Izuku smiled triumphantly. So you're taking it? Yes. Just as he finished, Izuku reached for another container. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. 3. Izuku nodded. I made extra sandwiches. Why? If Tokiyami gets hungry, you packed lunch for your classmate. He'll probably be spending the whole day flying around with hawks. He might forget to eat. Aizawa stared at him for a moment. You're too considerate. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I just made a few extra. The few extra turned out to be beautifully made katsu sandwiches with fresh lettuce, tomatoes, and homemade sauce, individually wrapped for convenience. Aizawa picked up his own lunchbox. Thanks. Izuku smiled. You're welcome. After washing the dishes, Izuku changed into his hero costume. The white coat settled neatly over his shoulders. The emerald accents caught the morning light. He adjusted his gloves before looking toward Aizawa. Ready? Aizawa nodded. Let's go. Father and son stepped out into the cool morning air together. One heading to another day of teaching. The other, to his very first hero internship. Neither of them said much during the walk. They didn't need to. As they reached the station, Aizawa spoke without looking at him. Hawks is currently the number 3 hero for a reason. He's fast, observant, and he notices things most people miss. Izuku nodded. I'll do my best. Aizawa glanced at him briefly. I know. After a short pause, he added. And don't overuse your quirk. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I'll try. You always say that, and you always tell me anyway. Fair. For just a moment, Aizawa rested a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm proud of you. Izuku's smile softened. Thanks, Dad. They went their separate ways, one toward UA, the other toward the agency of the number 3 hero, Hawks, where an unexpected week of learning and a reunion with Tokiyami awaited him. The morning air was cool and quiet. Father and son walked side by side through the familiar streets. Neither of them spoke much. They never really needed to. After years of living together, silence had become just another comfortable conversation. Eventually, they reached the station where their routes split. Aizawa adjusted the scarf around his neck. I'll see you tonight. Izuku smiled. See you tonight, Dad. Behave. I always behave. Mostly. Izuku chuckled. I'll take, mostly. Aizawa gave one last nod before turning toward the train that would take him to UA. Izuku watched him disappear into the crowd. Have a good day. Though Aizawa was already gone, he knew his father had heard him. Izuku headed in the opposite direction. His destination, the agency of the number 3 hero, Hawks. The city was already waking up. Salarymen hurried toward offices. Students walked in uniforms. Shops opened their shutters. Everything moved at its usual morning pace. Izuku yawned. Still sleepy. Recovery Girl had cleared him for hero work, but spending almost an entire weekend reading nearly 10,000 internship offers had somehow been more mentally exhausting than fighting at the sports festival. His body wasn't tired. He was simply lazy. He looked around casually. No one was paying attention. A businessman hurried past. A mother pushed a stroller. Nobody was watching. Without breaking stride, his shoes quietly lifted, barely, only a few centimeters above the sidewalk. Instead of walking, he simply hovered, effortlessly gliding forward. His feet still made the occasional tiny motion out of habit, making it almost impossible to notice unless someone stared directly at the ground. Better, a content little smile appeared. Why walk when he could float? Every now and then someone glanced his way, but no one noticed. The difference between walking and hovering only 2 or 3 centimeters above the ground was nearly impossible to spot. To everyone else, he simply looked like a very relaxed teenager. At one crosswalk, the light turned red. Izuku stopped. Still hovering, a pigeon wandered over and tilted its head at him. The bird seemed confused. It couldn't understand why the human wasn't actually touching the ground. Izuku smiled sheepishly. Don't judge me. The pigeon cooed before wandering off. The light changed. He resumed his barely noticeable floating journey. Occasionally, he would drift around slower pedestrians without taking another step. His hands remained comfortably in his coat pockets. To him, it was relaxing. Several blocks later, a familiar dark-haired student came into view. Tokiyami. Dark shadow floated lazily over his shoulder. The shadow creature spotted Izuku first. Oh, morning, floating guy. Tokiyami turned. Good morning, Aizawa. Izuku's feet immediately touched the pavement. Almost instinctively. Morning. Dark shadow narrowed its eyes suspiciously. Were you floating? No, you were. Maybe. You were being lazy. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Walking felt optional. Dark Shadow burst into laughter. I like him. Tokiyami sighed. Your honesty is appreciated. The two students continued toward Hawk's agency together. Dark Shadow happily munched on one of the sandwiches Izuku had packed. This is amazing. It has sauce. It has crispy pork. It has everything. Tokiyami took a bite of his own sandwich. He paused, then looked at Izuku. You made these? Izuku nodded. I made extras. Tokiyami silently took another bite. Dark Shadow spoke for him. Best sandwich ever. Izuku laughed. I'm glad you like them. Towering above the street ahead stood the sleek headquarters of Hawk's Hero Agency. Its glass exterior reflected the morning sun, and heroes and psychics bustled in and out through the front entrance. Tokiyami adjusted his uniform. It appears our internship begins now. Izuku looked up at the building with quiet excitement. The lazy morning drifted away, replaced by anticipation. For the next week, Kanari and Tsukuyomi would be learning from one of Japan's fastest and most perceptive hero, and neither of them had any idea just how unconventional Hawk's teaching style would be. The towering glass building of Hawk's Hero Agency stood before them, reflecting the morning sunlight. Heroes and psychics hurried in and out through the revolving doors, each carrying stacks of reports or answering phone calls. The atmosphere was busy, but strangely relaxed, very much like the hero who owned the place. Izuku took a deep breath. First internship. Don't embarrass Dad. Don't accidentally throw a building with telekinesis. Don't read everyone's minds. Don't overthink. Okay. He nodded to himself. I'm ready. Tokiyami glanced sideways. You are talking to yourself. I know. It helps. Dark Shadow swallowed another bite of sandwich. I do it too. Tokiyami sighed. You also argue with yourself. Details. The three entered the lobby. Unlike earlier, Izuku had completely given up pretending he was walking. Instead, he lazily floated a few inches above the polished floor. His hands rested comfortably in his coat pockets. A sandwich occupied one hand. Every few seconds, he took another bite. Dark Shadow floated beside him, also happily munching on one of the extra sandwiches. This is so good. Tokiyami wasn't eating. He simply walked with his usual calm expression. He wasn't hungry. Several agency employees looked over. Is he floating? I think he is. He isn't even trying to hide it. One receptionist blinked twice. That's actually kind of impressive. At that exact moment, a pair of crimson wings folded slightly as someone landed atop the front reception desk. Yo! The casual greeting made everyone look up. Hawks, feathers ruffled lazily behind him. His hands rested in his jacket pockets. He looked exactly as relaxed as the rumors suggested. His sharp golden eyes immediately swept across the two interns. Tokiyami, professional posture. Good. Then, his gaze drifted downward. Izuku, still floating, still eating a sandwich. For a long second, neither of them spoke. Hawks simply raised one eyebrow. Izuku slowly blinked. Without saying a single word, he very slowly descended until both shoes touched the floor. The movement was so gradual it looked exactly like a child quietly putting the cookie jar back on the shelf after being caught reaching for it. The entire lobby became silent. Dark Shadow looked between the two, then burst into laughter. PFFT, you got caught. Izuku looked away. Walking is overrated. Hawks finally chuckled. Kid, I wasn't gonna stop you. Oh, really? Yeah. Hawks shrugged. If I could fly everywhere, I'd probably do the same thing. Dark Shadow pointed dramatically. See, I told you floating was cool. Tokiyami pinched the bridge of his nose. Please do not encourage him. Hawks hopped lightly off the reception desk. So, he looked between the two interns. Tsukuyomi. Tokiyami bowed slightly. It's an honor. Then Hawks looked at Izuku. And Kanari. Izuku nodded politely. It's nice to meet you. Hawks tilted his head. You made those sandwiches? Izuku blinked. Yes. Hawks pointed toward Dark Shadow, who was still enthusiastically eating. I've been watching him since you walked in. He looks spiritually healed. Dark Shadow gave a thumbs up while chewing. Best sandwiches ever. Hawks laughed. Mind if I steal one later? Izuku smiled. I made extras. You actually did. Izuku opened his lunch bag. There are 2 left. Hawks stared for a second. You're officially my favorite intern. Tokiyami looked at Hawks. Was it the sandwiches? Hawks accepted one with a grin. It was definitely the sandwiches. He took one bite. His wings instinctively fluffed out. Whoa, another bite. Kid, did you seriously make these yourself? Izuku nodded. I like cooking. Hawks swallowed before looking at him with genuine surprise. I was expecting convenience store food. This is restaurant quality. Dark Shadow proudly folded its arms as if it had cooked them. I know, right? Tokiyami quietly corrected it. You contributed nothing. I contributed moral support. Hawks laughed again, already finishing half the sandwich. All right. He dusted the crumbs from his gloves before smiling at the 2 students. Enough standing around. Let's see what the number 3 hero can teach the psychic who floats because he's too lazy to walk. His eyes shifted to Tokiyami. And the guy with the coolest shadow bird in Japan. Dark Shadow puffed out its chest proudly. I like this guy already. Hawks grinned and motioned for them to follow. See, Morn. The real internship starts now. From the very first morning, Hawks understood something important. Tokiyami needed polishing. Izuku didn't. Not because Izuku had nothing left to learn. Far from it. But his quirk control was already frighteningly refined. The sports festival had proven that. A psychic capable of applying different telekinetic forces to hundreds of people simultaneously without seriously injuring anyone wasn't a first year. That was professional level control. So Hawks divided the internship naturally. Tokiyami would improve his combat. Izuku would improve everything else. Tokiyami's training every morning began before sunrise. Hawks rarely explained the day's lesson. Instead, he simply flew away. Catch me. Tokiyami blinked. Excuse me. Come on. If you can't keep up, how are you gonna save someone? Dark Shadow groaned. He's fast. The rooftops of Musutafu became Tokiyami's classroom. Hawks forced him to leap between buildings. Predict moving traffic. Adjust to changing wind currents. React to attacks that came without warning. Sometimes, a single feather would suddenly shoot toward him. Tokiyami learned very quickly that Hawks wasn't trying to hit him. He was testing his awareness. Too slow. Another feather. You saw it, but you reacted after thinking. Another. Heroes don't always get time to think. Dark Shadow initially solved everything by punching harder. Hawks immediately corrected it. Nope. You 2 are treating each other like weapon and user. He shook his head. Wrong. He pointed between them. You're partners. Dark Shadow blinked. Partners. Coordinate. Communicate. Move together. Don't make Dark Shadow chase your decisions. Make decisions together. Over the week, Tokiyami slowly changed. Dark Shadow no longer charged recklessly. Instead, every movement had purpose. Every attack created another opening. Every defense flowed naturally into another action. For the first time, Tokiyami truly fought with Dark Shadow. Not through it. Izuku's lessons. Hawks watched Izuku finish another patrol report. You're terrifying. Izuku looked up. Why? You organize paperwork for fun. I like organizing. That's somehow scarier. Unlike Tokiyami, Izuku wasn't given physical drills. Instead, Hawks took him everywhere. Meetings, briefings, agency discussions, patrol planning, crime analysis, rescue coordination, intelligence reports. At first, Izuku wondered why. Then Hawks explained. Your quirk already gives you overwhelming options. So your biggest enemy is choosing the wrong one. Every patrol became a lesson. See that guy? Hawks casually pointed toward a man sitting outside a convenience store. What do you notice? Izuku glanced once. Construction worker. Recently injured left shoulder. Wedding ring. Hasn't slept much. Checking his phone every 30 seconds. Waiting for someone. Hawks blinked. Okay, I was gonna say he looked tired. After that, the lessons became harder. If two villains attack opposite sides of the street, who do you stop first? If saving one civilian lets another villain escape, what's the better decision? When should a hero fight? And when should they simply observe? These weren't questions with easy answers. Hawks wanted Izuku to think beyond what his quirk could do. He wanted him to think like someone responsible for the lives around him. One afternoon, the agency received reports of 3 purse snatchings within 20 minutes. Most heroes would have immediately begun searching. Hawks didn't move. Instead, he looked at Izuku. What do you think? Izuku studied the reports. They're moving us. The thefts aren't the goal. They're distractions. They're drawing heroes away from another location. Hawks smiled. Good. Sure enough. Minutes later, an attempted robbery occurred exactly where hero patrols had been thinned out. Hawks intercepted the robbers before they entered the building. Afterward, he laughed quietly. You're gonna become scary. During lunch, Hawks happily accepted another homemade sandwich. He took one bite, then another. Kid, yeah, do you always cook like this? Izuku nodded. Pretty much. For you and Aizawa. Every day. Hawks froze. Every day. Dad forgets to eat, so I make enough for both of us. Hawks slowly looked down at the sandwich. Then toward the sky. Shota, you lucky man. Now he finally understood. For years, Aizawa had almost never joined other heroes for lunch. Everyone assumed he simply preferred being alone. The truth, he'd been going home or bringing lunch because waiting for him was food that could rival the best restaurants. I'm jealous. Izuku laughed. You can have another one. Please. As the days passed, Hawks also found himself growing unexpectedly comfortable around Izuku. He'd casually ruffle the green-haired boy's hair after a particularly clever observation. Or throw an arm around his shoulders while walking back from patrol. Sometimes he'd dramatically lean against him while pretending to complain about paperwork. Adulting is exhausting. Izuku laughed. I thought heroes liked paperwork. Who told you that terrible lie? You did. Fair. The gestures were easygoing and brotherly, and after the first couple of days Izuku stopped stiffening whenever Hawks invaded his personal space. He simply accepted that Hawks was the sort of person who communicated with easy physical familiarity. Tokiyami watched the interactions in silence, then quietly remarked to Dark Shadow, Hawks has adopted another bird. Dark Shadow nodded solemnly. The green one. Hawks, meanwhile, had reached one very important conclusion. Izuku is ridiculously adorable. The polite smile, the quiet confidence, the way he'd absent-mindedly float whenever he relaxed, the tiny frown whenever he was thinking too hard. He kept that thought strictly to himself, because the moment he imagined telling Shota Aizawa, he pictured a capture scarf wrapping around his neck. I enjoy being alive, so he wisely said nothing. By the end of the week, Hawks looked over both interns. Tokiyami stood straighter. Dark Shadow moved with remarkable discipline. His battlefield awareness had improved dramatically, exactly as Hawks had hoped. Then, he looked toward Izuku. The green-haired psychic was reviewing agency intelligence reports while quietly eating another homemade sandwich. You know, I think I accidentally created a monster. Izuku looked up. I taught you how intelligence networks work. You figured out how to predict criminal patterns. You've started asking questions that make me rethink operations. He laughed. You're a lot more cunning than when you got here. Izuku smiled innocently. I learned from a good teacher. Hawks pointed accusingly. Don't say things like that. It makes me feel responsible. You are. Exactly. He sighed dramatically before grinning. Shota's gonna blame me. Tokiyami looked between them. Will he? Hawks didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Then he smiled. Worth it. A week passed faster than any of them expected. For Tokiyami, it had been a week of constant movement. For Izuku, it had been a week of constant thinking. For Hawks, It had somehow become one of the most enjoyable internships he'd supervised. On the final morning, the three stood atop the agency's rooftop, overlooking Musutafu. The morning breeze stirred Hawk's crimson feathers. He folded his arms. Well, that's it. Internship's over. Neither student spoke immediately. Hawks looked toward Tokiyami first. You came here relying on Dark Shadow's strength. He smiled. Now, you make Dark Shadow stronger because you make better decisions. Tokiyami gave a respectful bow. Thank you. Dark Shadow puffed out its chest proudly. We're awesome now. We always were. Tokiyami quietly corrected. Then Hawks turned toward Izuku. He sighed dramatically. And you? Izuku blinked. Me. I honestly had no clue what I was supposed to teach you. You already had ridiculous quirk control. You already knew how to stay calm. You already had enough raw power to scare most pro-heroes. Izuku scratched his cheek awkwardly. Sorry, I'm not complaining. Hawks laughed. So instead, I taught you how heroes think. He pointed toward Izuku. And somehow, you learned too well. Images from the week flashed through Hawk's mind. Izuku predicting a robbery before it happened. Quietly identifying escape routes without being asked. Reading body language so accurately that suspects confessed before Hawks even questioned them. Planning patrol routes that saved time. Seeing patterns hidden in mountains of information. Hawks shook his head. I was trying to teach you. I somehow ended up creating another strategist. Tokiyami nodded once. Canary has become considerably more cunning. Dark Shadow grinned. He smiles before he outsmarts people now. Izuku looked genuinely confused. Do I? All three answered at once. Yes. Hawks sighed. Shota's absolutely gonna blame me. He'll say. He lowered his voice into an almost perfect impression of Aizawa. Why is my son manipulating criminals into arresting themselves? Izuku laughed. I wouldn't do that. Hawks gave him a look. You absolutely would. Maybe. The three laughed together. Before they left, Izuku reached into his bag. I almost forgot. He handed Hawks a neatly wrapped container. Quote. I made one more lunch. For you. Hawks carefully opened it. Inside, a perfectly prepared assortment of sandwiches, fresh fruit, and homemade desserts. He looked back at Izuku. Kid, you really didn't have to. I wanted to. Hawks smiled. Thanks. Tokiyami adjusted his bag. It has been an honor. It was fun. Hawks answered honestly. Both of you worked hard. I'd gladly take you again. As the students headed toward the elevator, Hawks watched them leave. Tokiyami walked with calm confidence. His movements were sharper, more deliberate, exactly what Hawks had hoped. Beside him, Izuku unconsciously began hovering a few centimeters above the floor again. Hands in his pockets, completely relaxed. Hawks couldn't help laughing quietly. There he goes. Once the elevator doors closed, the rooftop became quiet. Hawks looked down at the lunchbox in his hands. Then smiled to himself. I'm gonna miss that kid. He chuckled. My little green pea. It was a nickname he'd never used where anyone else could hear. Not in front of Tokiyami. Certainly not in front of Izuku. And absolutely never in front of Shota Aizawa. He valued his continued existence far too much for that. The thought of Aizawa hearing him affectionately call his adopted son, Green Pea, was enough to imagine a capture scarf wrapped around his neck before he could explain himself. Yeah, no thanks. He picked up one of the sandwiches. One bite. His wings relaxed. I'm really gonna miss these lunches. A sidekick walking onto the rooftop paused. Boss. Hawks quickly straightened. Nothing. You look sad. I'm not sad. I'm just realizing I'm gonna have to go back to convenience store sandwiches. The sidekick blinked. That bad? Hawks stared wistfully at the lunchbox. You have no idea. Then, after another thoughtful bite, he smiled. Still, they're both going to become incredible heroes. He looked out over the city skyline. One learned how to fight smarter. The other learned how to think even further ahead. He laughed softly. I guess I really did create two monsters. Not monsters of destruction, But heroes who could dominate a battlefield in entirely different ways, one through perfectly coordinated combat, and the other through quiet, calculated decisions that could end a conflict before it ever truly began. Hawks remained on the rooftop long after the elevator doors had closed. The city stretched out before him. His lunchbox rested comfortably in one hand. Already empty. Yeah. A small smile tugged at his lips. They're gonna be amazing. He wasn't the sentimental type. At least, not where anyone could see. But watching 2 first years grow so much in only a single week. It was satisfying. Tokiyami had become calmer, sharper. Every movement now had intent. Dark shadow no longer lashed out wildly. Instead, the two moved like extensions of one another. Exactly what Hawks had hoped for. Then, his thoughts wandered to another intern. A quiet green-haired psychic who floated whenever he got lazy. Hey, Green P. The nickname escaped before he realized it. Good thing no one else was around. You're way too smart for your own good. At the start of the week, Izuku had been observant. By the end, he'd started asking questions that forced Hawks himself to stop and think. Questions about information networks, criminal psychology, hero deployment, how to manipulate a battlefield before a fight even started. How to force opponents into making predictable mistakes. Hawks hadn't taught him tricks. He'd taught him principles. Izuku had taken those principles and evolved them frighteningly fast. Shota's gonna wonder what I did. He laughed. Probably blame me. He'd be right. Still, if UA offered hero work studies later in the year, Hawks already knew exactly who he'd be requesting. Hopefully they come back. He looked toward the now empty elevator. Especially Green P. He immediately shook his head. Nope. Still never saying that in front of Shota. Meanwhile, on the train back toward UA, Tokiyami quietly looked out the window. Dark shadow floated beside him. We learned a lot. Tokiyami nodded. Indeed. He turned toward Izuku. You have been unusually quiet. Izuku blinked. Have I? You only become this quiet when thinking. Fair. In reality, Izuku's mind was racing, not because Omniscience wouldn't stop. Because he finally understood something Hawks had been trying to teach him all week. Winning starts long before the first attack. His classmates, powerful, talented, creative, but predictable. His thoughts wandered through dozens of hypothetical matchups. Bakugo always rushes once he's provoked. Todoroki analyzes before committing. Ida follows the most logical route. Uraraka hesitates if civilians are nearby. Kaminari overextends. Mineta panics when pressured. Every habit, every strength, every weakness. His mind quietly assembled them into strategies. Not to hurt them, to outplay them, to guide the fight where he wanted it to go. A small smile appeared on his face. Dark Shadow noticed immediately. Tokiyami. Yes. Kanari is smiling. Tokiyami looked over. That is concerning. Izuku finally spoke. I can't wait for combat training. Dark Shadow tilted its head. Why? Izuku's smile grew just a fraction. Hawks taught us that controlling the battlefield is more important than simply overpowering your opponent. He looked out the train window. I want to see how well that works. Tokiyami immediately understood. You intend to outthink everyone. Izuku answered honestly. Maybe. Dark Shadow pointed dramatically. That's a predator smile. Izuku blinked innocently. Is it? Yes. By the time the train pulled into UA station, both interns had changed. Tokiyami walked with a newfound confidence, every movement measured and efficient. Beside him, Izuku floated absent-mindedly a few centimeters above the platform before realizing people were watching and quietly lowering himself again. His expression remained as gentle as ever. Polite, soft-spoken, kind, yet behind those emerald eyes, strategies flowed endlessly, not because he wanted to dominate others, but because he had learned that the best heroes didn't simply react to danger. They quietly shaped the entire situation until the only outcome left was the one that protected everyone. If Class 1A thought Kanari had been difficult to fight before the internship, They were about to discover that the quiet psychic who returned from Hawk's agency wasn't just stronger. He had become far more dangerous because he now understood how to make every battle unfold on his terms. The following Monday, Class 1A returned to UA. The classroom felt livelier than it had before the internships. Everyone had changed, some only a little, others, quite dramatically. Tokiyami carried himself with newfound confidence, dark shadow moving with precise coordination instead of reckless enthusiasm. Izuku, meanwhile, looked exactly the same as always. Quiet, polite, soft-spoken. Only Aizawa noticed the subtle difference in his son's eyes. He's thinking too much. Hawks definitely taught him something. I'm blaming him later. The morning passed with normal classes before Aizawa finally stood at the front. Now that your internships are over, it's time for your final exams. The room immediately stiffened. He continued, the exams consist of two parts, a written examination, and a practical examination. The practical portion will pair you with one classmate. Your opponents, he paused, will be your teachers. Groans filled the classroom. Kaminari nearly fell out of his chair. We have to fight you people. Present Mike, passing by the hallway, happily opened the door. Yep, he immediately closed it again. Aizawa ignored the interruption. You'll either defeat your assigned teacher, or escape through the designated exit. You'll need teamwork, judgment, and common sense. His eyes settled briefly on several students. Especially common sense. Almost immediately, panic began. I'm going to fail. Kaminari groaned. Sero nodded. I don't even know half the formulas. Ashido sighed dramatically. The written test is going to destroy me. Momo smiled gently. Then let's study together. After discussing schedules, the class unanimously agreed on one location. The Yaoyorozu estate, simply because it was enormous, large enough to comfortably fit every member of Class 1A. A few days later, students stared. This is a house, Kaminari whispered. It looks like a palace. Ashido nodded. I'm too poor to breathe here. Momo welcomed everyone warmly. Please make yourselves at home. Several maids politely guided everyone toward an enormous study room. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling. Long tables had already been prepared. Snacks, drinks, school supplies. Everything had been organized perfectly. Study groups naturally formed. Momo immediately began helping Kaminari. No, Denki. Electricity doesn't travel faster because it's motivated. Are you sure? Very. Jiro helped Koda. Ida enthusiastically reviewed mathematics with Ojiro. Tsuyu quietly helped Mineta. Even Bakugo, somehow, ended up explaining chemistry to Kirishima. You're overthinking it. It's literally basic chemistry. I wasn't listening. I know. Meanwhile, Izuku sat with Todoroki and Tokiyami. They weren't really studying. They were discussing strategy. If a practical opponent blocks the shortest escape route, Todoroki answered calmly. Create another. Tokiyami nodded. Maintain initiative. Izuku smiled. Exactly. The conversation somehow evolved into analyzing every teacher's fighting style. Several nearby students slowly moved away. Their terrifying, written exam week arrived. The tests were difficult, long, exhausting, yet everyone did their best. Thanks to the study sessions, most students performed significantly better than expected. Even Kaminari somehow passed. Barely. He celebrated like he'd won the sports festival. Then, the practical examinations began. Each pair drew their assigned teacher. One after another, students entered their battlefields. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki versus a Razorhead. At first, Momo froze under pressure. Aizawa immediately exploited every hesitation. But remembering her classmates' faith in her, she regained her composure. She rapidly created equipment while coordinating with Todoroki. Instead of attempting to overpower Aizawa, they outplanned him, forced into increasingly disadvantageous positions. Aizawa eventually acknowledged their teamwork. Pass. Tokiyami and Tsuyu versus ectoplasm. Ectoplasm filled the battlefield with countless clones. Normally, Tokiyami would have relied on Dark Shadow's overwhelming strength. Instead, he remained calm. Dark Shadow intercepted clones while Tsuyu maneuvered through openings. Every movement was coordinated, every attack deliberate. Hawk's lessons were obvious. Ectoplasm smiled. Excellent. The pair reached the exit. Pass. Ida and Shoji versus Power Loader. Shoji gathered information. Ida used Recipro Burst only when necessary. Perfect teamwork. Perfect timing. They escaped successfully. Kirishima and Sato versus Sman Toss. Concrete walls rose endlessly. Rather than stopping, the pair simply smashed through everything in their path. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. Jiro and Koda versus Present Mike. Present Mike's deafening voice overwhelmed them. Koda hesitated. Then, remembering his friend's encouragement, he called upon nearby insects. The swarm distracted Present Mike long enough for Jiro to disable the sound equipment. They escaped. Ashido and Aoyama versus 13. Ashido's mobility and acid combined surprisingly well with Aoyama's laser. Working together, they successfully slipped past 13's black hole. Finally, the loudspeaker announced the last battle. Next, Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku Aizawa versus. The giant monitor displayed one familiar smiling face. All Might, Ground Gamma, the ruined city training field. All Might stood waiting. His massive frame cast a long shadow. I won't go easy on you. Bakugo clicked his tongue. TCH. Izuku quietly adjusted his gloves. Ready? No, me neither. The buzzer sounded. Boom. Bakugo exploded forward. Exactly as expected. All Might immediately pursued him. Instead of following, Izuku simply watched. His emerald eyes glowed faintly. Thousands of calculations flooded his mind. Wind, distance, debris, escape routes, timing, everything. He calmly spoke. Bakugo, dodge left. What, now? Bakugo obeyed on instinct. A split second later, All Might's fist obliterated the exact location Bakugo had occupied. Bakugo glanced back. Lucky. Izuku smiled faintly. Not luck. From then on, the battle changed completely. Bakugo became the spear. Izuku became the commander. 3 meters right. Jump. Blast the wall. Now, every instruction arrived exactly when needed. Every prediction proved correct. Every move forced All Might into another carefully prepared position. Bakugo eventually stopped questioning him altogether. He simply moved. It felt as though thousands of computers were calculating every possibility simultaneously. Even All Might was surprised. Young Aizawa, he's controlling the flow of battle itself. Still, All Might remained overwhelmingly powerful. One punch demolished entire buildings. Shockwaves split the battlefield. Eventually, Bakugo was badly injured protecting Izuku from falling debris. Izuku immediately switched strategies. We're escaping. TCH. We're fighting. No, you'll lose. Fine. Using precise telekinetic bursts, Izuku cleared rubble while supporting Bakugo's injured movements. Every street they took, every corner they turned, forced All Might into slightly slower approaches. Not because he couldn't catch them. Because Izuku kept making him choose between chasing them or collapsing buildings filled with civilian dummies. Even in an exam, he weaponized priorities. The exit finally came into view. All Might lunged. Izuku shoved Bakugo forward with telekinesis. Then, a massive fist descended toward him. Before it landed, boom, Bakugo blasted himself backward, grabbing Izuku's arm. Move. Together, they crossed the finish line. The alarm sounded. Pass. Back in the observation room. Silence filled the monitors. Present Mike finally laughed. I never thought I'd see Bakugo actually listening to someone. Smantos nodded. Young Aizawa essentially turned him into the perfect assault unit. Aizawa watched quietly. A tiny smile appeared. Good work. Not everyone passed. Kaminari and Sero were completely outmaneuvered by Principal Nezu's elaborate traps and failed. Ojiro and Hagakure were eliminated by Snipe before reaching the exit. Mineta and Ashido succumbed to Midnight's sleeping gas. The lineup is different from the original, because, well, IDK. After every practical examination concluded, the students gathered in their classroom. Some celebrated, others looked discouraged. Aizawa addressed everyone. Those who failed won't be left behind. You'll attend remedial lessons. You'll have another opportunity. Relief spread through the room. Then, the classroom doors slid open. Principal Nezu entered with his usual cheerful smile. Good afternoon, everyone. The students immediately quieted. I have wonderful news. He clasped his paws together. Your next educational event will be a summer training camp. The class erupted. A training camp. Nezu nodded enthusiastically. You'll spend several days training your quirks under the supervision of the wild pussycats. This isn't a vacation. It will push each of you beyond your current limits. He smiled knowingly, and considering the League of Villains' recent activity, the stronger you become now, the better prepared you'll be for whatever the future brings. The room buzzed with excitement. Izuku glanced toward Bakugo, who simply smirked. Bakugo noticed and grinned back. Don't think beating me with your brain means you've won. Izuku returned the grin. I wasn't planning to, but I am looking forward to our next match. From across the room, Aizawa watched the exchange before letting out a quiet sigh. Hawks, whatever you taught him. He's smiling like he's already 3 steps ahead of everyone. I'm definitely calling you later. The day of the summer training camp finally arrived. Before sunrise, 2 large buses waited outside UA. One for the hero course. One enormous bus carrying both Class 1A and Class 1B into the mountains. The atmosphere was lively. Everyone talked excitedly about the camp. Izuku climbed aboard carrying an unusually large insulated bag. Uraraka blinked. That's a lot of luggage. Izuku smiled sheepishly. It isn't clothes. Then what's inside? A few minutes later, the answer became obvious. As the bus finally departed from UA, Izuku quietly opened the bag. A sweet aroma immediately filled the bus. Ashido's head snapped around. Is that mochi? Kaminari slowly looked over the seat. No, that's homemade mochi. Even Bakugo looked up. Inside were dozens upon dozens of beautifully made sweets. Colorful mochi. Fresh daifuku filled with sweet red bean paste, strawberry, matcha cream, and custard. Every single one looked professionally made. Izuku smiled. I made enough for everyone. Silence. Everyone. He nodded. Class 1A and Class 1B. The bus became strangely quiet. Then, Monoma cautiously raised a hand. You're sharing with us. Of course. We're all going to the same camp. Monoma didn't know how to respond. I was prepared to insult you. Izuku simply handed him a daifuku. Here, now I feel bad. Within minutes, the entire bus was happily eating. Even Class 1B couldn't deny how delicious everything tasted. Itsuka Kendo smiled. These are amazing. Tetsutetsu took one bite, then another, then looked directly at Izuku. You're awesome. When everyone settled into their seats, something unexpected happened. Instead of sitting beside one of his own classmates, Izuku walked over to Class 1B. He stopped beside Tetsutetsu. Mind if I sit here? Tetsutetsu blinked. Seriously? Sure. Immediately, Kirishima hurried over. I'm joining too. Seconds later, Izuku found himself sitting between 2 loud, shark-toothed, muscle-brained boys. Tetsutetsu slammed a fist into his palm. Just wait. Class 1B's gonna surpass you guys. We're just as strong. No, stronger. Instead of arguing, Izuku smiled warmly. I hope so. I'd love to see how much stronger you become. Tetsutetsu blinked. Izuku continued. If you surpass us, then we'll have to work harder. And if we work harder, you'll work harder too. He laughed softly. We'll keep pushing each other. That's how everyone grows. Tetsutetsu stared for several seconds. Then, a huge grin spread across his face. You know what? I like you. He threw an arm around Izuku's shoulders. We're rivals now. Kirishima laughed loudly. That's so manly. Suddenly, Izuku was trapped. sandwiched between two extremely loud, shark-toothed idiots. I'm surrounded. The bus eventually reached the mountain trail. Students climbed out one by one. The cool forest air greeted them. Before them stood the wild pussycats. Pixie Bob grinned mischievously. Welcome. Before anyone could properly greet them, the ground exploded. Gigantic earth monsters burst from the forest. The students collectively froze. What? Pixie Bob pointed dramatically toward the distant mountain lodge. Reach the camp before sunset. This is your first lesson. The monsters roared. The students screamed. Chaos erupted. Izuku looked at the towering earth creatures. Nope. He visibly shivered. I am not built for this. Unlike Kirishima, unlike Tetsu, unlike Bakugo, Izuku had never focused on physical conditioning. He relied on his quirk entirely. His emerald eyes narrowed. Green energy surged. Veins spread across his forehead. More appeared around the sides of his eyes. Omniscience activated at full power. Thousands of calculations flooded his mind. Wind speed, tree positions, monster movements, escape routes, everything. Then, he disappeared. Flash, a streak of green shot into the forest. Not running, flying, so fast that leaves exploded into the air behind him. Back at the starting point. Everyone stared. He left. Kaminari pointed. He abandoned us. I didn't abandon you. Izuku's voice echoed from somewhere very, very far away. I just value my life. Bakugo barked out a laugh. Nerd actually ran. Tetsu burst into laughter. I respect that. Even Pixie Bob blinked. That kid's fast. Aizawa simply sighed. Hawks. I know exactly who taught him that. Deep within the forest, earth monsters swung enormous fists. Izuku never let them get close. 1 second, he was between trees. The next, above the canopy. Then, behind another monster. He flew through the forest in unpredictable zigzags, weaving between branches with effortless precision. Not a single monster managed to touch him. No thank you. Another fist missed him by several meters. I'm allergic to getting hit. Less than 20 minutes later, the mountain lodge came into view. Izuku gently landed. His uniform was spotless, his breathing perfectly steady, not even a scratch. The teachers looked over, then toward the still empty trail. You're already here. Izuku nodded politely. I took the scenic route. Aizawa looked at the untouched uniform. Scenic, since everyone else was still making their way through the forest. Izuku looked around, then toward the lodge kitchen. Can I borrow this? The wild pussycats exchanged confused glances. Ragdoll smiled. Go ahead. 1 hour later, the entire lodge smelled incredible. Freshly cooked dorayaki filled the air. Golden pancakes, sweet red bean filling, some with custard, others with whipped cream, even chocolate, rows upon rows cooled neatly on trays. Izuku prepared separate plates for the teachers and the pussycats first. These are for you. Pixie Bob stared. You made all these? Izuku nodded. I figured everyone would be hungry after climbing the mountain. Mandalay smiled warmly. You're an angel. Aizawa picked one up. 1 bite. Good. Recovery girl, who had stopped by the camp to check supplies, laughed. Shota, that's the happiest expression I've seen from you all month. Izuku didn't stop there. He began making another enormous batch. For the students, several pussycats watched in amazement. How many is he making? Enough for 80 people. Does he always cook like this? Aizawa answered without looking up from his second dorayaki. Every day. The teachers exchanged glances. One thought crossed all of their minds at once. No wonder Aizawa almost never eats out. By the time the exhausted students from classes 1A and 1B finally stumbled out of the forest muddy, scratched, and completely worn out, they were greeted not only by the sight of the mountain lodge, but by the irresistible aroma of fresh, homemade dorayaki waiting for them at the finish line. One by one, students stumbled out of the forest, covered in dirt, sweating, breathing heavily. Some had leaves stuck in their hair. Others looked ready to collapse. Kaminari dragged himself toward the lodge. I have seen the afterlife. Sero crawled behind him. Please, tell my family, I died heroically. Then, a familiar voice greeted them. Welcome back. Everyone slowly looked up. Standing in front of the lodge, perfectly clean, not a single scratch on his uniform, was Izuku, wearing an apron, holding a plate. The classes collectively stared. Izuku smiled innocently. Would anyone like a dorayaki? Silence. Ashido slowly pointed. You, why are you clean? I didn't get hit. You. Kaminari pointed accusingly. You left. Izuku nodded honestly. I did. I saw giant earth monsters. I decided that wasn't for me. I flew. The entire class deadpanned. Bakugo barked out a laugh. Ha, nerd really said, nope, and left. Even Tetsu burst into laughter. I can't even be mad. That was the smartest thing anyone did today. Kirishima threw an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Man, that wasn't very manly. He paused, but it was really smart. Izuku quietly held out the plate again. Dorayaki. Nobody moved. Then, everyone smelled it. Fresh butter, warm pancakes, sweet red bean filling. The entire class froze. Mineta sniffed the air. Homemade. Izuku nodded. I made enough for everyone. Kaminari immediately burst into tears. I love you. He sprinted toward the table. Immediately followed by Ashido, Sero, Mineta, Kirishima, Tetsu. Then, everyone else. The dining table was absolutely covered. Tower after tower of freshly baked dorayaki. Classic red bean, custard, chocolate, strawberry cream, matcha. There had to be over 100. Enough for every student to eat until they couldn't move. Pixie Bob blinked. He actually made enough. Ragdoll laughed. I told you. He's incredible. Class 1A and 1B completely forgot their exhaustion. Within seconds, everyone had one in each hand. Kaminari took one bite. His eyes immediately watered. I'm alive again. Ashido nodded furiously while chewing. This is the greatest thing I've ever eaten. Sero pointed dramatically at Izuku. He should have gone to culinary school. Even Monoma quietly accepted one. He took a cautious bite. He slowly looked at Izuku. I cannot insult this. Kendo laughed. That's a first. Tetsu stuffed 3 into his mouth almost immediately. These are amazing. Kirishima nodded. So manly. They're not manly. They're delicious. Deliciously manly. Tokiyami calmly accepted one. Dark Shadow already had 2. This is our third. Dark Shadow. Moderation. I'm moderating. This isn't my 4th yet. Even Todoroki quietly approached. May I? Izuku smiled. Of course. Todoroki took one. Paused after the first bite. I understand. Understand what? Why Aizawa-sensei always looks forward to going home. Several nearby students slowly turned toward Aizawa. The exhausted teacher silently ate another dorayaki. Completely ignoring them, Present Mike leaned over. Shota, you've been hiding this from us. Yes, you've been eating food like this every day. Yes, Midnight crossed her arms. That's unfair. Recovery Girl laughed. No wonder he never joins us for lunch anymore. Aizawa calmly took another bite. I'm not sharing. Meanwhile, Izuku quietly watched everyone happily eating. A gentle smile spread across his face. Seeing everyone laughing together, made the hours he had spent cooking completely worth it. Mandalay noticed. You're happier watching everyone eat than eating yourself. Izuku nodded. I like cooking for people. It's nice seeing them smile. The wild pussycats exchanged amused glances. Pixie Bob whispered, he's too wholesome. Ragdoll nodded. We have to protect him. Aizawa, without looking up from his dorayaki, replied flatly. Get in line. The teachers laughed, while around them, the students from classes 1A and 1B continued devouring the mountain of homemade dorayaki until many of them ended up sprawled across the grass, full, happy, and wondering if the training camp's greatest challenge would be resisting whatever Izuku decided to cook next. By the time the sun began setting behind the mountains, The students had finally recovered from both Pixie Bob's trial and Izuku's seemingly endless supply of food. They were exhausted, sore, yet somehow still hungry. After all, they had spent hours fighting through the forest. Back inside the lodge, Mandalay clapped her hands. "All right, everyone, dinner will be ready soon." Immediately, nearly every student's stomach growled. Kaminari dramatically collapsed onto the floor. "I can hear food calling my name." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Izuku quietly raised his hand. "Can I help?" The wild pussycats looked at each other. Pixie Bob grinned. "Sure, we could use another pair of hands." Aizawa, who happened to be walking by, simply said, "Good luck." The pussycats blinked. "Good luck." 10 minutes later, the kitchen became strangely quiet. The pussycats stood off to one side, simply watching. "He's faster than all of us combined." Izuku moved through the kitchen with effortless confidence. Vegetables practically disappeared beneath his knife. Every slice was identical. Meat was seasoned without measuring. Sauces simmered at exactly the right temperature. Rice cooked to fluffy perfection. Multiple pans worked simultaneously, yet nothing burned, nothing overcooked, nothing was rushed. It looked less like cooking, and more like conducting an orchestra. Ragdoll whispered, "Isn't he a first year?" Mandalay nodded slowly. "Apparently." Pixie Bob scratched her head. "Are we sure he isn't secretly a professional chef?" Even Aizawa paused outside the kitchen. He watched his son quietly directing the cooking without raising his voice. One glance at a pot. Heat adjusted. One taste of soup. A pinch more seasoning. Everything flowed naturally. Aizawa smiled faintly. "He's enjoying himself." An hour later, dinner was finally ready. The tables were covered from end to end. Perfectly grilled fish, teriyaki chicken, crispy vegetable tempura, nikujaga, fresh miso soup, steamed vegetables, Japanese curry, fluffy white rice, colorful salads, homemade pickles. There was enough food to feed every student. Twice, Class 1A entered first, then Class 1B. The room immediately fell silent. Kaminari pointed toward the table. "We're eating that." Ashido slowly nodded. I think I just saw heaven." Pixie Bob smiled proudly. "Everyone, dig in." The students didn't need to be told twice. The first bite, silence. Then, "What?" The lodge exploded with reactions. Kirishima stood up. "This is manly." Tetsutetsu slammed both hands on the table. "I have never eaten something this good." Dark Shadow had tears in its eyes. "I'm ascending." Tokiyami quietly nodded. "Extraordinary." Even Bakugo stopped eating for a moment. He looked toward Izuku. "Tch, it's good." Coming from Bakugo, that was practically a 5-star review. Izuku smiled. "Thanks." Todoroki calmly finished one bowl of rice. Then another. Then another. Momo blinked. "Todoroki." He looked up. "It's delicious." "Understandable." Monoma cautiously sampled the curry. He froze. "I refuse to admit Class 1A has someone capable of this." He took another bite. "But this is incredible." Kendo sighed. "Just enjoy the food. The teachers weren't any better." Present Mike pointed dramatically across the table. "Izuku. Adopt me too." Aizawa looked up from his dinner. "No." Midnight laughed. "I've never seen Shota answer so quickly." Recovery Girl smiled warmly. "You've raised a wonderful young man." Aizawa quietly continued eating. "I know." There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Just quiet certainty. After dinner, the students leaned back in their chairs. Nobody moved. Nobody wanted to. Kaminari rubbed his stomach. "I physically cannot train anymore." Pixie Bob laughed. "You'll still be training tomorrow." He looked horrified. Cruel. Outside, the mountain air was cool. Inside, the lodge was warm with laughter and conversation. As the students chatted happily after dinner, Mandalay watched Izuku helping clean the kitchen without being asked. She smiled. He cooked. He served. And now he's cleaning. Ragdoll nodded. He's the kind of kid every parent dreams of. Nearby, Aizawa quietly dried a plate Izuku had washed. He's also stubborn. He gets that from me. Izuku looked over with a small grin. I heard that. I know. For a moment, father and son shared a quiet smile before returning to cleaning together, while around them, the lodge buzzed with contented voices. For one peaceful evening, the camp felt less like a training exercise and more like a family gathering, one made unforgettable by a first-year student whose cooking had somehow become as legendary as his quirk. The next 2 days were nothing short of brutal. The wild pussycats had only one philosophy: break them, so they can come back stronger. Every student's training was customized. Bakugo detonated explosion after explosion until his arms trembled. Todoroki repeatedly froze and burned entire sections of the mountain. Uraraka floated boulders until she became nauseous. Kaminari discharged electricity until he turned into his familiar absent-minded state. Tokiyami continuously pushed Dark Shadow further than ever before. Every student reached their limit, then went beyond it. Izuku's training was a little different. Again, Aizawa stood nearby, arms crossed. Izuku stared at the enormous hiking trail stretching up the mountain. Dad, no, no, can I at least float? Aizawa looked at him. No, teleport, no, tiny bit of telekinesis, no, you're cruel. Unlike most heroes, Izuku had neglected his body for years. His quirk was so overwhelmingly powerful that physical conditioning had become an afterthought. Aizawa intended to fix that. Morning, running, afternoon, weight training, evening, obstacle courses. Izuku could barely walk. I respect people who exercise now. Kirishima patted him on the back. You're becoming more manly. Izuku immediately collapsed onto the grass. Please stop encouraging me. Even Pixie Bob laughed. I've never seen someone fear jogging more than giant villains. Izuku didn't even deny it. Accurate. Despite his complaints, progress became noticeable. His stamina improved. His balance became better. Even his teleportation became smoother because his body no longer tired as quickly. Aizawa noticed. He simply nodded. Good. That single word made Izuku smile. On the second evening, the students finally received a well-earned break. The smell of barbecue filled the mountain air. Laughter echoed through the camp. Students from classes 1A and 1B gathered together. Even Monoma behaved himself. Mostly. After dinner, Class 1B revealed the next activity. A haunted house. Immediately, Kaminari screamed. No. Everyone else laughed. Students entered in small groups. Inside, fake ghosts, strange noises, hidden traps. Monoma nearly scared himself. Dark Shadow scared several of the actors instead. Even Bakugo punched one of the fake ghosts before realizing it was a student. For a little while, everything felt peaceful, like ordinary teenagers enjoying summer. Then, the forest exploded. Boom. Trees crashed. Flames erupted into the night sky. Students immediately froze. Mandalay's voice echoed directly into everyone's minds. Villains. The camp is under attack. Protect yourselves. Chaos consumed the mountains. The League of Villains had arrived. Moonfish, Spinner, Mr. Compress, Dabby, Twice, Mustard, Muscular, and dozens more. Students scattered. Teachers rushed to intercept the attackers. Explosions, ice, flames, darkness. The peaceful camp transformed into a battlefield. Elsewhere, Kota Izumi ran through the forest. Terrified. Behind him, heavy footsteps. Muscular smiled. Found you. Before Muscular could move, a green flash appeared. Izuku stepped between them. Kota, run. The little boy hesitated. But, run. There was no fear in Izuku's voice. Only certainty. Kota obeyed. Muscular laughed. So, you wanna fight? Izuku sighed quietly. Not particularly. Green energy erupted around him. Veins spread across his forehead. Around his eyes. Omniscience awakened completely. The forest trembled. The battle was devastating. Muscular shattered trees with every punch. Izuku answered with overwhelming telekinetic force. Entire boulders flew through the air. The ground split apart. Gravity itself seemed to bend around Muscular as invisible pressure crushed down on him. Whenever Muscular lunged, Izuku vanished, teleporting effortlessly, reappearing behind him, launching another crushing wave of force. Muscular roared, "I love this." His muscles expanded further, punch after punch tore apart the mountainside. Yet, he couldn't touch Izuku. Every attack had already been predicted. But Omniscience came with a price. The calculations, the telekinesis, the teleportation, everything strained Izuku's mind. His headache returned, far worse than during the sports festival. His vision blurred, blood trickled from one nostril. Still, he refused to stop. "Stay down." Invisible force slammed Muscular into the earth. The villain tried to rise. Another wave. The ground cratered. Again, until finally, Muscular stopped moving, unconscious. Silence. Izuku swayed. "Kota." The frightened boy looked back. "Go, find the teachers." Kota nodded rapidly. "Oh, okay." He sprinted toward the lodge. Only after Kota disappeared, did Izuku finally allow himself to breathe. Ow! The headache felt unbearable. His legs gave out. He collapsed beside the defeated villain. Fast asleep, completely defenseless. Several minutes later, another figure walked through the ruined forest. Blue flames flickered lazily around his hands. Dabi. He stopped. Well, he looked between the unconscious Muscular and the unconscious teenager lying nearby. Didn't expect that. He had watched the sports festival. He recognized the green-haired student immediately. Canary, the psychic. Dabi crouched beside him, up close. Izuku looked much younger than he had on television. Peacefully asleep, soft freckles, messy green hair, an almost innocent expression. "Huh." Dabi scratched the back of his neck. "You're surprisingly cute." He sighed. "Why all the dangerous ones like this?" Looking at Muscular buried in a crater, Dabi muttered, "You actually beat him." He gave a low whistle. "Guess you're worth taking." Without another word, Dabi carefully lifted the unconscious Izuku over his shoulder. Shigaraki wanted Bakugo. I'm sure he won't complain about getting UA's terrifying little psychic too. With blue flames lighting the dark forest, Dabi disappeared into the night, carrying the sleeping Izuku away as the battle across the training camp raged on. Elsewhere, Todoroki, Ida, Shoji, and the others desperately fought to protect their classmates and evacuate the camp. Tokiyami briefly lost control of Dark Shadow in the darkness, creating the monstrous rampaging Dark Shadow until Todoroki's flames restored control. At the same time, despite the students' efforts, Mr. Compress succeeded in capturing Bakugo. As the heroes struggled to regroup, Kurogiri opened a warp gate, allowing the League of Villains to retreat. When the smoke cleared, 2 UA students were gone. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Aizawa. The battle was over. The fires had finally been extinguished. Villains had retreated. The forest, once full of laughter only hours earlier, had become eerily silent. Back at the lodge, students slowly gathered together. Many were bruised. Some were exhausted. Several leaned on one another just to stand. The teachers quickly began organizing everyone. Medical checks first. Stay together. No one wanders off. Recovery girl immediately started treating the injured. Aizawa looked around. Headcount. The students lined up. Class 1A, Class 1B, one by one. Names were called. Yuga Aoyama. Here. Mina Ashido. Here. Tsuyu Asui. Here. Fumikage Tokiyami. Here. Katsuki Bakugo. Silence. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Izuku Aizawa. Silence. No answer. The atmosphere changed instantly. Again. Katsuki Bakugo. Nothing. Izuku Aizawa. Still nothing. A cold feeling settled in everyone's stomach. Uraraka looked around desperately. Where's Izuku? Tokiyami's eyes widened. Dark Shadow looked around frantically. Canary. Kota suddenly pushed through the crowd. I know where he is. Everyone turned. He saved me. He beat the giant muscle villain. He told me to run. Then he collapsed. Aizawa's heart dropped. Where? Within seconds. Aizawa, Tiger, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, several heroes rushed toward the location Kota described. They found Muscular, completely unconscious, buried inside a massive crater. The surrounding forest had been flattened. Trees uprooted, the ground itself warped by overwhelming telekinetic force. Pixie Bob stared. One student did this. Tiger slowly nodded. Looks that way. Aizawa didn't even look at Muscular. His eyes searched the battlefield. Izuku, nothing. No green hair. No unconscious child. Nothing. Only footprints. And faint burn marks. Blue flames. His expression froze. Dabi. The single word came out almost like a growl. Far away, hidden beneath the city, the League of Villains returned to their hideout. Kurogiri's warp gate closed behind them. Mr. Compress dramatically bowed. Ladies and gentlemen, our prize. He released the marble. Bakugo appeared. Die. Boom. An explosion immediately erupted. Spinner was thrown backward. Twice screamed. My mask. My face. Mr. Compress sighed. I knew this would happen. Before Bakugo could escape, several villains restrained him with heavy bindings. Even tied down, he continued struggling. I'm gonna kill all of you. Shigaraki scratched his neck. He's loud. Just then, another warp gate opened. Everyone looked over. ? Dabi casually stepped through, one hand in his pocket, the other, holding an unconscious green-haired teenager over his shoulder. Yo, silence. Spinner blinked. Who's that? Dabi shrugged. Found him. He gently lowered the unconscious boy onto an old couch. Izuku didn't stir, still fast asleep from complete mental exhaustion. Mr. Compress adjusted his mask. Another UA student. Dabi nodded. The psychic kid, the one from the sports festival. He beat Muscular. Silence. He what? Even twice spoke with both personalities at once. That's impossible. That's terrifying. Dabi scratched his cheek. I got there after the fight. Muscular was already unconscious. He looked toward the sleeping Izuku. This kid did it. Spinner slowly looked between Muscular, who had failed his mission, and the peaceful-looking teenager. Seriously, Shigaraki stopped scratching. For the first time since Bakugo's arrival, his eyes focused entirely on Izuku. He remembered him perfectly. The green-haired boy who had nearly crushed the USJ Nomu into scrap metal. The same student who had interfered with his first attack. The same psychic whose glowing eyes had forced him to retreat until All Might arrived. A slow grin spread across his face. How interesting, Dabi noticed. You know him. Shigaraki chuckled quietly. Know him. I've wanted to see him again. He walked closer to the unconscious boy. He was a lot weaker at USJ. Looks like he's grown. Bakugo, despite being restrained, turned his head. His crimson eyes widened. Nerd. He struggled even harder. What the hell did you do to him? Shigaraki ignored him. Instead, he crouched in front of the sleeping Izuku. The boy looked completely harmless. Freckles, messy green hair, peacefully asleep. No sign of the terrifying psychic power that had flattened part of a mountain. Cute, Shigaraki muttered absent-mindedly. Dabi looked over. Right. Spinner stared at both of them. Why is everyone saying that? Twice raised a hand. Because he is. He absolutely is. Unaware of the conversation around him. Izuku remained asleep. His breathing was slow and steady. His mind finally resting after pushing Omniscience far beyond its limits. For the first time in days, the endless calculations had gone quiet. Unfortunately, he had fallen asleep in perhaps the worst possible place. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.